Hi. Good morning. Hi, Carrie. Hi, Neil. Yeah, Carrie A. Carrie A. Laser. Are you ready for this jelly? Yay, early for once. Hurrah, Carrie. How is everyone doing today? I gotta figure out if my microphone is really working or just pretending to work. It likes to pretend. I don't know. I feel like it's not on the right mic, but that's okay. We'll figure it out. Good morning. Oh my God, good morning. How is everyone? Welcome to the circus. Welcome to the jungle. Oh. Mm-hmm. Hi, Oomph. How are you? Hey, early bird. Hey, early bird. What are you doing? It's not picking up my mic. Arr, 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 arr. Oh, here we go. There. Now I think I'm on the right. I think I'm on the right microphone. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. How are you? I hope everyone is well. I'm good. Yesterday was really busy. Like I had the two busy for me. Busy for me. I'm good, Neil. How are you? Good. Uh, Yesterday was busy for me because I had two shows. I mean, which is fine. This is great. Then I went to see my friend to get my lashes done, which is great. All done, all ready for the next month. Um, God, what a dork. And then I went to the doctor last night. I had a nighttime appointment at the doctor, which was really interesting. They were really nice. Oh, really? Oh, Mertz. It's Mr. Mertz. Is it Mertz anymore or is it someone else? Hi, Max. Good morning. You're okay? Good. Let's watch. Let's watch it. Oh, this should be very good. I'm sorry, my German accent. I love German. I think it's a really great language, actually, if you want to know my honest opinion. I really love speaking. I love speaking it. I love their accent. I love all accents, actually. I'm a huge, what is that called? Like an accentophile? I don't know what you would call that, but that's what I am. I love sounds. I think I just love sounds. I think of it like singing, you know? Like I think of that like singing. That's why. Anyway, I'm a little tired this morning. Yesterday was a lot of social interaction, I think. Plus, going to the doctor stresses me out. Not for any reason, just because I get anxiety around medical stuff. It goes back to when I first kind of fell apart. Hmm, J-Rance. But this doctor is fantastic. And I told her so. I said, I just want to thank you. She spent an hour and 20 minutes with me. An hour and 20 minutes. This is the first time we met because I have my insurance changed and blah, 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 blah. You know the story. So she spent an hour and a half getting my history and things like that and talking about what I want to do and, what she thinks I should do and all this stuff. It was so great. So, Dr. Gao, thank you so much for being such an amazing doctor. Really, really impressed. Anyway, going for a while before my meeting. Yes, please do. Joining for a while. I thought you said going. Where are you going? That's great, Lee. Yeah, I know. 7.5 minute increments. I know, Max. I know. I know. But I'm gonna tell you, this doctor, she spent time. It was really nice. Anyway, I mean, it wasn't nice because I really hate being at the doctor's, and I don't like to be told what to do. Who does? Yeah, actually, that's a great question, Neil. Thank you, because I remember seeing, oh, God, summer nights in old Montreal are one of my best memories. So nice, so magical. Really felt like a European summer night, like you're walking through old Europe, or what you think old Europe looks like. I don't know. I mean, I guess it does. I haven't been to much of old Europe. I've only been to a little bit of old Europe, so I don't really know. Ah, but just finished a call with DC. Supposed to be call between Clump and Xi in next 24 hours. We'll see. Scheinbaum invited. Oh, Scheinbaum invited to the G7 by Carney. That's fantastic. That's really good news. That is really good news, Lee. Thanks for bringing that in. Gosh, it's just we're so lucky to have people that are like involved in important things that they can, like I'm really grateful for that. I really feel like I have access. Good morning, peace, love. I feel like I have access to really smart people. I may not take advantage of it as much as I should, but I feel like I do. I do have some really smart friends. Anyway, I'm grateful. You guys make this so much better. Um, let's see. So this morning we got a few things. I think there's an AI hearing which I really wanted to see. Let me just do some checking here while I do this. New window. Open a new window, not one that over there. La la la. G6 plus Zelensky plus Scheinbaum versus Trump. Fuck yeah. And I also was, when I woke up this morning, I noticed that NATO is meeting as well. Oh, actually, the Senate Armed Services Committee is holding a hearing on the Army's budget. Hold on. Okay, here's what I wanted to do. At 7, there's a judiciary. Well, I'll show you this. There's a Foreign Influence on Americans' Data Through the Cloud Act, which is the Judiciary Committee coming up in a few. And then, let's see. There's that. Oh, no, that's not what I wanted. No. No. Trump held call with Xi, Chinese media says. Hmm? Hmm? Okay, hold on. Just stop. Hold on. Oh my God, Becky. Oh my God, Becky. Here we go. What are these guys saying? This is only a minute.
That the president and Xi reportedly, Jim, held a call this morning. That's all we know for now.
No, look, I think that one of the things that's got to be on the agenda is that China is
How does this guy still have a job?
shipping. It's a term they use. The rare
How
earth
does this guy still have a job?
magnets, the metals, and it's starting
morning,
to close our
peace lover,
factories.
Neil.
They're not doing it, by the way, to Germans or the
Carla.
Japanese are targeting us. This is obviously very important because these affect not just EVs, but motors, speakers, sensors. So I think that maybe push is coming to shove here, David.
Yeah.
Maybe we're finally realizing that we have some cards. We don't have all the cards.
No.
This
No.
guy is like a fucking
I mean, we
drunk.
should say this call
what
comes
is
in the
wrong with
backdrop of what
CNBC?
was frustration expressed by the Trump administration in terms of the progress of the talks after the so-called agreement almost that they had reached in terms of a significant de-escalation on both sides, but most significantly on the U.S. side, down from 145% tariffs to 30%. But to your point, part of that agreement, or at least the agreement to reach an agreement, was to restart the shipment of these rare earth metals, the magnets, which are so important to so many things. I mean, we just mentioned robots with Amazon, obviously, but also very important in making automobiles. And then on the other side, and this is other reporting, not mine certainly, but apparently frustration on the Chinese,
I have a GIF
something
for
we
that.
talk about all the time, which is the continued inability to access chips that are made by the likes of NVIDIA.
Oh, whoops. Okay. No. Don't play it. I love you, Adam Hatton. Don't play it. I told you not to play it. Sorry. I do. Sometimes I watch Disney adults because, frankly, I don't want to live anymore. Oh, whoops! I turned it on. I turned it off. Um, Montreal has been good. So far, my colleague from Seattle loved the old city. Some great Italian food. Going to Chinatown tonight with friends. Oh my God, Lee, that's so fun. I think that's so fun. Hi, Carrie. How are you? I saw you sneak in again. You were here early. You were here first, I think. Let's see. Let me make sure I didn't. Neil, you can call me anything you like. Just don't call me late for dinner. Glad you're up next. I'll be in touch this afternoon when my brain can slip. All right, Bubba. No problem. You have a wonderful, wonderful day. I'm so glad you checked in, and I'm so glad you're having a good time. I think that's great. I think it's a much needed not vacation. I know it's a work trip, but a little break, a little out of, So yeah, hopefully I'll see you. Carrie. Wait, what was I doing? Oh yeah, I know I'm a little slow today, so there's probably going to be a lot of mistakes. Hold on. Oh yeah, so they are testifying about the Army right now, or the Air Force. Is it Air Force or Army? It looks like both. Actually, I want to catch up a little bit with some of the ridiculous headlines that came out. Yeah, I trimmed it, and it trimmed too much. I trimmed too much. Usually I like to have my Ramona flowers, little longer pieces in the front, and I trimmed them, and I think I trimmed them too much because now my hair is like all short, which is fine. It grows. That's the beautiful part about hair. But yeah, I did. Oh, thank you. Well, yeah. It's a little short for me, but that's okay. It's all right. It'll grow. It will totally grow. Yeah, and it's very sweaty. So yeah, thank you. Thank you, Neil. Outfit of the day. Bikini top, sweatshirt, and cutoff shorts. Woo. Thanks, Carrie. It's been a minute. I lost most of my hair after I had a gastric sleeve, bariatric surgery back in 2019. And I lost most of my hair, which was really hard. And so it's only starting to come back a little tiny bit. Yeah, some guys notice. I know. Thanks, Neil. I appreciate it. Okay, so we need to check in on this fucking travel ban bullshit. I wonder whose
ban back then with conservative
resurrecting and expanding the travel ban from his first term, citing national security concerns.
Really?
His proclamation fully bans the entry of foreigners from 12 countries, primarily in Africa and the Middle East. You see them highlighted on your screen here. It also restricts travel from 7 additional countries. Trump announced the ban in a video last night.
We will not allow people to enter our country who wish to do us harm, and nothing will stop us from keeping America safe.
CBS News correspondent Natalie Brand is at the White House and joins us now. Good morning, Natalie. The recent attack in Boulder, Colorado was cited as a reason in announcing this ban. Tell us more.
Yeah, but notably, Errol, the suspect in that case is from Egypt, which is not one of the countries listed in this ban, although the administration says that they will look into vetting as it pertains to that country. But this new version is expected to face challenges, as was the case during Trump's first administration, when we saw not only legal challenges, but mass protests nationwide, chaos, confusion at airports. That resulted in that ban being challenged all the way up to the Supreme Court, although it had to be changed a couple of different times. Now, note, the Supreme Court did uphold that ban back then, with conservative justices saying that the president does have broad authority when it comes to restricting entry of foreigners based on national security concerns. Yeah. And that is what President Trump is citing in announcing this new proclamation, impacting 12 countries with a total ban. I think we were showing them on your screen. It includes Afghanistan, Chad, Haiti, Iran, Libya, and others. And then there's a partial restriction impacting 7 additional countries, including Cuba, Venezuela, Sierra Leone, and others. Now, again, in addition to security concerns, terrorism concerns, according to the administration, there are concerns about vetting of those countries and also cooperation on deportations. Note there are some exceptions and exemptions, including for U.S. permanent residents, dual nationals, athletes, and others in special categories. Again, this is set to take effect Monday, but already refugee assistance groups are coming out against this, saying that they stand ready to defend families and individuals impacted by this arrow.
All right, Natalie, thank you very much.
All right. Oh, we're going to get into it again. Okay. All right. I don't understand why it doesn't do this. Cancel. Go away. Oh my God. I hate autoplay. I could turn it off. Performative cruelty. Yes, Jane, that's exactly what you missed. So apparently, Neil actually is an expert on national security because, as he very smartly pointed out, people actually can come from any country and, quote unquote, do harm. Okay? And so this is random. It's bullshit. It's to me, it signals kind of a beginning. Because here's what he said in his speech last night. If you listen to what he said, there was a moment when he said, I wish I could remember exactly what he phrased it as, but it was something like, we have to avoid what has happened to Europe or something like that. So he directly, oh, it's much lower? Okay. All right, thank you. He directly implied that part of this is to avoid, I guess, what he believes. And I don't know. I mean, I imagine this is a Stephen Miller thing. If I'm going to be honest, I think this is a Stephen Miller-like thing. This is his thing. He hates everybody kind of thing. And now he's really mad because his wife is fucking Elon Musk. And that, that was the only girl that would actually pay attention to Stephen. So that's her problem. I don't really understand. She's got horrible taste in men, by the way. So whatever you're doing, Mrs. Miller, well, let me go. I'm just a poor boy. Nobody loves me. He's just a poor boy. Just a poor blah, blah, blah. Oh, am I really that low? Oh, wow. I don't even know why. Is that better? Yeah. Yemen suffers. And here's the thing, when I worked in New York and was at the high school, I had a ton of families in that high school that were from Yemen, and they would, come over. Part of the family would come over from Yemen, and I mean, the family of some of the kids at my school ran a bodega on the corner near my school. So I would stop in there every morning, that kind of thing. And the families they were really, it was challenging sometimes to get them to let the girls really get the educational support that they needed. Sometimes they kind of poo-pooed like test prep and other things that we had to do. But generally the parents were really great and really trying to give at least a better life, or not a better life, but you know what I mean, give an opportunity to their kids, both female and male. Well, and the females, a lot of the girls, when they graduated from high school, would go back to Yemen to get married. Right? So, I just know that there are so many families just in that little enclave where I was, who traveled between Yemen and the United States, and families were definitely split between those two countries for practical purposes, right? To make money here, send it back to family in Yemen, or, however. but it was a family that was working together. And, of course, I was not totally excited about the girls going back to Yemen, but it's not my business. And, so whatever. We obviously tried to give everyone as many opportunities to think about what their next step might be. But, but the point was that they there's a lot of families that are going to be separated now. And I know that there's many factors that have always, made that situation challenging for Yemeni families or other immigrant families. But I just think really a lot about them in this moment when, just as in when they did the stupid ban back in his first term, it's so random, but it has such devastating implications for families. Yeah. So, so there's just a lot of consequences to this, and it makes me sad. It makes me really sad. And I hope, obviously, I always worried about the girls going back to Yemen, from the standpoint of civil war, etc., other things that were happening in their country. Yeah. What is the excuse there? Well, the Houthis are based out of Yemen. And so I think that's their main excuse, although it's really racism and Islamophobia, if you want to know the truth of it. What we're really dealing with here is Islamophobia, which is really a big piece of this administration. Islamophobia is really deep inside this admin, as well as the Republican Party at large. But so that's it's not good. It's not good. Porsophobia, yeah. Also, is that a real word, or are you just saying like poor people phobia? Yeah, definitely. Yeah, there's definitely that. Like, what was it yesterday? Was it yesterday at the? I think it was at Russ Votes. The Pores. Oh yeah, the Pavel. Yeah, we're all grist for the mill. I think it was yesterday when either Nutlicker or Vote, I think it was Vote, referred something about Africa, or maybe it was one of the senators, and they were like, Africa needs to help themselves or something like that. And, not that I'm actually big on, like, we shouldn't, anything other than me phobia. Anyone but me phobia. But he said something about, but the Omani and the Saudi and those are okay. Yeah, absolutely. No problem. They gave him a plane. No, I'm just kidding. If the Yemeni had given him a plane, or was it the House? It might have been the I don't know which one, but I think there was a reference to the fact that, basically Africa should be doing it for themselves, which again, I have no problem with empowering and giving the resources that are necessary for Africans to improve their communities. I think that's great. There is a lot of colonialism that happens within all of even our current work abroad. So I'm never a fan of that. And actually, after I came back from Africa, I did a lot of thinking about what was working, because one of my jobs was to train the Liberian staff on the operations so that it could all the operations, the money, et cetera, was handled through Liberia, because to that point we had a support person in New Jersey that was helping support the finances and, run the reports and all that kind of stuff. So my job was to go to Liberia and train the staff on how to just do that themselves, blah, blah, blah. So I definitely saw, and at that point, the organization had mostly an American-based board, right? And they had a Liberian board, but the Liberian board wasn't convened enough. It wasn't in charge, basically. At this point, it is in charge. I'll be happy to report to you, which is great. But I see where programs, even through USAID and others, really kind of influenced and created hoops for people locally to go through in order to get the support that they needed. Not maliciously, but just bureaucracy. So I understand that. And I didn't, and I thought to myself, I don't think it's necessary. I think there should be more empowerment and recruitment of people on the ground to do the work that some foreigners are in country doing, whether it be DFID through the UK, USAID through us, whatever. So I definitely changed my perspective on international development work and who should actually be on the ground doing it. So, I mean, I evolved, I think, a little bit in that regard. But yeah, it's but what we're gonna want is all of the natural resources out of Africa. So watch this space for that, because that's what really is afoot. They're not going to just leave Africa alone. No. No. I imagine it's a renegotiation of a protection racket. I did come to this with, I didn't make the world better, but thank you. That's really kind of you. But I did come to this, YouTube experience with a ton of like real life experience. So I feel pretty good about that. If I don't have that, then the 35 years that I spent working between finance and nonprofit and youth development is silly. But that's what I spent 35 years really trying to do. Good work in that regard, mostly around supporting children and teens. That was most of my focus throughout my professional career. So yeah, I don't know. I feel like this is absolutely bullshit, and I see it as the first step in stopping all migration. Because he referenced Europe, and that just makes me feel like this is a real backlash, obviously rooted in racism, frankly. So I don't know. Yeah. I'm not as smart as I used to be when I was working. I'm a little crazier than I was when I was working. But I do have some life experience. Not a lot, because I didn't get a master's. I didn't do that. And I really feel that. I feel like actually a master's degree is worthwhile. Because I spent time a little bit at that Stanford program for nonprofit leaders. It was like 3 weeks, and you took graduate classes, and I really enjoyed that. And I really noticed the level of conversation was totally different. You learned about different things. It was like it evaporated the Dunning-Kruger, where it's like, oh, I know how to do that. Well, it turns out you don't know how to do that. So it was a very humbling experience, because at that point I was pretty far into my career, and I still was like, wow, there's a lot I've never learned. So I don't know. And not that I think everybody needs to go to college, because I really don't. I don't think that college is the be all end all. But I will say that I changed my attitude when it came to a master's degree. I didn't get my master's only because I kept working. I was a single mom from the jump. So I was always working, and I actually tried to get a master's at a couple points, but I never had the money to do it. I just literally never had the money or the time. So I do kind of regret that a little bit. I do kind of regret that, because I think you're exposed to different ideas and different thinking and a thinking level. I could be wrong, but I just feel like that might be a thing. Not that this has to be an ad for grad school, but I don't know. I think here's what I really think. I think graduate level classes should be more readily available to people. because I think that would help. And actually, I was a big proponent of trying to get college classes in the high school so that kids could be exposed to what the expectations are, what anything. I don't know. All right, I'm going to stop my speech because the federal government in the age of artificial intelligence is what I really wanted to watch today. Wah, wah. You're missing out. Chat at the gym. I need my song. J Rance, you need your song? Girlfriend, I got you. Don't you worry about a thing, baby. Let me turn this down a little bit. Go. Go, Jay. Go, Jay. Final combat. Go, Jay. Get it. Get it, girl. Get it, girl. Work it. Go, Jay. Go, Jay. Go get it, Jay. Go get that day. I need my song. We got you. We got you. Anyway, good morning. Good morning, Paul J. Oh, Jay. Jay Rance, that is not what you were supposed to do. I got to close my window. I'm yelling. Going to be mad. I'm so sorry, neighbor. I love you so much. I love you so much. That's right. Sorry, I'm very loud and very silly. Whoa! I'm gonna fall off my chair. Hold on. I'm falling down. All right. Oh, that's better. Okay, hold on. Bud came out. Oh, it's all terrible. Jay, thank you. I really needed that.
Good morning. The Committee on Oversight and Government Reform will now come to order.
Christ. Really?
And we welcome everyone this morning. Without objection, the chair may declare a recess at any time. I recognize myself for the purpose of making an opening statement. Good morning, and thank you for joining us for this discussion on the federal government and artificial intelligence today. AI is no longer some futuristic idea. It's here, and it's already reshaping everything from healthcare and national defense to finance and fraud prevention. The federal government has a responsibility to harness this technology to make government work faster and more efficiently for the American people. Today, we'll highlight the critical uses of AI in the federal government, which create efficiencies, improve services, and save taxpayers a whole lot of money.
Really?
The Department of Defense is using AI to improve decision-making and protect our men and women in uniform.
At my sister's
Federal
today.
agencies are using AI to detect fraud before it happens. By using the technology to identify patterns of fraudulent behavior and working proactively to prevent improper payments. AI agents are beginning to help the administrative tasks, freeing up federal employees to focus on their mission instead of paperwork. However, barriers remain and challenges must be addressed so the government is to fully realize the benefits of this transformative technology. For example, many outdated legacy IT systems don't integrate with
That's
new
a
technologies.
Walmart Ted Cruz.
A cumbersome procurement process limits agency access
He's
to
Walmart
some of the best
Wolverine.
new technologies,
That's
including
Walmart Ted
those
Cruz.
utilizing AI. And poor data management leads to information silos and duplicative work, which costs taxpayers money and prevents agencies from realizing the full potential
and
of
yet,
AI.
here she is hagging it up.
This committee has continued to highlight these challenges and will play a major role in addressing them, including by continuing bipartisan legislative efforts from last Congress. This includes the Bipartisan Federal AI Governance and Transparency Act led by Chairman Comer and then Ranking Member Raskin, which laid out a vision for transparent and trustworthy AI use in government.
Raskin.
It also includes the AI Training Extension
Team
Act, which I
muted.
sponsored last Congress and reintroduced today. This bill will equip federal employees with the AI literacy and skills necessary to leverage AI across the federal government. I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record a statement from the chairman, Comer,
Really, Nancy?
highlighting the pivotal
I don't
role
think
this
we
committee
totally
has
have
to ensure
AGI
agencies
yet,
deploy
but
AI
it's coming.
responsibly and the bipartisan efforts of the committee on these issues. Without objection, President Trump has rightly identified the importance of U.S. dominance in AI and has taken action to remove unnecessary barriers and unleash innovation. This is a refreshing reversal from the heavy-handed regulation-first approach to AI taken by the Biden administration. Last Congress, my subcommittee on cybersecurity, information technology, and government innovation held multiple hearings on the disastrous impacts of overreaching policies, and I was relieved to see the former President Biden's AI executive order rescinded on day one. This was a critical first step, and since then, the White House has directed agencies to prioritize the deployment of AI and improve procurement processes to eliminate barriers to the federal government's use of AI. I believe it's important for this committee to watch these developments closely and work to ensure the executive branch has the tools and authorities to deploy AI at scale and realize the full potential of this incredible technology. I want to thank each of our witnesses
so
this morning
boring.
for sharing their time with us today, and I look forward to hearing from each of you. I also want to thank my colleagues from the other side of the aisle who showed up. And
This should be the A1 hearing.
I appreciate your interest in this topic. This has been a bipartisan topic for this committee. And with that, I would like to recognize Ranking Member Lynch for his opening statement.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Madam Chair. And again, thank you for calling this hearing on the use of artificial intelligence in our government. Optimizing the federal government's use of technology.
This is Elon has all the data so that XAI can run the government.
As
I just want you to
Madam
know
Chair,
that.
Our late colleague and friend Jerry Connolly was a steadfast champion for using modern technology to improve the delivery of government services, strengthen oversight, and enhance public trust. We continue to fight his fight on this and so many other critical challenges facing our government. We cannot sit here, however, and have the traditional bipartisan conversation about federal IT modernization without acknowledging the fact that the Trump administration, Elon Musk, and DOGE are leading technology initiatives that threaten the privacy and security of all Americans and undermine our government and the vital services it provides to red states and blue states. Musk may say he has stepped away from his role in the federal government, but his recklessness will continue to have devastating consequences for America for years, possibly decades to come. Today, we'll work to better understand the disaster and danger the Trump administration has created by turning our government over to its biggest campaign donor and people who are more interested in self-enrichment than public service. Since President Trump's inauguration, he has given Elon Musk free rein to terrorize our civil servants and drive more than 275,000 federal employees from their jobs serving the American people.
AI.
His DOGE team has done this so capriciously that they have had to go back to people that they originally fired and beg them to return to their jobs, serving our veterans, maintaining our nuclear stockpile, and fighting bird flu. At the Social Security Administration, whistleblowers have told us that the agency has lost so many critical information technology and support staff that very few of the remaining workers even know how to handle errors or alerts in their computer systems. This could mean missed checks and millions of seniors and people with disabilities losing access to their financial lifeline. While they purged the federal government of expertise, Elon Musk and DOGE reportedly fed sensitive government data, including America's private personal information, into unvetted and unaccountable AI software. They also reportedly deployed Musk's own generative AI chatbot called Grok to consume government data and assist with sensitive government decisions. Grok has even been deployed onto systems at the Department of Homeland Security, despite the fact that it has not been approved for use. Musk has been operating without any oversight whatsoever while posing a very real risk of violating security and privacy laws, accessing confidential information about his competitors, and using valuable federal databases to turbocharge his own AI system, which would mean more money and more power for Mr. Musk. The American people deserve answers. Musk and DOGE have put the most personal data of every American at risk. Cybersecurity experts like Mr. Schneier, who is here with us today, are sounding the alarm that the holes DOGE has created in our national cybersecurity system are gaping and pervasive. And now, in this horrifying, insecure environment, the Trump administration wants to centralize all of Americans' data into one massive database, which would allow full-spectrum surveillance of American citizens, making it even easier for bad actors to hack. And, of course, they're contracted with a big private tech company owned by one of President Trump's billionaire supporters to do just that. 4 months ago, Democrats moved to subpoena Elon Musk to provide public testimony to this committee. At that time, our Republican colleagues complained that their constituents were calling them their offices and showing up to town halls to yell at them about Musk. While Americans' concerns have only deepened since then. From his erratic purge of the federal workforce to his exploitation of sensitive taxpayer data to the cybersecurity nightmare he's created and the horrifying surveillance state we fear, Musk has put the American people into a position where they demand answers from Elon Musk. I believe, too, that my Republican colleagues should have had some questions of their own for Mr. Musk. Recent allegations have left Americans wondering if he was potentially under the influence of drugs while at the very heart of the Trump administration's most consequential and sensitive decisions. It is worth investigating whether one of President Trump's most influential advisors was under the influence of heavy drugs while upending hundreds of thousands of American lives, breaking government services beyond repair, and handing out death sentences for hundreds of thousands of innocent people around the world who relied on American foreign aid and medical care for survival, most of whom were children. If this doesn't move my Republican colleagues, maybe they just want to hear from Musk on why he called their bill to cut Medicaid and give tax breaks to billionaires. This is Elon Musk's words, a disgusting abomination and, quote, massive, outrageous, pork-filled congressional spending bill, or why he spent the last 24 hours leveraging his social media to, quote, kill the bill. Or maybe they want to know why Musk has said that his next round of firings might be targeted at them, Republican politicians who have not toed the line on Musk's priorities. Regardless of your motivations, Democrats and Republicans alike simply cannot allow Elon Musk to escape accountability for his actions. He's dismantled our government, endangered Americans, and weaponized public service for his own financial gain. I ask my Republican colleagues, let's work together on this. Let's support oversight that Democrats today in moving that this committee subpoena Elon Musk to answer for his actions.
Oh,
all
hell
of us
yeah,
deserve
please.
answers on behalf of the American people. So, Madam Chair, therefore, pursuant to Clause 2K6
I want
of House
that bitch
Rule
on the record.
11,
That'd be
I move
great.
that we subpoena this committee,
Hold on.
Republican and Democrat, subpoena Elon Musk to testify
Look at his
before
little
this committee.
face. Look at his little face.
Second that motion.
We'll suspend for a moment. Thank you.
Why? Why is everybody suspending? Yeah, I look forward to hours of non-answers. Yes. I know. I just think that I want to see him panic. He seems like a guy who'll panic. Hi, Val. Good morning. Stopping it would have been better. Yeah, that would have been. How about that? How about Ashery? He won't show. Good point, butterflies. Although, here's the thing, butterflies. Consider this. Consider that he might show because his ego is so large. So large. Wait, a moment of silence? Is that what it is? I'm so sorry. I thought it wasn't a moment of silence. I thought they were just suspending so she could fart in a jar or something. I don't know. Whatever she does. Not sure. Okay,
Chairwoman, point of order. When are we going to vote on subpoenaing Musk?
Ooh.
We are doing a point of order right now with the parliamentarian.
Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Oh, they're asking the
We are
parliamentarian
suspended.
if they could not vote on that.
Madam Chair, may I be recognized?
Yes, sir.
Madam Chair,
Mr.
move
Hutt.
to table the gentleman's motion.
Fuck you.
Okay, the motion is not debatable. As many as are in favor of tabling signify by
What?
saying aye. All those opposed signify by saying no.
No.
In the
Madam
opinion
Chair,
of
I
the
ask for
chair,
a
the
recorded
yeas
vote.
have it, and the motion to table is agreed to. The committee
Ask
will
for a
now
recorded
resume
vote.
consideration.
Interesting opinion.
Madam
Okay,
Chair,
recorded vote.
is requested.
parliamentary inquiry.
Okay, a recorded vote is ordered, and their clerk will call the roll.
Oh, for our privacy, yeah.
Okay, we're going to suspend to allow
We don't
the
have
clerk
privacy anymore.
to get ready.
Parliamentary
We have,
inquiry.
yes, sir.
Madam Chair, thank you. Is it the custom of the committee to shut down debate on such an important motion?
Yeah, I think she's a little
This is
like
not,
when
this
the-
is not
when
an
the-
inquiry.
when the
It's not an inquiry.
gentleman
We're
from
suspended.
Too many
Massachusetts
White Claws for
mentioned that Mr. Musk was
breakfast.
potentially
This is
under
not
the influence of
debatable right
ketamine,
now. I love you.
psychedelic
It's not
drugs,
debatable right now. This is
I
not a
love
private
you.
inquiry.
and other
The fuck?
other.
But you look
substances
good in front of the
according to-
photos. You look
according
great
to
right
this.
now. You look good.
So is this
fuck
You're
is
not
your
recognized
problem?
right now. There's not a point of inquiry. Thank you. We're suspended until the clerk is ready to call the roll.
I hate this woman. God, I hate these people.
Call the roll.
I hope they're all making tons of money. I hope this is like
We
a
are
big money
suspended
grab.
again for the third time. We're suspended until
She
the clerk
got into
can call the
Musk's
roll. Thank you.
pillbox. Yeah. Yeah, grow the fuck up, Madam Chairman.
Job interviews are going.
which job interview?
Are we gonna get posted on how his job interview? Do you really want Elon?
Everybody can hear you, you dick. Oh, I hate that guy too. Fucking, what's his name? What's that bitch's name? All right, this is just like everything is intended to make us angry.
Don't take ourselves too seriously. You know, I have a pretty good sense.
Believe this.
Yeah, and I always bring it to the table. Yeah.
Okay, what are we doing? Hello. I mean, I don't even know what procedural rules are at this point, Oomph. That's a great question. I'm just not even sure if there are. I feel like the procedural rules are definitely
Madam Chair,
followed.
point of inquiry. Right.
Okay. Yes, ma'am.
Is the clerk here?
The clerk is here and preparing to call the roll.
Okay.
Thank you.
I love all the little
explain exactly
lawyers
what
and their
preparing
staffers in their ears.
She has to get paperwork. She has to get seated. She has to do all that. Thank you. She sure does, yes.
Or you guys have to find your members who didn't attend the hearing. That's probably
Look at,
more
there's all
likely.
Democrats at this hearing and no Republicans. Look at that. These are your tax dollars at work.
Madam Chair. Inquiry, please.
Yes,
Tax
sir.
dollars at work.
You want more video with Elon behind you? You already got a good clip.
Could we have a unanimous consent motion to structure
What a
debate for
cunt.
10 minutes? Each side gets 5 minutes.
We're in the
to
middle
debate
of, we're getting ready
whether
to
he
do a
was under the
recorded vote. We
influence
can't
of
do that.
drugs.
We're not able to do that right now. Let's do the recorded vote, then we can talk about it after. Thank you.
I think they do. Yeah, they have to wait for Republicans to get out of pull out of the glory holes. She's a joke. She's a joke. All of them are jokes. 20 minutes behind. Oh, I hope the past was funner than now. If no Republicans show, how did she attempt to table? I have no idea. Because they're waiting for the clerk to even tell them the vote results on the tabling motion, Val. It's because they're waiting for the clerk to call the roll. So it's not even that they had the vote. She said the normal thing they always say, which is, oh, yeah, we win. No. Ooh,
Parliamentary inquiry.
Yes, ma'am.
Do we have an assistant clerk that can move maybe a little bit faster? We have a room full of people.
This is not an inquiry. Thank you.
It was a question. Do we have an
Look at her
assistant
hair.
clerk?
It's not a parliamentarian inquiry, so no, we're not having this debate.
But it is a point of order.
It's not. And
It is.
Check with
This is not,
parliamentarian.
a motion to table is not debatable. Thank you.
We're not debating that.
It's not,
We're
we weren't
about the
asking for a
clerk.
point of order. Would the parliamentarian rule on a point of order?
Is the parliamentarian
The
here?
gentleman must state his point of order.
It was the gentlelady's point of order that was overruled because it was determined that it was not a point of order when in fact it is. I think that she should be allowed to.
She stated it was an inquiry, not a point of order, my recollection. But if she would like to restate it, that's fine.
Okay. Madam Chair, point of order.
Yes, ma'am.
Do we not have an assistant clerk who can make sure that we can continue to do the business in an efficient way in oversight? Because it has historically never taken this long for the clerk.
We're going
call
through the
roll.
process right now, and we'll have a recorded vote as soon as we're able to.
Look at her. Oh, look at that little wing.
Just to restate the gentlelady's point, Democrats are here. We think this is an important issue. We are ready to vote. And
The gentleman must state a point of order.
we welcome the opportunity to debate this. This is a serious issue.
Is there a point of
in the
order,
interest of-
Mr. Lynch?
The gentleman
making
has
my
the
point.
floor. Let him finish.
I'm the chairwoman. Thank you. Women are allowed to speak on this committee.
Oh,
And
fuck
I asked
you.
for a point of order.
Fuck you. Fuck you, cunt. To every person
Point of
who
inquiry.
stayed home,
Can we just, Madam Chair, point of inquiry? As a woman. I know, I should.
every person that
I can
voted
speak.
third
Yes,
party.
ma'am. Yes, you are. Yes, you are, babe.
You did this.
Is it possible for us to just do a
You did
roll
this.
call without the clerk to determine what members are here so that we can determine
No,
if y'all
ma'am.
really have the votes?
No, ma'am.
I hope you're enjoying
you.
it. And I hope it hits your family hard. Hard. Fuck this country. You know what? Fuck this country. Why bother? Why are we even bothering?
For those of you watching at home, the
Because
Republicans
people don't
are
give
not
a
in the
shit
room, so
about
they're
this
trying to find
country.
their members
People
so
don't
that
give
they
a
can-
shit
You are
about
not
each other.
recognized, Ms. Stansberry. Thank you. You can be quiet now.
Neither are any of your members because they're not in the room. Thank you.
Yeah, congratulations. I hope you're proud. I hope you're proud that you didn't vote for Kamala. I hope you're really, really fucking proud of that. I hope you sit in
Madam
it.
Chair, on a point
And I
of
hope
order.
your grandparents suffer as a result of it.
Democrats have a clerk that is available to make.
Because people are
Okay.
suffering right now.
Mr. Lynch, the chair will not entertain points of order regarding the propriety or expediency of a proposed course of action. This is my final ruling on such points of order. Thank you.
Madam Chair, a point of inquiry then.
Who the fuck do you think you are? That's my
Yes, sir.
point of inquiry.
Would it not be permissible to have the Democratic clerk record the vote and to begin it now?
No, sir, it's not.
This is wasting
Thank you.
time.
Madam Chair, Madam Chair?
Yes, ma'am.
Is the only reason we can't take a vote is because y'all were about to lose it?
Is there a point of inquiry here? Because I didn't hear
Yeah,
one.
that's it.
That
That's
was
her
my
inquiry.
Is the reason
That's
we
not a
couldn't take the
valid
vote-
inquiry. Thank you.
Oh, okay.
Wow.
I have a point of inquiry,
It's
Madam
worse
Chair.
than I thought it would be. I'll tell you that.
I was just wondering,
Yes, sir.
It's worse than
being
I
new
thought
to
it would
this
be.
committee, what's the basis or rule on which you are overturning, not allowing the Democratic clerk to start the vote?
We have our own clerk.
Move to adjourn.
That's why.
Is that based on a rule or?
It's based on the fact that you guys lost the election because of your crazy policies. And you guys don't control the chamber.
Is that in the rules? Madam Chair, just wanted to follow up. Would appreciate an answer to the question. Is there something in the rules that prevents? We have witnesses who've flown in from around the country.
This is committee practice. Thank you for your inquiry. And we'll start the vote momentarily. Thank you.
Wow. Really good. Really good job, everybody. Really great. I love it. I love it. I love that. I love that the voters of this country decided this was the way we should go because, anarchy. Because in this chaos, do you think something better is going to come out of this chaos? Is that what it is? And just some people had to die or be afraid because you thought it would be better? So you know what? Yeah, I blame the Republicans who voted for this, but I also blame the people who stayed at home or voted third party. I blame you. I'm not the nice one.
Madam Chair, just
I will wish
point of inquiry.
that you suffer because of this.
It has now been 10 minutes, and
Because
this motion
people will
is simply
suffer
to bring Mr. Musk
because of
forward
what
so
you
that we
did
can ask
or
him
didn't do.
questions on behalf of the American people. I think the Democratic position has been very reasonable, very deliberate. You've got a lot.
The motion is to table and there's no debate. Thank you, Mr. Lynch.
Right.
Wow. Just really wow. Wow. Great job, everybody. Great. Let's fight it all. Let's fight it all. Let's fight on every front because it wasn't enough to just fight for an administration that wouldn't enable Israel to
Again, Madam
ethnically
Chair,
cleanse
Democrats
Palestine.
are all here, and we're ready to vote. It is.
I would rather
Now
have
11
that
minutes.
as my single fight right now.
You're not recognized, but you do look good for your clips later for social
Well,
media
thank
with
you. I
with
appreciate
Elon and all the words behind you. It looks good.
Appreciate
The
that.
blue's good with the red.
I
color.
appreciate
Looks
that.
good.
Thank you. Thank you.
That's insulting. Why is she allowed to do that? Why is she
Chair,
allowed to
parliamentary
do
inquiry
that?
in a minute. Will it be another minute?
Probably 12, right?
This is this is
It's
appalling.
debatable depending on the math, I suppose.
Oh my God, people, you're just all disgusting. Fuck all of you. Fuck all of you who did this. And you know what? Fuck all the people too. Who are like, oh, I don't want to be a Democrat anymore. I'm going to be an independent because the Democrats have just lost their way. No, you know who lost their way? All of you. All of you lost your way. Because you don't understand math. And you don't realize that fighting one or two large issues in this country would have been easier,
Madam Chair,
than the dozens of urgent fires that
Madam
we
Chair, I
have to
have
put
unanimous
out
consent.
now because of you.
We're in the middle of getting ready to vote.
Third
so
party voting helped.
We can't do that right now.
So
We can
if
do
you
that after.
voted for the Green
Is
Party
that the
or
rule? 'Cause the
whoever
clerk has
else or
not been ready for the
Donald
last
fucking
15
Duck,
minutes almost.
you did
You're
this.
not recognized. Thank you.
And
So
you're
we're not
stupid.
doing unanimous consent.
Not in the middle of a motion to table and a recorded vote we're preparing to take.
Is the clerk seated?
You are not recognized right now.
Fuck
Thank you.
everybody.
Okay, since we're sitting here in silence for the
You are not
purposes
recognized.
of
And
the
there's no
record.
point of inquiry. You are not recognized.
Okay, I'll do a point of inquiry.
Okay.
I am seeking an inquiry to
If
determine
you want
whether
to change
or
the
not
Democrats, change it from
it
the
is okay to
inside,
put
you
it into the
motherfucking
record
stupid
that at the time
motherfucking
that this
idiots.
motion was called, only Mr. Gosar,
I don't care what
Mr.
you call
Groffman,
yourself.
Mr. Higgins, Mr. Fallon, and Mr. Crane, along with
But
yourself,
vote
were the only
right.
Republicans that were actually in the room.
This is not a real point of inquiry. You're not recognized on it either. Thank you.
Disappointing.
Madam Chair, I have a legitimate point of inquiry.
Disappointing.
Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I have
Is
a
it for
legitimate-
real this time?
Oh, no, it's very legitimate, very for real. How much taxpayer money are Republicans wasting while delaying this vote to submit?
That's not a legitimate point
Yeah,
of
actually,
inquiry.
It's very
Thank you.
legitimate to
It's
the American
not-
people.
Thank you. It's not.
Very
You're not
legitimate to the American
recognized.
people.
It's not, and you're not recognized on it. Thank you.
Madam Chair, parliamentary inquiry. How much taxpayer money was wasted when some of the Democrats didn't show up to work for almost 2 years during COVID?
I love you, Mr.
Particularly
Fallon.
one from Boston.
Also not a point of inquiry. Thank you.
Who are you talking about? I'm sorry, are you engaging in personalities right now?
Yeah,
Who are you talking about? Who are you talking about?
I didn't say anybody's name.
You said Boston.
Who are you talking about?
This is not time for debate right now. Thank you.
Well, please, yes.
I'm being respectful of everybody on both sides there. Let's be respectful of one another, please.
I'm from Pittsfield, and I was
This is not debatable. We're not having a debate on this. We're getting ready to take a recorded
definitely
vote.
throwing
Everyone
shade.
can sit down and turn their microphones off unless you have a point of inquiry, an appropriate point of inquiry. Thank you.
Yeah, whatever her name is, Corinne Pierre, fuck her. Fuck her and her book. Fuck you and your book.
To be on the House floor eulogizing a black woman dying in Georgia because of your policies.
Wow. Yeah, if you want to change a party, change it from the inside or be an independent. But think about what you're saying. Think about what you're saying. Think about this environment and what your words mean in this environment. This is something you should consider before you write a book and say, "Oh, everything was terrible and Biden was terrible and Jill Biden was terrible." I mean, I don't give a shit. He's not the president anymore. We lost. What the fuck else do you want? And guess what? Everybody lost in this equation. Not just us. Everybody. Because we're doing this instead of actually legislating. So step up. Come on, people. Take your responsibility for what you did. If you wanted anarchy, oh, is this what you meant? Is this the anarchy you were hoping for? Is this it? Is people being taken out of nail salons and I saw one yesterday and restaurants, or out of their immigration meetings and kidnapped to another country? Is that what the anarchy you were hoping for? Was that it? Was that what you thought would be the powder keg that would really just change everything and then we move to utopia? Is that what you thought? Because you read it in a book somewhere? Or some fucking guy with a beard told you that's what you should think?
Madam Chair, point of inquiry.
Fuck you.
Yes, ma'am.
You said
Fuck
that we were
you.
about to take the vote in the clerk.
Yes, we're about to take the vote.
Never mind.
Thank
I was like,
you.
Don't give a
your
flying
members
fuck.
finally showed up. I mean, let's go.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah. I'm blown away by this country. I'm blown away. I'm blown away. Y'all are so concerned about who's middle of the road, who's far left, who's this left, who's that left, who's this left, who's that left. Get the fuck over yourselves. Get the fuck over yourselves. I don't care what you call me. I don't care, but I'm going to vote for the administration, and I've said this from the beginning.
All right. A recorded vote is ordered, and the clerk will call the roll.
Potential power with.
Yeah, good stuff.
Mr. Jordan.
I'm sorry. I'm calling a thing. I'm sorry. And if everybody wants to step up and say, but wait, Lolo, this is why I voted the way I did, or why I
Mr.
stayed
Jordan
home.
votes yes.
I can't wait. Do
Mr.
tell.
Turner.
Please tell me what your brilliant fucking idea was. I want to know.
Mr. Gosar.
Jesus Christ on a cracker.
Ms. Fox.
Yes.
Ms. Fox votes yes. Mr.
She's going
Grothman.
slow. She's going slow so that there can be more Republicans in
Mr.
there.
Grothman votes yes.
Really? Incredible.
Mr. Cloud.
In-fucking-credible.
Mr. Cloud votes yes.
Well, when's the revolution? Because I'm here and I'm ready. Okay, I've been ready.
Mr. Palmer.
If this is what you
votes
wanted,
yes.
if this is the anarchy
Mr.
that you
Higgins.
wanted, bring it. Let's go.
Mr. Higgins votes yes.
Let's move on to that utopia.
Mr. Sessions.
Okay, bitch?
Mr. Sessions votes aye.
And don't guilt us for
Mr.
saying
Biggs.
that, Carrie. Stop guilting people for it's time to vote all blue.
Mr. Fallon.
Stop it. Because we're not,
Mr.
that's
Fallon
not like a,
votes aye.
stop looking down
Mr.
on people
Donalds.
because they make decisions like that. Okay?
Mr.
I'd rather they
Donalds
make
votes
that decision
yes.
than whatever the
Mr.
fuck
Perry.
that other thing was where you decide that your principles
Mr. Perry
somehow
votes
don't include
aye.
children.
Mr. Timmons.
Your principles don't include
Mr.
genocide.
Timmons votes yes. Mr. Burchett.
Okay?
Mr.
Because that's what your
Burchett
principles
votes
got
yes.
you.
Ms.
A
Green.
full ethnic cleansing of Gaza.
Ms. Green votes yes.
You fucking
Ms.
trash. You fucking trash people.
Miss Luna. Miss Luna votes aye.
Really,
Mr.
make it make
Langworthy.
sense. Tell me why. Give me a reason.
Mr.
Change my
Burleson.
mind.
Mr. Burleson votes yes.
Change my mind.
Mr. Crane. Mr. Crane votes yes. Mr.
Because this
Jack.
isn't theoretical. This
Mr.
isn't
McGuire.
the demise of democratic values or whatever
Mr.
this
McGuire
fucking anarchist
votes
told
yes.
me on Blue Sky.
Mr. Gill.
That's
Mr.
not what
Gill
it is.
Votes yes.
It's a lack of bravery.
Mr. Lynch.
It's a lack of effort.
Mr. Lynch votes no. Miss Norton.
Not a goddamn
No.
principled position.
Miss Norton votes no.
Because you're not fighting for shit.
Mr. Krishnamurthy.
No.
You're fighting for being
Mr.
cool at the bar.
Krishnamurthy votes
You're
no.
fighting for
Mr. Khanna.
some kind of moral superiority
Mr.
you
Khanna
think you have,
votes no.
when in fact you are
Mr.
morally
Mfume.
bankrupt.
No.
Mr. Mfume
So please
votes
step
no.
up and prove me wrong.
Miss Brown.
Do tell.
Miss Brown
Do tell
votes no.
why doing that
Miss Stansbury.
was so important and so much going to push us to the next
Stansbury votes
utopia.
no.
Because I'm waiting for
Mr.
that. I'm
Garcia.
just waiting.
Mr. Garcia votes no. Mr. Frost. Mr. Frost votes no. Miss Lee. Miss Lee votes no. Mr. Kassar.
I don't know. Wait, Carrie, of
Mr.
course I'm talking
Kassar
to you.
votes
Oh, yeah, no,
no.
I'm not talking to you. I'm
Ms.
just saying,
Crockett.
yes,
No.
vote blue no matter who.
Ms.
And I
Crockett
remember when
votes
people
no.
would say that in the past,
Randall.
other people would get down on them and like, oh, that's
Ms.
a terrible
Randall
thing to tell
votes
people to
no.
do. Well, maybe
Mr.
it's not.
Subramaniam.
Maybe it's not.
Mr. Subramaniam votes no.
They,
Miss Ansari.
so they called a vote to call Elon. The Democrats asked Elon to be subpoenaed to come before the committee on oversight, and the committee on oversight and testify. And this is the vote to table that particular vote, that they don't want to vote on having Elon Musk be subpoenaed to testify. So that's where we're at. I don't, you know what? And I think the two-party system will evolve. It will. I mean, it just will.
Not recorded.
People will change.
Ms. Boebert
Everything
votes
will
aye.
change. You know, like that will happen. That will happen. But this is not the way, because this is what we got. This is what we got. So I'm not interested in telling people what to do. I'm interested in having
Chair,
people
Parliamentary
think about
Inquiry.
it and think, what is the best strategy to get to the end
The
goal
clerk will report
of a
the
more
tally.
perfect union?
Madam Chairwoman, on this vote, the ayes are
Fucking
21,
hell.
the nays are 20.
The
lost.
ayes have it, and the motion to table is agreed to. The committee will now
Oops.
resume.
Oh, they didn't lose. Damn it. It was the tabling motion, not the subpoena. Damn
Okay,
it.
I now request unanimous consent that Representative Mouskowitz of Florida and Trahan of Massachusetts will be waived on to today's hearing for the purpose of asking questions. And without objection so ordered.
Yes, that's what
I'm
it means.
I'm pleased to
Neil.
introduce
Yeah.
our witnesses
They're not
for
gonna,
today's
They're not going to
hearing.
subpoena Elon
Our first
Musk.
witness today is Mr. Ili Barakhtari, the president of the Special Competitive Studies Project. Our second witness is Mr. Bhavin Shah, founder and chief executive of the AI company MoveWorks. Our third witness is Ms. Linda Miller, former deputy executive director of the Pandemic Response Accountability Committee and founder of TriClat. Our fourth witness is Mr. Adam Thierer, senior research fellow at R Street Institute.
Fuck this
And our
place. Fuck
fifth
everything.
witness
I'm
today
done.
is Mr.
Fuck
Bruce
everything.
Schneier from the Harvard Kennedy School. We welcome everyone, and we're pleased to have you here this morning. So pursuant to Committee Rule 9G, the witnesses will please stand and raise your right hands. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you are about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Let the record show the witnesses all answered in the affirmative. We appreciate all of you being here today and look forward to your testimony. Let me remind the witnesses that we have read your written statements and they will appear in full in the hearing record. Please limit your oral statements to 5 minutes. As a reminder, please press the button on the microphone in front of you so that it's turned on and the members up here can hear you. When you begin to speak, the light in front of you will turn green.
They
After 4
tabled the
minutes,
motion
light
to
will turn
subpoena
yellow.
Elon Musk.
When the red light comes on, your 5 minutes has expired, and we would ask that you please wrap it up. So I now recognize Mr. Barakhtari to please begin your opening statement.
I know, Gal. That alone is unbelievable.
Mace, Ranking Member Lynch, and members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify here today. I'm here to make one clear point. While developing advanced AI is a significant moment, the true measure of a nation's future advantage won't be who has the best models, but who has built the essential digital infrastructure and fosters the deepest adoption of AI across all of the society. To understand the stakes, imagine if at the beginning of the last century, our nation had failed to embrace electricity and yielded that transformative advantage to our competitors. The consequences would have been devastating. Today, we face a similar moment. The strategic competition in AI with People's Republic of China is intensifying. Since 2017, Beijing has launched an ambitious campaign to achieve technological supremacy as the key to its global dominance. China is executing this strategy by dedicating vast resources to integrate AI across its entire economy, society, and military. For example, they recently announced $47.5 billion semiconductor fund, which is designed to eliminate reliance on Western technology. They are on track to surpass the U.S. in raw R&D spending, having already tripled their investments since Xi Jinping came to power in 2012 to $500 billion in 2024. This is all built on dominant infrastructure, including more than 60% of the world's 5G base stations. This entire effort is backed by state-sponsored cyber espionage and intellectual property theft designed to acquire and weaponize advanced technology. While the United States still leads AI in research, our primary disadvantage is the slow adoption of these breakthroughs. We are hampered by bureaucratic inertia, outdated IT infrastructure, and a lack of AI literacy in the workforce. Overcoming these barriers is the key to winning the global tech competition. To secure our leadership, the United States must take decisive action in the following areas. First, we need to establish a high-level technology competitiveness council at the White House, modeled on the approach we took for the space race to coordinate a unified national strategy and drive rapid AI adoption across the government. Second, we need to significantly increase our investment in AI infrastructure by doubling non-defense AI R&D spending to $32 billion over time and codifying the national AI research and resource. Third, we need to launch a comprehensive national talent strategy to make the U.S. the magnet for AI experts. This means eliminating green card caps for the top STEM talent and promoting AI literacy throughout our educational system. Fourth, we must overhaul the federal procurement process to rapidly integrate cutting-edge AI from our most innovative companies. Lastly, we must strengthen our global alliances in AI, 5G,
my favorite
and cybersecurity
Insane Clown
to
Posse
ensure
song.
the resilience and
Motherfucking
security for
magnets.
us
How
and
do
our
they
allies.
work?
The bottom line is this. This is not just a competition of invention, but of adoption. It's about who can set the rules for the future. We have faced moments like this before. From the space race to the digital revolution, our nation's greatest strength has always been our ability to unite our vision with decisive action.
Oh, really?
By
Is that
embracing
what it
this
is?
challenge
Oh, I'm
together
sorry, I missed that.
across government, industry, and academia, we will not only secure our leadership, but build a more prosperous and secure future for all
beautiful day in
Americans.
Montreal.
Thank you, and I
Nice.
look forward to your questions.
Yay!
Thank you. I'll now recognize Mr. Shah for his opening statement.
Chairwoman Mace, Ranking Member Lynch, and distinguished members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify on government use and procurement of AI. I am Bhavin Shah, CEO and founder of MoveWorks. MoveWorks is an enterprise AI company that has spent 9 years successfully helping some of the world's largest organizations to use AI to transform their operations. Today, we face a moment of national importance. The question before us is not whether the federal government should adopt AI, it's whether we will lead or follow. Before we talk about the procurement hurdles that we have faced, let me explain to you what MoveWorks does. MoveWorks transforms how organizations support their employees. We do this through an enterprise AI assistant.
Get the fuck out of here, Shaw.
And employees interact conversationally with the assistant in a chat-based interface. They can get IT support, ask HR questions, and find company information. But the assistant is not just for looking up information. It can also be used to take action, such as scheduling time off or obtaining software licenses. Behind the scenes, our platform integrates with all of an organization's technology systems. Because the AI assistant is a single unified tool, employees no longer have to log in and out of multiple systems to get work done. Organizations can extend the system to simplify and accelerate their most complex business processes, all done safely and securely while respecting permissions. We do this work by combining top-tier language models like OpenAI's GPT-4, Meta's Llama 3, as well as other models from Google's DeepMind, Microsoft, NVIDIA, just to name a few. We put these together with our own enterprise-specific models, all governed by enterprise-grade guardrails, including fact-checking, citations, and security filters. The result is AI that understands work context. It handles complex business processes safely and effectively, and follows industry-leading data protection and privacy approaches. Today, MoveWorks serves 5 million employees across 350 organizations, including major companies like Broadcom, Marriott, and CVS Health. We're also used by a number of local governments, such as Scottsdale, Ventura, and Durham County. In addition, government contractors like Leidos and Northrop Grumman use MoveWorks to make their businesses more efficient. We've seen firsthand how AI drives measurable results. Honeywell reduced IT help desk requests by 80%. Broadcom scaled from 10,000 to 50,000 employees without increasing service staff. And the city of Glendale achieved a 514% return on its AI investment. Our experience positions us uniquely to understand the federal government's complex requirements. The federal government has an unprecedented opportunity. You can leverage AI for efficiency. You can achieve cost savings. You can improve employee experience. And most importantly, you can therefore improve citizen services. We've engaged with agencies across the government and consistently see enthusiasm for AI adoption. But that enthusiasm has not translated into government procuring AI products like MoveWorks. We've encountered 3 primary barriers.
Oh my God.
The first is the FedRAMP process. MoveWorks invested 3.5 years and over $8.5 million to achieve FedRAMP-ready status.
So they decided
this
that
is a
case?
prohibitive barrier for smaller AI innovators, the companies that often develop the most cutting-edge solutions. Second, complex reseller networks. These force innovative companies to work through intermediaries rather than directly with agencies, adding costs without adding value. Third, multi-year contracting vehicles. These favor large incumbents over agile AI companies. These create delays measured in years. Meanwhile, AI technology advances every month. American AI leadership requires action, not just intention. The private sector has demonstrated that AI adoption can both be rapid and secure when procurement processes match the pace of innovation. I recommend Congress consider immediate steps to improve government use and procurement of AI. Embed AI education and adoption goal in agency leadership performance plans. Create government developer programs for startups to learn federal systems. Scale AI proof of concept programs for rapid pilots to all agencies,
CVS Health
similar to the Investment Horizons pilot program developed by the Office of the CIO within the Navy. And finally, establish agency innovator programs that allow smaller agencies to serve as test beds for AI implementations. Longer term, we must modernize acquisition policies. We must accelerate procurement timelines. The federal government employs the most important workforce in the world, the workforce that operates our democracy and defends our nation. These public servants deserve the same AI-powered tools that are transforming the private sector's productivity and effectiveness. We have a choice. We can modernize our procurement process to embrace AI innovation, or we can watch other nations take the lead in government AI adoption, while our agencies struggle with outdated processes and missed opportunities. I urge this committee to champion procurement reform. We need to maintain our competitive edge while serving citizens more effectively. Thank you, and I welcome your questions and discussions on these critical topics.
Thank you. I'll now recognize Ms. Miller for her opening statement.
Ms. Miller.
Thank you, Chairwoman, Ranking Member, and members of the committee. My name is Linda Miller. I bring a unique perspective today because I spent 10 years at one of the world's most admired agencies, the GAO, as well as I'm also the co-founder of an AI technology startup.
They all hate the GAO,
So I'm coming
Ms. Miller,
here
just
with
so
both
you know.
the perspective
And
of
I don't know
a
where
long
your brush
history
is
in
this
in
morning.
the oversight
No, I'm
community,
kidding.
as well as some of the challenges that have already been raised about trying to bring innovative technology
I
to
don't
the
brush
U.S.
my hair.
government. As DOGE is seeing firsthand, it's hard, if not impossible, to try and impose private sector innovation on the federal government. The data challenges alone are formidable. Agencies collect data poorly if they collect it at all. Programs collect their own data in silos. They don't share it even amongst themselves, much less with other agencies. In many cases, agencies don't even know who they're paying. They send money to states in the form of grants, and from there, the money trail is opaque, making payment integrity almost impossible. At TrackLight, to help illuminate who one federal agency was paying, we spoke to a company who FOIAs data on invoices to state agencies and sells it. For our federal client, we were going to have to buy the data to tell them who they were paying. The same issue exists at the state level. GAO reported on a grant program that administered by one state in which a company applied for the same grant 13 times in neighboring counties and got it because the states didn't share that data. The size and complexity of the administrative state and the volume of regulations agencies must comply with make agility and innovation next to impossible. My fellow panelists have made some very smart suggestions about turbocharging the rip and replace efforts of legacy IT systems and removing procurement barriers. But we have to be realistic about how capable government is to enact these rapid changes, no matter how badly they're needed.
Whoa. Okay,
I could spend
Ms.
my time
Miller,
this
what the
morning
fuck?
telling
What's
you
in your tea
about
this
how
morning?
we urgently need to adopt AI
Y'all
across
bitchy
government to
about
remain
something?
relevant, achieve cost savings, and improve service delivery, as well as prevent fraud, waste, and abuse. But I think you already know that. So I'd like to talk about what proactively can be done to move the needle. GAO has reported that there's almost 25 existing AI requirements in federal law and guidance today. GSA has established an AI Center of Excellence, which was required by law. Agencies have inventoried AI use cases. They've put in place responsible AI officials, but the government continues to show anemic AI adoption overall. My fear is we've created yet another bureaucratic morass, hamstringing agencies with compliance work, and only added the layers of sludge, further slowing down AI adoption. There has been progress. Recent EOs have sought to improve data sharing, which will improve how agencies make use of data to use AI. And GSA's FedRAMP overhaul is a step in the right direction. I completely agree with Mr. Shah. He spent $8.5 million trying to get FedRAMP certified and successfully getting FedRAMP certified. My small technology company is going to have to put out millions of dollars to do the same. But AI adoption is the perfect candidate for what's called a regulatory sandbox, which Congress can mandate to speed AI projects to implementation in controlled settings, suspending these layers of bureaucracy. Creative procurement solutions must be explored and carefully monitored, allowing lessons to be learned and shared across agencies. And outdated privacy laws that were designed for a world that was that existed long before the internet, much less artificial intelligence, has to be revised. I cannot state this more clearly. The bad guys have all our data. We cannot protect Americans' privacy in 2025. Today, privacy protection is going to have to involve advanced technology like anonymization of sensitive data and the use of other types of identifiers like behaviors and geolocation. I'd be remiss not to mention the risks, which are real. Lazy, careless use of AI doesn't just imperil the goals of the AI project.
That's why we have
sandboxes. The trust in the
sandboxes.
technology itself. Hallucinations are real.
They work.
Subject matter expertise is vital. Responsible AI is not just a buzzword. Humans in the loop means humans who are trained, knowledgeable, and paying close attention. This is not a set it and forget it tool. Now is the time to be bold. We can't change how government operates. Wholesale changes to legacy IT systems and the federal acquisition system will take years. But we can create innovative laboratories where AI projects can operate in proof-of-concept regulatory
I think there's something in the middle
and carefully
here,
controlled environments to start to show the art of the possible. I welcome your questions. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll now recognize Mr. Thierer for his opening statement.
Chairwoman Mace, Ranking Member Lynch, and members of the committee,
Yeah.
thank you for your
See?
invitation to participate in this important hearing. My name is Adam Thierer. I am a senior fellow at the R Street Institute, where I cover emerging technology policy.
Oh, you're
My
a
message here today
lobbyist.
focuses on 3 key points. First, there are meaningful benefits to governmental use of artificial intelligence technologies. Second, Congress and the Trump administration need to take steps to unlock those benefits by accelerating the modernization of government systems and policies. Third, we must appreciate the connection between broader AI regulation and the benefits the government itself can accrue from these systems. While the federal government is already integrating AI into systems and processes, progress has been slow, and there needs to be more urgency to tap the many benefits that AI can offer. The bipartisan House Task Force on Artificial Intelligence report from last December noted that, quote, each year the federal government spends over $100 billion on information technology and cybersecurity. Approximately 80% of this spending goes to operating existing legacy systems that are typically outdated and underpinned by archaic software and hardware components. AI can help address this persistent problem. Last year, the U.S. Chamber of Commerce released a study on how improved IT processes and aid agencies already help to, quote, modernize infrastructure, enhance citizen services, improve national security, and foster innovation, and unlock significant long-term cost savings and efficiencies along the way. Doing more with AI could generate even broader benefits. Accenture estimates that by tapping AI systems, federal agencies could unleash, quote, a productivity windfall for the U.S. government worth up to $532 billion annually by 2028. Just earlier this week, the UK government reported that a new trial of AI tools revealed how civil servants who use them freed up 2 weeks a year in working time, and 82% of them said they wanted to continue to use AI tools to boost their productivity. AI tools can be particularly helpful in simplifying paperwork and procedural hassles. AI has already been used to improve public records management at many different agencies, including document declassification and Freedom of Information Act.
I wonder how much of that has been
AI can also
audited.
help streamline specific regulations and make them more cost-effective to ensure greater value to taxpayers. AI is already helping governments better administer various public services, including infrastructure management, public safety efforts, healthcare delivery, environmental monitoring, emergency responses, workforce development, and various other citizen services. As Congress and the executive branch look to continue to clear a path to efficient government AI uptake, the focus should continue to be on addressing barriers to implementation through 5 main priorities. First, modernize federal acquisition policies to boost AI adoption, especially by encouraging easier acquisition of sophisticated but cost-effective commercial systems.
It's so funny because
Second,
they act
streamline
like there's going
paperwork
to
and
be a
use
federal
requirements
government.
associated with federal
That's
AI
the funny
contracts
part.
and deployments, especially for small
That's the funny
businesses and
part.
open source providers. Third, ensure government data sets are AI-ready and interoperable such that the public, researchers, and other organizations
They're
can more
already
easily benefit
doing.
from them.
Oh, AI
Fourth,
already audited.
enhance
Okay,
in-house
good.
government AI
Fabs.
talent and improve technical
It's
literacy
goob.
at all levels. And fifth, boost trust and security in government technology
AI already audited
Congress has
it
already
and
passed
said
several
it is
laws to
goob.
facilitate some of these goals. And bipartisan
perfect.
efforts by both the Biden and Trump administrations have helped expand those efforts,
You're
including
glad
through
you
chief
missed
AI
it.
officers in federal agencies. The OMB recently
Believe
released
me.
very important guidance requiring agencies to, quote, adopt a forward-leaning and pro-innovation approach that takes
Yeah.
advantage of this technology to help shape the future of government operations
Innovate.
and, quote, harness solutions
see?
that bring the very best
Does
value
she
to
have an Olympic
This committee and
necklace
others
on?
should assist these efforts by helping the administration
Is
ensure that
Miss
agencies
Miller
are
an
AI ready
Olympian?
for the future. That means closer oversight of agency modernization and digitization efforts, plus the necessary funding to get the job done. Finally, Congress should recognize there is an
she's
important
an
connection
Olympian.
between broader AI policy and the
Looks like
benefits
she only got the
governments can
silver,
gain
though.
from AI systems. Proposals to regulate AI systems are proliferating rapidly, with over 1,000 AI-related bills already introduced just 5 months into 2025. If these mandates expand, they will significantly raise the cost of deploying advanced AI systems because complicated, confusing
become a
compliance
machinist.
regimes would
That's what they
hamstring
said.
developers, especially smaller ones. A
That's why they
confusing
don't want
patchwork of
kids to
state
go
and
to
local red tape
college.
will not only undermine the
They
market
need
for
more
commercial
machinists.
systems, but it will also undermine the
Grist
government's
for the
ability
mill,
to choose
if
from a
you will.
diverse array of competitive, cost-effective options. One recent study from CCIA reported the federal preemption of
Tom.
state-level AI regulation would
Mind
benefit the
recent
federal
traffic.
balance
Ah,
sheet
you're cute.
by up to $269 billion over the next decade by lowering procurement costs
I
for
can
the federal
imagine
government.
cases it would help in my
Congress
job, but
needs
not
to
without
protect
a
the
lot of
interstate
work.
marketplace and ensure a robustly innovative and competitive AI ecosystem can develop. Some degree of preemption is needed to achieve this goal and ensure a diverse array of cutting-edge AI solutions are available to government agencies
God,
and
these
to the
people are
public
so boring.
as
I'm
consumers of
sorry.
both private
It's a
and
good topic,
public
but
services.
I'm like,
Thank you
what?
so much for inviting me here
Why don't you
today. I look
bottom
forward to
line
your
it?
questions.
Thank you. And Mr. Schneier, you're now recognized for your opening statement.
Thank you, and thanks for inviting me.
So I'm a technologist. I've been working in cryptography and cybersecurity since the early 1990s. I write, I teach, I consult, I start companies. I thought a lot about the role of AI in democratic government. I actually wrote a book on this topic that'll be published in October. Previous 4 speakers have talked about the promises of this technology.
Democracy. All right,
I want to talk about the
up.
national security implications of the way our country is consolidating data and feeding it to AI models. Chairman Connor said in his statement about this hearing that he wanted to unleash AI responsibly while protecting the interests and rights of all Americans. Doge's actions do exactly the opposite.
MIT Press.
Over the last few months, Doge's affiliates have spread across government. They are still exfiltrating massive U.S. databases, processing them with AI, and offering them to private companies such as Palantir. These actions are causing irreparable harm to the security of our country and to the safety of everyone, including everyone in this room, right, regardless of political affiliation. This unprecedented security risk is a result of 2 things.
Wow.
Doge's sloppy cybersecurity regarding our data and regarding the networks.
I haven't heard
they've
about that,
accessed.
Tom.
And also the overtrusting of AI, current technology, to take over human tasks. You all need to assume that our adversaries have copies of
There's
all
the link to that guy's
data
book.
Doge has exfiltrated and have established
I'm
access
gonna get
into
it.
all
I'm
the
gonna get it.
networks that Doge has
I'm gonna
removed
buy it. We're gonna
security
read it.
controls from.
We're
And
gonna
your
read
data
it.
can be used against you. Right? Consider the coercive power of your financial records or your medical records or the government clearance form you filled out. Whoever you think of as your enemy or an enemy of the United States, they can use this data to coerce you or a family member or a member of your staff. And this is true for any elected official or CEO or police officer or judge or nuclear power plant operator. Like really, it's true for everyone. The more powerful you are or the more critical your role, the more likely it is that someone will seek to use your data against you. There's also a military concept called preparing the battlefield, which are the things that you do into the enemy in peacetime to make wartime easier. So China hacking backdoors into our power grid is an example of that.
It's
and
not
preparing
out
to
till
use our data
October.
against us is another. So you should assume that any
damn
significant
it.
military action against the United States will start with every general's
just
bank
ordered
account
it.
being zeroed out. And maybe your bank account's being zeroed out. Because there's nothing more distracting than your distraught families. Data is power. Any entity, government or corporate, that holds individual data has the ability to understand, predict, even manipulate behavior. Right? This is
Is he at
Facebook's
Harvard?
business model.
I
Our
know
government
someone at the
collects
Harvard
incredibly intimate
Human
data
Rights,
about Americans.
blah, blah, blah.
But its power is limited by how
I
that
wonder if I
data
could
is
just
organized.
get him.
There was security in our data being spread amongst different government agencies with different rules governing use and sharing. Using AI to reason across disconnected data stores represents a massive increase in government power and therefore a security threat. Dodge's sloppy security practices also means we can't trust the data they're using. Did they make copying mistakes? Did some adversaries slip in bad data? Remember that nonsense about 150-year-olds collecting Social Security? That was someone misunderstanding how the data was encoded. Our adversaries are certainly capable of penetrating the security of any of the companies that Dodge gave our data to, and just as capable as poisoning our AI systems. Data integrity is vital, and good AI fed with bad data makes bad decisions and is untrustworthy. Irreparable damage has already been done, but the damage is ongoing. 2015, China hacked OPM, stole data about all federal workers. That was a major security breach. Continuous real-time access to data is much more dangerous. The longer these vulnerabilities persist, the more adversaries will be able to manipulate data and install backdoors. The more they'll be able to manipulate the AIs we're creating, and the more they'll be able to secretly influence our policy outcomes. Sacrificing cybersecurity in an effort to create an AI future not only risks the country, it risks the AIs, which in turn risks our justice system, our legislative system, our banking system, national defense, and all of us, all of you personally. So thank you, and I welcome questions and conversation.
Thank you. I will now recognize Mr. Gosar for 5 minutes.
Thanks, Chairwoman. Ms. Miller, you described the COVID process as a catastrophic event with a high risk of fraud. I agree. I am the only non-U.S. president of the United States to have ever killed a national emergency. I killed COVID. But there's not a single receipt, though. And since Bill Clinton through Joe Biden, we've spent over $13 trillion, let me say that again, $13 trillion without a receipt.
Oh my
AI
God.
to examine the funds spent
Wondered who
under
the
COVID?
fuck that was.
It depends on where that data is available. Certainly, AI can be used to mine any data sets that exist. The question I think you're really asking is whether or not that data exists, and I don't have the answer to that question.
Well, I hope that we'd have some database because we have a record of where it went, supposedly. So
Well, yeah, so we have a record of where a lot of the spending went, and of course, the Pandemic Response Accountability Committee, the organization that I helped lead, has a lot of that data on their website about where money was spent during the pandemic. When a lot of that money was stolen, something I talk about a lot, we don't know where that money went.
Past.
A lot of the money that was stolen during the pandemic went to overseas foreign adversarial nation states.
So there.
They also could have, how should I say this? If they were recouping, my understanding there was over 2,000 cases in Arizona alone that entities or individuals were actually sued by the government to get it back, resulting in compensation of over
and so it worked, I guess.
$300 million.
Okay.
We could use that as well.
What?
If it disappeared. Once again, it's based on the data, right?
What the fuck are you talking about?
It's based on the data. I don't think I'm qualified to answer that. Thanks.
Okay. Mr.
Don't-
Shaw.
don't
you talked about
entertain him, you stupid cow.
current System.
Loser.
Boy, it's broken. So how would you use
The
AI
silver medal.
during that whole process? Because our overruns in our
Yeah.
military are outrageous. How can we keep them on track?
But have you seen
how
the
does that
budget for the military, bitch?
Yeah, I think there's a variety of things to talk about on that topic.
Yeah.
One, you can use AI to help with the procurement process itself in terms
We just
of
use AI as,
analyzing vendors,
congresspeople.
summarizing, submissions, generating use cases and requirements
Arizona.
for the different agencies that are looking for
Really?
new technology. But I think before that, we need to sort of create an environment where
bad
these new
seed drill.
technologies
Yeah, it
that
just
can
kinda
be
looked
applied
like
to
that.
procurement or anything else
I
in
know
the
what you
U.S.
mean.
government can make their way into
Let me
these
tell you what else I
agencies.
got.
And I think that's a human process problem that we have an opportunity here in this committee to really kind of provide some oversight and correction so that we can go about delivering these great new technologies into these agencies quickly, right? We've spent years working on this ourselves to try and get into agencies. But if you look at a lot of these procurement, sort of processes, they're
have the children of
multi-year,
the corn.
they're outdated from the 1990s.
Of course
where
I do.
Essentially, you're thinking about
Hello?
installing software on some server rack that's going to last 5 years, and then it might take 2 years to actually go through the procurement process. This is untenable for young companies
Untenable.
who have limited cash, limited capital, who want to be able to
gotta get to
monetize
my
their
boat.
investments and especially help the
Gotta get
U.S.
to my
government
boat in the
move
Riviera.
quickly.
So could you use something like a blockchain? See, I'm not a techie. I got questions.
Okay.
So could you use a blockchain to kind of
you use a
utilize something-
blockchain?
I see you. I'll come back to you in a second.
To try
Down on
and
the
do
show.
something about
Is there
it?
some kind of technology?
Look at
that
my
will
white
help,
goatee.
preserve
Look,
some
I
of
got a
this
little
data
fur on my
or
chin.
save us?
I got a little fur on my chin.
We
It
do
keeps
not
the missus happy.
deploy blockchain technology for our solution.
Sorry.
We focus squarely on what employees can
This is why
benefit
I'm
from when
single.
it comes to using AI to be more productive. So I'm unfortunately not able to answer how blockchain can be
jokes
used
about
here, but generally
oral
speaking,
sex.
technology has been shown in the private sector to have tremendous impacts on their efficiencies and their ability to stay ahead and to lead in the industry.
Yes, Ms. Miller.
Ms.
I have one
Miller.
question for you. Could you use AI to
It's going to
audit
happen every time, so just
Medicaid,
fucking
Medicare,
deal.
and in
Hi,
comparison with
Muskie. Did you
hospitals
come in
versus
and I didn't
hospitals?
see you?
Yeah, that's a very, very good use case for AI because you can look at, there's a lot of claims data and there's a lot of information on providers, and you can look at all that data using AI very quickly and identify patterns that look suspicious. It's an area that I think really is ripe for a lot of innovation in the space because
Is a
CMS
blockchain
has the
a thing you put on your
opportunity
tires
to
when
really
you drive in the
mine a lot of that
mountains?
Medicare and Medicaid data using
Does your
artificial
AI
intelligence
NFT
to
have a blockchain
identify
browser
taxpayer
built in
dollars that are
for
being
making
stolen.
girls
Gotcha.
and
Well, I'm out of time.
GIFs and
I yield
memes?
back.
Making
Thank you. I'll
girls
now
like you?
recognize Mr. Lynch for 5
How do
minutes.
I get girls to
Thank you,
like
Madam
me?
Chair.
Can I use AI to do that?
Mr. Bakhtari, you mentioned in your testimony the value of educating AI literate workers, right? and Mr. Shah, I think you alluded to the same thing. About 25 years ago, I co-founded a charter school in Boston, a public charter school, and what we did was we saw that most of the jobs were being created were in math and science and STEM-related industries.
Here for the public charter school alums.
We created this school that doubled or tripled the amount of educational time that students would be exposed to math and science. It's worked very, very well. Those students score very, very high on math and science.
But they're all assholes. No, I'm just kidding.
Unfortunately, on Monday, the Trump administration rescinded $325 million from the STEM education grants that we provide to feed that type of activity, that sustain a move towards, stronger STEM disciplines within our student bodies.
Yeah, did you find Carla's watch
And
back
that was
there?
money that was already authorized, so it wasn't, up for debate. This is the stuff we did last year. Is that something that cutting $325 million?
Thank you, Tom, for the penny update.
In STEM
I really appreciate
grants. Is that going to help our effort here on AI?
Ranking Member Lynch, I think we have to be strategic about how we approach AI adoption at all levels of our educational system. I think if you look at what China is doing, they're introducing AI at every level of their educational system. I think for
so we're
kids
supposed to
going
be like the
forward,
I'm
having
confused.
a capability in their pocket to have access to an Einstein AI agentic application that can help them towards tailored education would be an enormous benefit, for the next generation of Americans.
Really? Okay.
Learning math and science
Making
would
little
probably help as
robots?
well.
All
I'm going
right.
to just reclaim my time. Mr. Schneier, thank you, though. Thank you. I think you're on the right track there. Mr. Schneier, can you talk about...
Yeah, he didn't understand.
So China has adopted an AI system that is total surveillance of their entire population there. It's non-democratic. It's quite oppressive. Their goal is to be able to surveil every single member of their society, know what they're doing, know what they're purchasing, and for oppressive reasons so that no one gets out of line. Can you talk about the need to, when we approve AI and choose the architecture for our AI, how important it is to make sure that transparency, that respecting privacy, independence.
Oomph has a little hanging over the
is to
ads
have
on
those elements of democracy,
educational apps.
Democracy.
I don't
itself,
disagree at all. I agree.
Ingrained
100%.
and embodied in our AI models.
It's vital, and this is why you'll see a lot of movements towards public AI. The notion of an AI model that is not built and owned by a for-profit corporation. Right? We can imagine other entities creating an AI. And that's really a matter of trust and integrity. Can we trust Grok or even the model from Google or Amazon or any of the other models? Or do we as a country need a model that is built on American democratic values and not necessarily corporate values?
Yeah.
It's critical to think about this. Don't think of it as one AI. There'll be many of them.
Right.
I mean, already there are over 1 million models on Hugging Face that are free, and it's becoming cheaper to create these models.
I want you to move to in your testimony, you talked about the dangers that Elon Musk created by the way he was diving into Social Security data and IRS data.
Can we just
and the
admit
danger
that Elon was trying to build his model using our data? Can we just can we do this?
US
Can we just say that out loud now?
I mean, and it's really a matter of process. The goal might be a good idea, but the reason we have controls around this data, who can access under what rules, in what configurations, are because it's so sensitive. And you think about the different data enclaves, and whether it's census or military data or OPM data about government employees or health data, this is very critical, and we as citizens give this data to the government for good reasons, and it's kept separate for good reasons, and it's kept secure. So when we read about laptops of data being removed, data being given to Palantir to train models that they're going to use to sell back to us, the security is a real concern.
Madam Chair, I yield back. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll now recognize Mr. Higgins for 5 minutes.
Thank
No,
you, Madam
don't.
Chair.
Oh, wait, hold on. I got to find something for Higgins. Hold on.
I'm going to be talking with you
Are you drunk?
mostly for the next 5 minutes.
Are you drunk?
So I'd like to dig into the controversies regarding the moratorium section of the BBB legislation currently being considered by Congress. It's across the country as part of the narrative of the discussion of AI, and I believe we have an opportunity today to clarify the intent and the specifics of that section of legislative language in BBB.
Oh, here we go. He's kind of this guy.
So in that topic, and please help me to understand, and in doing so, help the nation to understand, good sir.
Oops. Oh,
My
okay, that's
read
fine. You can
of
stay there.
the actual
Where's the
bill
I know what he needs.
states that to that section in particular, going to the
Yep,
moratorium
that's it.
under the section of artificial intelligence
like where
and
it landed.
information technology modernization. Says in general, except as
Gotta give 'em
provided
a little
in paragraph 2, which is essentially
Room
an
to move,
exception to the moratorium
Yeah, because
that allows
Elon
for,
left and took all the
sovereign
ketamine with him.
states to enact and
Who
enforce
opened a beer?
laws that
Who cracked a
remove
beer?
restrictions on use of AI.
Who cracked a beer?
But the paragraph says in general, except as provided in paragraph 2, no state or political subdivision thereof, quote unquote, may enforce.
Oh, I know what I need. Hold on.
Comma,
Yeah, well,
during
this
the
is great.
10-year period beginning
Real-time
on the
creation.
date of enactment of this bill, any law or regulation of that state. So my read is that the state is not restricted from debating and considering and voting on and passing and using their legislative bicameral body in each sovereign state to debate and vote on and pass laws regarding AI, and for that governor to sign that law. The big beautiful bill in this section states that the federal government is asking for a pause on enforcement. Am I right or wrong? And please embellish.
Yeah, thank you, Congressman, for the question. I testified about this in front of the Energy and Commerce Committee just 2 weeks ago, where there was a debate about the AI moratorium, and it's important to keep in mind that the reconciliation bill includes specific funding to modernize Department of Commerce technology systems, and there's a concern among members about exactly how that can happen if there's a whole host of conflicting laws at the
Right, and
state
the so-called
level.
moratorium is under that section.
That's correct.
Please continue.
And so therefore, that would prohibit certain AI-specific types of regulations at the state and local level.
It
Again,
would prohibit the enforcement
yes,
of state-authored regulations.
that are AI-specific regulations. It very specifically says that laws of general applicability are not to be covered by this, also criminal activity not covered. And so there are some important exceptions to this, and states are going to be free to continue to act on a lot of these different things.
So
but
this
it's-
moratorium, in the interest of time, just to clarify for the country, sir, this moratorium does not restrict the sovereign state's right to debate, vote on, and enact new AI legislation within that
Oh, this is that thing we were talking about, Max, that you brought up.
The moratorium is asking the states to recognize that AI by nature is interstate commerce, and under this section for modernization of the Commerce Department of the reconciliation bill, we're stating that the states should refrain from enforcement of new AI laws. Is that correct?
Yeah, yes, Congressman, and specifically what you said about protection of the interstate, the national marketplace is really crucial, and it reflects the broader consensus of Congress going back over the last 30 years about the internet and technology more broadly, that there does need to be somewhat of a national framework and make sure that we don't have a parochial patchwork that will interfere with the free flow of algorithmic commerce and speech.
Okay, that was a That was
6 seconds.
squared away.
Here you go. Here's your box of wine.
Thank the
Someone brought your
gentleman.
wine.
Madam Chair, I yield.
There you go.
Thank you, Mr. Higgins. I will now recognize Ms. Norton for 5 minutes.
Wait. Oh, wait. I've got to get the wine off the screen and the wig.
Government must leverage the best
Ooh,
technology possible to meet the ever-changing needs of the people it serves. From the creation of the National Postal Service to the discoveries that led to the internet, the federal government has a long history of embracing new technology to better deliver for our constituents. But our North Star must always be service to the American people, not tax breaks for billionaires or backroom deals to benefit the richest man in the world at public expense. As we discuss the use of artificial intelligence in government, we must have people at the center of the conversation, including the people we represent and federal workers who serve our country. AI is a tool that can empower our public servants, but it is not a substitute for passionate and committed federal workers. Ms. Miller, can AI alone replace federal workers?
Absolutely not. No, the implementation of AI
Test.
is
Okay.
very important when we think about building AI tools, that we're building them with the people that we need, that will use them. AI is talked about a lot as something that's going to replace people. I'm a strong advocate in using AI to automate routine processes and repeatable processes and free up people to do more high-level, high-skilled work. And so I absolutely do not believe that AI should be doing the work of the public servants. I believe that AI should augment that work and that we should work with public service as we put in place AI tools.
Thank you. Elon Musk and the Department of Government Efficiency has gutted so much of the federal workforce, firing tens of thousands of people under the guise of greater efficiency. But Americans know better. They see the negative impacts every day. As a direct result of the interference with Social Security administrations,
maybe we should just make SCOTUS
citizens now
AI.
face 98
When does that happen?
minute wait times to speak with customer service, crowded lobbies at field offices, and being turned away from scheduled appointments because the agency simply does not have enough employees for its mission. Poor customer service is not
Karen,
efficiency.
I didn't say hi to you when you
It
came
is
in. I'm
failing
so
to
sorry.
uphold the
I
government's
totally love you.
responsibility
Oh, the
to our
Olympics? I don't know about the Olympics, but
Now
the World
Social
Cup
Security
players are
Administration wants to cut an additional
sorry.
7,000.
I don't need to speak over Miss Norton. The World Cup. I heard that the World Cup players are exempt from those travel bans. Yeah, I don't know about Olympics, but I did hear that. Acquainted with a blockchain project seeking to gamify and automate legal process. Oh, that sounds really scary. My contact later said it didn't work for just the reasons I had said. The way I just asked the question. Oh my God.
1,000 employees and somehow use AI to handle calls from seniors. That does not work, because I know that when my constituents have a problem with Social Security, they would rather talk to a person with a computer, talk to a person than a computer program. The Department of Government Efficiency cuts are wreaking havoc on our communities, and it will take years to clean up the mess Elon Musk has left behind. Thank you, and I yield back.
No, I think she's missing the point.
Thank you.
It's
I'll now
fine, but-
recognize Ms. Fox for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. And thanks to our witnesses for being here. Mr. Thier, the Trump administration has expressed a goal for the United States to maintain its dominance in AI. Why is it important for the United States to maintain its dominant position in AI?
Thank you for the question, Congresswoman. As you've heard here today from several witnesses, we're in a serious race with China and the Chinese Communist Party for AI supremacy globally. And the broad-based ramifications of who wins that race are significant for our, not just our geopolitical security, but also our values broadly as a nation and for the world. And so there's a real danger that if we don't get AI policy right as a nation, that China will take the lead. Its products will diffuse throughout the world faster, and we're already seeing this. I was testifying earlier this year at a hearing on the so-called DeepSeek moment, and we saw, surprised a lot of us, including me, how advanced these Chinese systems are today and how effective they've been at filling gaps globally that America's not there to fill at the moment.
Thanks. I do think the answer is pretty obvious, but it was important to get something on the record.
Sure.
How has the Trump administration approach to AI differed from the previous Biden administrations, and why is the departure from the Biden administration's AI policy necessary?
Whoops! Oh, you're so short.
Well, the Biden administration approach was very voluminous in terms of rulemaking. You know, obviously the executive order, longest in American history on AI, over 110 pages. And a lot of it was very fear-based, unfortunately, and didn't embrace the technology as much as the new Trump administration executive order and subsequent orders have done. And so I think there's been a real sea change of approach here in terms of understanding the benefits associated with AI technologies broadly.
Thank you. Mr. Shaw, your company's been successful at streamlining certain administrative tasks for businesses in the private
Applehead
sector
has better hair than
and
she
helping
does, though.
boost productivity.
I mean, really, if you look
How
at
do
it.
you see AI technologies like those developed by your company
Look at
being
her hair is
effectively
much
used in
worse than the
federal
Apple
government?
doll's hair.
And what kinds of productivity gains and cost
I don't know what's going on with their
savings
lighting
could we
either.
expect to see?
Thank you, Scott.
Thank you for the question. You know, to put it in maybe
Rape
legislative
bots is
terms,
a terrible idea.
imagine you had an assistant that could summarize the status
I use the word
of a bill.
fucked,
Perhaps
not necessarily
maybe look
in the
up a
literal
constituent
sense.
problem that you've been tackling before a meeting, or being able to
Not
search
asking
all of
for
your
that.
notes and your memos about various committee hearings and tasks that have been assigned.
What
all these
happened to
things are
your-
things
your
that AI
comment
gives us
today?
today, and the private sector is using this
Bye, Lee.
quite
I'll see you
aggressively
later.
to make their own teams more efficient and effective. To your question about sort of what that looks like, there's sort of three
it could be in
categories
the
I like to think
metaphorical
about.
sense.
Scale.
That's what I mean.
Broadcom, for example, was able to go from 10,000 employees to 50,000 while keeping
I don't
the
have a
same
robot,
support
so
staff.
there's
That's
nothing
another
I'm gonna be doing
benefit,
about
which is
it.
you can take the same team and allow them to support a lot more employees in this case, but in our case here today talking about constituents. I think there's also employee time savings. The city of Glendale, I mentioned, did a 500% plus ROI on their investment, but that was 3,500 hours of savings from the employees themselves that they could apply and use towards other tasks and functions
is that what
for their
happened?
constituents. And then, of course, there's monetary savings, which is that if we can do some
Is
of
that
this
what
more
happened?
efficiently, that goes back to the U.S.
that what
taxpayers,
happened in
goes back into
Glendale?
the economy to get spent on further
Glendale?
innovation.
Thank you very much. Ms. Miller, according to the Office of Management and Budget, each year taxpayers provide more than $1.2 trillion, or nearly 5% of GDP in funding for thousands of programs across the entire government through grants and other financial assistance. With so much taxpayer money spent, it should come as no surprise that besides a very high-level accounting, the federal government largely cannot tell whether a particular grant award was used wisely or if it accomplished the stated goals of the grant program. This committee has worked on legislation such as my bill from 2019, the GREAT Act, to address the problem, but as we've discovered, there's not enough data available in the proper formats to evaluate whether taxpayer funds given out as grants are being used wisely. How could AI help us solve this problem and make sure that every taxpayer dollar given as a grant is used effectively and for its stated purpose?
Thanks for the question. Actually, we did something pretty innovative with my technology company, TrackLight. We were trying to figure out who one of the agencies that we were working with paid. And so we got access to minutes of board meetings, and then we used AI to scrape those minutes and identify vendors. And then we were able to collect hundreds of vendors that this agency was paying that they didn't know they were paying. Now,
What?
we can all talk about how insane it is that
What?
the agency doesn't know who they're paying, which is a serious problem.
What? Are you kidding me? How do they not know what they're paying? That's why when I was an executive director, I had to present every month to my board and keep track of every day, money in, money out. And I absolutely knew who my vendors were because I had a process for approving all the procurement. Anything I bought, we had an approval matrix for. I don't even understand what the fuck she just said.
But there are ways that AI can help solve this problem and start to sort of piece together who these grants are going to. And it's incredibly important for taxpayers to know that information.
Oh my God. Okay. Also, does all of a sudden no one know what a grant process looks like anymore? No one? This cunt? Any of these people know what a grant process looks like? Because I'm going to guarantee you there is always someone who knows what's going on with a grant. Always. Wow, this is so weird. They're like capitalizing off the fact that people aren't aware of what the processes are related to grant agreements and reporting and evaluation and all of the things. And how restrictive the funding is, usually, unless you get general operating. But guess what? There are no more grants really on general operating. It's always project specific. This is so weird to me. That is like, this woman has no morals. If she can sit there and talk about it and mimic some kind of right-wing talking point about what, how mismanaged all the money is. I'm not saying there isn't waste, and that's fine, but those are audits. We have audits. Maybe if they held people to standards on audits and the IRS actually audited nonprofits to make sure that they're not fucking scams, maybe then if the IRS was empowered to do better on oversight for nonprofits, then maybe you would be able to catch some of this fraud, waste, and abuse. But I'm going to tell you right now, there is definitely reporting. And I mean, I went through an independent audit every year. I mean, I'm telling you, this is just a boondoggle we're being sold. I know. You guys all know, but... Bleh.
Nice if we could just search things on Fireside. Thank you.
Fireside?
All right,
What's
thank
Fireside?
you, and I'll now recognize Mr. Mfume for 5 minutes.
Does she mean Firefox?
Madam Chairwoman, thank you very much.
I'm so confused.
My thanks to the guests who have come today. One of the things that strikes me about this hearing is that we don't have enough time, and we're all trying to get a lot in here. So I will certainly use the right that members have to submit questions for the record for 5 business days, because there are a number of you. Mr. Shaw, in particular, I want to ask some questions of you through that process. And Mr. Schneier, your testimony was chilling, to say the very least, so hopefully we can talk about that. But Ms. Miller, I'd like to start with you. Much of your work focuses on fraud prevention, and before we get to that, I'd like to go back to something that I heard that was just as chilling, and that was your description of these outdated privacy laws, which don't afford any protection whatsoever to what's happening now in 2025 at the rapid pace of this technology and its development. It's very scary to believe and to hear, quite frankly, that we are behind in that, because the privacy of Americans is absolutely important. It's just as important as what Ms. Norton brought up earlier, and that is the fact that people who are looking for Social Security or trying to get Medicaid or trying to figure out SNAP benefits are running into this technology and being run over by it in many instances. So can we talk just a minute about these privacy laws, which I assume they predate all of this discussion, and that there is, as I understand, not a real determined effort to upgrade them to be able to protect industry and be able to protect government and individuals?
Yeah, thank you, Congressman. The Privacy Act was passed in 1972, which was 52 years ago, almost 53. And we still have, that's still the law that governs how we protect privacy today, which obviously is exceptionally outdated. There are, in my opinion, there isn't a lot that can be done through the legal system to protect Americans' personally identifiable information anymore. I think we just live in an entirely new world now, and foreign adversarial nation-state actors, criminal rings, all of our data has been monetized, is being monetized today. 96% of information that's stolen through a data breach is used to monetize by a threat actor.
It took me a
and
minute.
so, because we have such an asymmetric situation when it comes to data, government
Tamara's
is going to
my
have to
favorite
get much
Real
better about
Housewife,
using
just so you know.
technology to protect privacy. And there are technologies that are in place, I'm sure that some from some of the panelists here today
She's not
are
96.
using in the private
Really?
sector. We can anonymize data. And so
I
we
know
can
that.
do things that can protect people's privacies. And we're going to need to think about this both from a legislative perspective, not hamstringing agencies. The Privacy Act and the Computer Matching Act keep agencies from being able to share
Bitches
data
living in the
that
90s.
they desperately need to be able to find these actors. And again, these actors are foreign adversarial actors.
Oh, really?
Thank you
Unfortunately,
very, very
we've
much.
gotten
Mrs.
rid
Schneier,
of the
let's go back
foreign
to your
whatevers.
assessment of
96.
the bigger you are, the bigger target you are, the more data is collected on you, and the more harm that will come to you, your community, your agency, your government in this instance. Walk me down that street again, because you didn't go into the fact that this is not science fiction. This is happening every day, and it's happening to the United States of America.
I mentioned China, the OPM breach from the last decade, where China went into OPM and took the data, among other things, all the clearance forms of United States citizens. And you can imagine why they might do that, and why they might identify who spies are, might look for people they can influence. And that is the sort of thing that countries are doing today. I mean, I'm assuming we're doing it to them. And so this data is very valuable at the government level for a lot of different things. I mentioned two scenarios. I mentioned a potential war scenario, a potential peace scenario.
I like the way he handles his
The more
papers.
data we have, and our data is being
I think that's
collected
hot.
everywhere. And so a lot of data is had by social media companies that know a lot about what we like and who we are and who our friends are and who's important to us. But the data we give governments is a different sort of data. If you think about the data that's on the tax return, or the data that the Census Bureau collects, or the military data, that's personal on a different level. And countries want that. They're going to want that in aggregate to figure out things about us, and they're going to want it individually. And coercion's a lot of it depends who you are, what coercion means.
Thank you. My time has expired,
Oh,
Madam
thank you.
Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. I'll now recognize Mr. Sessions for 5 minutes.
I get that.
Madam Chair, thank you very much, and good morning to each of the panel members. We appreciate you being here. A long time ago, I spent time at Bell Labs, where we were responsible for the network architecture.
I'm not Jeff Sessions.
But also
Don't think
the
it.
development of
Don't
the
think
switch.
it. Yes, that's
that
it.
would be utilized. We
That's
set
it.
standards and did
Oops.
things
Oh,
to
I'm so
where
sorry.
we had
Yeah, that's it.
unified way to look at how switch operated. We both know we had Salt and Volt Typhoon, whereby our government people learned that the Chinese had been into our our databases for a long time. Should have found it.
Get
didn't
out of
find
my
it, cost us.
database. Oh, wait, am I in
My
the wrong
question
thing here?
really is,
Oh, my
and I'm
God, I
sure
am.
each one of you
Sorry,
have
babies. Sorry, babies.
an answer for this, or at least your vision of that. All it takes is one node to be compromised. It's like a big fence that
There it
goes
is.
around. It just takes one loose place. Does the federal government, do we here in
Wait, here we
Congress
go.
need to
One
ask
boy,
someone?
one
Do we need to
special
deal with other
boy,
countries? Does there
one
need to be
boy
a
to
standards
love
body
with
that
forever
specifically,
and
like when I
ever?
worked at the
One
labs, to set
boy.
what those standards
Wait, what is that
are?
song?
How do we avoid,
Boy,
with all the things
Bye Bye
we're
Birdie.
doing, getting something that happens like that again?
Another one of my favorite movies.
Sir,
What's the lyrics to
evidently
that?
you've got your hand on the panel first.
I didn't.
Any ideas?
I didn't know
about
this
it?
was Jeopardy. That you had to be quick.
Well, okay, then we can go to you
No,
last if you want. But my point is, do you have any ideas on this question?
So we have things. I mean, this is the job of the NSA. Right? We have security organizations in the United States whose job is to protect American data. And I think we do actually do a pretty good job. And we have problems that a lot of data is in private hands. That right now, if you think about just the Defense Department, there are thousands of networks, but there are rules. And I think we're doing okay. I don't think we need an international standard. I mean, this is very much United States. I mean, NATO does things together, so there are groups. But this isn't like a corporate security thing where we need an international standard, everyone's consistent. The U.S. has U.S. problems, U.S. adversaries, and we do have U.S. solutions.
We also have battleships and aircraft carriers that are out in the middle of places. Anyone else? Thank you, sir.
What the fuck are you talking
Mr.
about?
Shaw?
Yeah, I think what we've seen, especially in cybersecurity, the NIST has created standards there that became adopted by a majority of the industry. And I think when it comes to AI and protecting data, coming from the lens of a startup, from a young company, we've looked at the new standards that they have around AI, and they're actually pretty good. And they do provide for a lot of recommendations that we actually follow. And then furthermore, going through the FedRAMP process, while I found it to be very expensive, there was a lot of amazing sort of things that they recommended in terms of infrastructure, software, process, and procedures that allow us to really make sure that the data is secured. And so I think that if we can have more of these types of frameworks, more of a lighter touch, it'll allow us to continue to innovate fast, but still give us all a true north of where we should take things in terms of our infrastructure and our processes.
Sir?
Not to
Sir, I would say three things. Number one, just to follow on Mr. Shaw's point, I think NIST is well positioned for this. I think the remissioning of the Safety Institute by the Department of Commerce 2 days ago, it will focus on really building the standards across our federal government
never get
how
over
to use
being
AI.
pants.
It's a step forward. Also looking at open source models coming from
give
countries of
vibes on
concern,
that.
specifically China,
But he's a
and what
CEO
kind
and
of
a
a risk they
founder.
possess in our ecosystem. I think that's the right step to do it. At the allies and partners levels, as I mentioned in my opening remarks, the Five Eye Alliance really provides us with a stepping stone of coming with some common standards among our five ally partners, and then start bringing other countries under the fold. And the third piece, as Mr. Schreier mentioned here earlier, what can we do on the offensive side? So our adversary doesn't get a hold of our data, they don't use it against us, and then actually we put them on the back foot instead of letting them, really attack us on a daily and hourly basis.
Good. Anyone else?
Just very briefly, sir. I just want to put in a good word for what the Trump administration has been doing with its recent executive
NSA's on
orders
the
and
chopping
OMB
block? I
guidance
don't
on
know
this
about
front, which has been to provide not only a framework for expanding the use of AI throughout government, but also getting more
Yeah, I
serious
heard about that.
security
Jim
vulnerabilities
Nalgren.
and other types of concerns. And recent OMB
Pence was
guidance
in
like
Ukraine. I didn't see
M25-21 and
that.
22 basically try to address these concerns you're raising.
I appreciate the
Well, let's
panel
put him
very
in a
much.
let's put him in a
Madam Chair, I
missile
yield back.
launcher and
Thank you.
head
I'll
him
now
over there.
recognize
No,
Ms.
I'm just
Brown for
kidding.
5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm glad this committee
needs
is
NSA
finally
if you've
turning
got
its
Gork?
attention to
Yeah,
the
we
federal
have
government's
Grok.
use of artificial
Okay.
intelligence because
Gork. I think
under
we should call it
President
Gork.
Trump, AI isn't being used to serve the people. It's being abused to serve the powerful. Doge was a reckless, unregulated, and unethical failure. And I wouldn't be surprised if some of my colleagues on the other side quietly agree now that Elon Musk is out here trashing their one big ugly bill. So let's be clear about how we got here. Musk and his cronies were handed the keys to our government's data. Let loose to sidestep security safeguards, strip away federal jobs, and exploit Americans' personal information unchecked and unaccountable. They used AI as a blunt force tool to slash thousands of federal jobs and gut billions in government spending with no transparency or regard for the human cost. But that's not even the most dangerous part. Doge has launched an unprecedented power grab over Americans' personal data. Earlier this year, reports surfaced that a Doge staffer with no credentials and no clearance reportedly accessed Americans' personal information and shared private data with third parties. I co-led a letter with Reps. Trahan and Del Bene demanding an investigation, and it might not come as a surprise that we're still waiting for answers.
Control S.
And we now know this wasn't a one-off. Whistleblowers have revealed that Doge is actively building a master database, a centralized system combining sensitive data from across federal and state agencies that includes Americans' medical records, their credit card numbers, their medical claims, their student debts, and much, much more. To build it, the administration has turned to Palantir, the surveillance firm
funded and founded by Republican mega donor Peter Thiel. And this massive trove of personal information is being built with no oversight.
Oh, that's what I don't have. I
No
don't have sweaty
security
Peter Thiel.
guarantees and no guardrails. Here's why every American should be alarmed. In the wrong hands, this database could be weaponized to target political enemies, suppress dissent, or surveil the public. And even in the best case scenario, a breach could expose millions to identity theft, blackmail, or worse. What's most disturbing is how much we still don't know. But what we do know raises serious concerns about violations of the Privacy Act, FISMA, and E-Government Act. This committee must keep investigating because we cannot allow AI to become a weapon of surveillance for surveillance, exploitation, and the dismantling of public institutions. So, Mr. Shire, how should Americans feel knowing that DOJ is pulling together their most sensitive personal data to train AI without clear safeguards, oversight, or consent? And what protections are in place to keep that data from being misused or exposed?
Well, we do have a lot of laws in place. We have laws protecting the data. We have laws prescribing how it is used, how it is shared, and that's what's being bypassed. So it really is more a matter of enforcing the laws we have on the books than writing new laws. I don't think we have a need to do anything because of AI, because these problems with data sharing, the security risks, have been with us for decades. And we do have laws, we do have rules, and they're being bypassed.
So let me ask you this. Given DOJ's reported practice of bypassing security protocols and exporting sensitive data to less secure environments, how serious is the national security risk? And are we making it easier for foreign adversary hackers to access government systems and Americans' personal information?
I mean, we are. We knew from the first weeks that some of the things DOJ was doing was bypassing security protocols. And removing audit trails. I mean, basically eliminating the security mechanisms we have in place to protect the data. We've had one example of a Russian actor going in after a DOJ employee using their credentials, and that's the one we know about. These countries are not stupid. They know how to do espionage. They've been doing it for decades. And so I think what I said in my remarks, we have to assume that all of this data has been exfiltrated by our enemies. I would be very concerned. Now, it depends on who you are. The more powerful you are, the more concerned you are, because the more leverage can be leveraged against you.
Thank you. Let me be clear. Artificial intelligence and other emerging technologies can offer real benefits, but only when developed responsibly and with clear guardrails that protect the American people. So I stand ready to work with my colleagues on the other side of the aisle who are serious about securing our nation's cybersecurity, safely deploying AI within the federal government, and ensuring that Americans' data remains safe. And with that, Madam Chairwoman, I yield back.
Thank you. I'll now recognize Mr. Biggs for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank the panelists for being here today.
Mr. Big Ass.
Mr. Shaw,
in
your written testimony,
Mr. Big Ass.
you describe how various communities, counties, cities,
Here, I got it.
two of
Hey,
them in
Peter, how
Arizona,
you doing?
Scottsdale and Glendale, are actually using
Glendale.
AI, perhaps becoming a hub of AI.
The
anyway,
land of my
using it,
people.
To
It's
become more efficient. Can you
Glendale.
expand on that for us? Tell us what they're doing and then
Kardashian
the
joke.
guidelines and or guardrails that they have in place.
Yeah, it's a great
The
question.
land of
So,
my
in terms
people.
of the
Land of your people.
cities
your
and
people
counties
are from
that have
Glendale.
started to adopt this technology, they're using it to make their employees more effective. What does that mean? That means that they can self-serve
Never
a lot
Don't
more use
mind me.
cases
I'm
than
just
they
going to
would have
take a
otherwise.
seat back
They
here
can
with
find
these
information,
ladies.
They can
Let me just sit
troubleshoot
next to you
issues that they
guys.
might be
I'll just
having
snuggle
with
in here with
IT
Ms.
or
Sullivan.
even an
Hi.
HR
How you doing, Ms.
situation or
Sullivan?
use case.
Or whatever your name is.
They can submit
Miss Miller.
performance reviews. They can do a variety of tasks that were otherwise very
Mr.
manual
Broke
and very
Dick.
slow and required a lot of
Who do you
coordination
think
amongst
you
folks.
are,
And so,
Mr. Broke Dick?
as I was mentioning earlier, City of Glendale in Arizona is saving their employees 3,500 hours now.
Given that the current laws won't be
each month,
enforced.
being
but
able
the
to
big
now
guys.
do more with those same team members to support the employees or the constituents of their county. And so I think that we see
I'm
this
all
across the
greased
private
up
sector.
and I'm ready
We've
to
seen
go
people use this
and
technology
I'm
to enable
pursing
more
my
employees
lips 'cause I'm
to
angry.
do greater levels of work and greater levels of output while still sort of maintaining all the privacy and the security that's required in any of those environments.
Thanks for that. Now, Mr. Schneider was talking about the laws that have been placed to protect privacy rights, and they've been in place for a long time, largely ignored from both parties, if quite frankly, if you,
Sing
in
it.
my,
Sing it,
in
Andy.
my opinion. But
Sing it.
But what I want to get to is something that Mr. Bajraktari said when you started talking about the Five Eyes community, and I just came from another hearing where one of the issues that we're having is that pursuant to the Cloud Act, the UK is trying to get
that's the one I
backdoor
wanted
hacks
to
into
fucking watch
Apple.
too.
And
Damn it.
they're claiming that they have some kind of robust privacy protection there. But the reality is they won't disclose what that robust privacy protection is, and they're keeping the entire process.
All these guys are broke dick. Come on.
Closed, obscured. And so I'm curious about how we can fully work with the Five Eyes community in the development of AI and yet protect the fundamental rights of American citizens. And so I'm going to ask you that question.
Thank you, sir. Great question. We have created the Five Eyes community during the Cold War.
Why did you ask for a
one
pardon,
of the
Andy?
ways we could
That's
share
what Mr.
more and fast and be ahead of
should
what Soviet
ask him.
Union was doing was, being able to share with our allies and partners.
Get his
I think there needs to be a starting point in how we confront China today.
Right.
I don't think we can confront China alone without bringing, our closest allies
Neither-
under the
Peter-
fold.
Peter doesn't
the
agree
speed and
either.
scale of how China adopts and uses AI for national security purposes is really breathtaking. So my point is we should start with a community of the most trusted allies and partners that we have.
So my question is, though,
okay.
if when you have essentially the abuse of rights that we're seeing through the abuse of the agreement, the cloud agreement between
out of the White Party
U.S.
for wearing
and
black.
UK, can you fully trust the Five Eyes to work together on
Are
this?
you kidding me right now?
And that's
I understand concerns. Sir. I think we
Are
have
you
to
really
work really
kidding
closely
me
with
right
them
now?
to remove obstacles, because I think the challenge we face ahead of us is that if we don't find a common language and build.
Did you hear what he just said? Can we really trust the Five Eyes? Now, the Five Eyes are Canada, UK, France, Australia, us, right? That's the Five Eyes. Canada, UK, France, Australia, us. Am I right about that? And you're telling me, I think who can't be trusted is us. Okay? Oh, New Zealand. Sorry, not France. Okay, thanks, Neil. So Australia, New Zealand, Canada, US, and UK. Yeah, we're the ones in that, well, I mean, the New Zealanders, their government is a little right wing right now, but let's just put that to the side for a second. We're the problem. We're the drama. We're the drama. Not any of those other folks. Yeah, it starts with you and it ends with us. You're right. I know. You don't have to be sorry, Neil. It's true. Call a thing.
Common security protocols, I think we would have a different world by the end of this decade. A world in which CCP will probably have access to all our data.
They already
the entire
do.
Global infrastructure will depend on the CCP.
Shut up.
And the companies subsidized
Stop
by
trying to
Chinese.
scare
So
people.
we have to find a ways to remove these obstacles with our closest allies.
I don't disagree with that. It's just we need to make changes right now.
You're focusing on the wrong syllable.
And we're not implementing anything fast enough.
Biggies.
So
Biggie small.
I'm going to ask unanimous consent to enter into the record the bill text from a new Arizona law passed earlier this month to close dangerous loophole that allowed predators to use AI and digital editing tools to create child sexual abuse material that appears real but depicts no actual child. It was HB 2670.
He wants all his
House
child
Republican
porn
Majority
with children in them.
And it updates state law to ensure AI-generated and digitally altered images that are indistinguishable from real minors carry the same criminal penalties as those involving actual children. I'd like to submit.
No objection.
I also ask for unanimous consent to enter into the record an article discussing how my home state of Arizona is taking steps to allow AI to flourish, showcasing that states can handle AI regulation responsibly and reap the economic benefits.
No objection.
Thank you.
Oh. See, some of these guys are not happy
All
about
right, I'll now
the big
recognize Ms.
bullshit bill.
Stansbury for 5 minutes.
All right. right. Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for being here. And I want to say thank you to the entire panel for your recommendations this morning. My background's actually in the sciences, and I've worked a lot of my career. I've worked in natural and earth sciences most of my career, including on big data and modeling. So I do appreciate much of what the recommendations are that have come from our experts. But I'm especially grateful that you're here, Mr. Thier, because when the huge abomination of a bill, I'll call it, came down the pike, my eye actually caught the specific language and funding appropriation in the bill that you referenced in your testimony. And I think many of us were confused about where it came from, what its intent is, and this is the first time I've had the opportunity to actually ask some questions, so I'm glad you're here. And as I understand it from my look into your background, that you've actually been directly involved in developing this language and request, is that correct?
Not that language. I've written about moratoria in the past, though, going back to the 1990s when I worked with Congress on the Internet Tax Freedom Act.
Got it. Okay. So you mentioned that part of why this deregulation language is in here that would preempt state and local laws regarding the regulation of AI systems is in part because of this $500 million request that's in the bill. Can you help us understand what would that $500 million be used to do specifically?
Going back to the bipartisan House AI Task Force report from last December, there was a major
what's
section
the
that led
money
off the
being
report
spent
about
for?
the need for government modernization of IT
Just
systems.
some specifics.
So specifically at the Department of Commerce, there's a need to actually improve how various programs function there, including new ones that have just been created.
Just some specifics,
Like
what
upgrades?
kind of systems would be built
Yeah,
with this
what kind of
$500 million?
Well, I don't know exactly. I don't know the answer to that, Congresswoman.
okay.
I'm sorry. I don't know
So you're just
specifically
saying-
what Commerce will use that money for going forward.
Do you know where
got
this
you.
request came from?
You'd have to ask the House Energy and Commerce Committee specifically who put the bill forward,
Interesting.
that language forward in the.
Do you know what companies would benefit from this language?
No, but I do know that there is a broad need for many different types of vendors and services to be utilized by the federal government, not
So
just
this
large.
would likely go to private contracts, correct?
It would go to many private contracts, certainly.
Okay.
Yeah.
And some of the leading contractors who do work in this area that already have government contracts are companies like Palantir, correct?
I believe that's one of many, but there's many other vendors of IT services.
Oh,
and
really?
AI.
Palmer
So
Lucky?
correct, yes. And
how about that?
I heard you argue just a few moments ago when Mr. Higgins was asking you
Prince?
about this preemption language.
Anyway?
That it was needed because there would be integration of data from state and local entities. And it's my understanding, I think others have kind of alluded to this, that right now the Trump administration is working on creating some sort of master database that brings together data from multiple different sources across state lines. And in fact, there was a request that went out to the states asking for data about SNAP beneficiaries because my understanding is Homeland Security is interested in integrating data for immigration enforcement purposes. So they would like to integrate data using the census data that they hacked in, exfiltrated, and downloaded. They'd like to integrate data with the immigration databases that they have. And now they're asking states to send data that falls under state jurisdiction to integrate for immigration enforcement. And, you can call it whatever you want. I've heard folks say this is not a master database, but it absolutely is. And we know that the Trump administration is trying to take American data and hire private companies like Palantir to create means to use American data for their own policy ends, including endangering the lives of Americans. So I think that one of the reasons why folks are reacting so strongly to this language that's in this bill is because it's so extreme. And yesterday I heard Marjorie Taylor Greene, I was standing on the floor while she gave a speech on this very language that's in this bill that would literally say that states and localities cannot enforce their own data rules or AI. It preempts federalism, it preempts state law. It would prevent states from protecting their own citizens. And, It's rare these days that we have bipartisan agreement, but I agree with literally everything that Marjorie Taylor Greene said on the floor yesterday. This is dangerous. It could endanger American lives, and we cannot allow this language to get through. And with that, I yield back.
Thank you, and I'll recognize Mr. Perry for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and ladies and gentlemen, thanks for making the trip and being here. I'm not sure what questions I have for you, but I do want to make everybody aware of some things that I am aware of.
I'm not sure of any questions I have.
I'm going to refer directly
I'm an
to a safety and AI
insurrectionist.
safety
Hi,
firm
Scott
named
Perry,
Palisade Research and
insurrectionist. How
another
you
one
doing?
named Apollo Research. Talk about things like the fact that the Chinese Communist Party likes to pollute the
Yes.
I don't know, the
There you go.
the available information in the world with all kinds of things that support the Communist Party of China's view of the world and not the free world's. And with that having been said,
States
I
can't
suspect
regulate
that all
any
of
AI
you are aware of
in their
the
state.
times that when various AI has been tested. I'll give you a couple names: Codex Mini, OpenAI Model 03, OpenAI Model 04, and other ones. The AI has chosen on occasion to further its goals as opposed to the goals of the people that wrote the code.
The robots are taking
on
over.
occasion, how about the instance where
I was talking about
Anthropic's
providing
Claude
state
4
security. I don't know
model
what that means. Do you mean like
attempted to
data fed
blackmail
into
the
it?
people it
Oh, that
believed
they'd
were
have to
trying to
use.
shut
I
it down,
understand.
and then it would
I understand.
ignore,
I think I
and other
understand.
ones would ignore shutdown commands, even
Right,
when
okay.
told in advance that shutdown commands
But that's what
were
the language
coming,
in the bill
and
is.
went as far as to rewrite itself and preserve itself on a different server to avoid the commands
I don't
of
think I've
the
heard anyone
humans
say that
in
people
charge
could
of it.
opt
Now
out
that
of
might
it.
seem that might seem like the view of a
blows my
Luddite,
mind.
but I mean, I've got pages and pages of AI deliberately disabling various developer-installed oversight mechanisms, shutdown commands being ignored, replicating itself, preserving itself without the user even knowing.
The robots are taking
Now, let me be clear. I
over.
think that the United States of America has to win the race and be
I
preeminent
don't even think
in
I have a
AI.
robot. Oh wait, yeah, I do.
But I also think, while I sit on the oversight committee, that knowing these things are occurring during tests,
Here's my robot.
that us encouraging as a committee or as a Congress
Here's my robot.
the use of these systems
I'm not a boy.
in places
I'm a
like
robot.
nuclear security
I'm
or
not a
national
boy.
security
I'm
without
a
having
robot.
these pretty obvious things worked out is
Have any other
dangerous.
bros on here?
Like
I don't
at a
think I have any
minimum, like it's
bros.
almost. I can't even believe we're having the conversation. Like, how in the hell are we in here telling everybody that we've got to incorporate this into the federal government, state government, all levels of government, including like national defense, nuclear security, when we know these things are occurring? And I don't know which one of you to ask. You all seem to be all for AI, and I get it's your vocation, your passion, et cetera. But we got a duty here on this committee and in this Congress to make sure that the right thing happens.
What about me? Why
And,
isn't anyone paying
humans,
attention
Americans
to
are
me?
supposed to be in charge
What
of the
about
government.
me?
Not some machine
What about
that
me?
learned from another
Me, me,
machine
me, me.
that picked up data that was polluted with
Me, me,
Chinese
me, me.
propaganda and is going to like push the button for us. Ms. Miller, you seem interested. I got a minute left. What do you got?
Well, this is a real concern, and GAO and other standard-setting entities have been really pushing for responsible AI frameworks. And this is one of those reasons why when we talk about AI, you can get a bunch of people in a room that are like, go, 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 lean in, do more adoption, faster, faster. But it's so important
It's
to
those
think about
people
these
standing
safeguards
over
and
my
how
shoulder
important they
yelling
are.
faster, faster that really gets me.
Responsible AI is incredibly important when we're dealing with national security information.
I'm trying
and
hard not to,
American
but the
citizens
two
information
broke into weaponry
things that
on a
could
post, they are veterans
threaten the
and
actual
punks.
safety and security of
Yeah,
American
I
citizens.
mean, I just
And
don't
so
have
it's
the same,
incredibly
but I
important
understand what you're
that
saying.
we are slow
I
and
mean, there's
deliberate
bad-
enough,
there's-
and that is one of the reasons why GAO and others
potential
have put out these
for
frameworks.
anything.
And it's really important. I agree with you as this oversight.
So are you
committee-
saying that the frameworks deal adequately with these things, or what am I missing?
Well, I'm saying that if they're considered and carefully rolled out, then those concerns will be at least taken into consideration. I do think there's a lot of risk in AI, and we should, I agree with you, consider where we want to apply this and where we want to.
So, ma'am, I have a little bit of time left, and I just want to say this. I think for me, it's beyond consideration. Like, before we hand this thing the nuclear codes, I don't want it to be considered. I want to know the damn stuff is right, not polluted with Chinese communist facts or their alleged version of the facts, and that the thing's not going to avoid the humans and avoid, detection and all that stuff. Madam Chair, I would like to enter into the record a request that be entered into the record. Apollo Research's report titled "Frontier Models Are Capable of In-Context Scheming," published on January 16th, 2025. And I ask that be
No objection.
Thank you. I yield.
Thank you. I'll recognize Ms. Randall for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you to our witnesses today for
There's
being
an article
here
I found about
longer
it.
than you even planned.
Thanks.
Mr. Perry mentioned some of the important reasons that AI use in the federal government is responsible for the lives and livelihoods of so many more individuals than, one of us asking ChatGPT a question, for our own purposes. And we've seen some examples of potential federal government uses of AI that have gone wrong. Mr. Schneier, Elon Musk and Doge have tried to throw AI at problems throughout the government with no regard to Americans' privacy, safety, and security, no regard to the 27,000 federal employees who I represent, and to, don't seem to be able to parse the difference between gender research and specifying that female flies must be used in NIH research studies. Can you discuss why the need for some of those higher standards in, a higher standard of AI use framework in situations like that, and what some of the pitfalls are of not providing a higher standard for AI use in government than the private industry?
I'm not sure it's government versus private industry. I mean, we would probably might expect the same standards in something like banking, right, or in university admissions, right? There are going to be these instances where the decisions made are important enough that we have rules and laws prescribing how they can be made. And it's really a matter of making sure the AI is suitable for the task, being able to audit what the AI is doing, correct for mistakes. And in some ways, it's replacing humans make mistakes all the time. And we as a society have thousands of years dealing with human mistakes.
I believe
from
this is
double
your
entry
point.
bookkeeping to
Rigorous
checklists of surgical equipment, make sure they're not left in bodies. We know when a human makes a mistake how to deal with it. To the extent that AI makes human mistakes, we're covered. But AI makes different sorts of mistakes. So a lot of our systems for dealing with them just don't work. So when I think about an AI being used, something important like a benefits administration, it's going to be how it's used. So I'm going to make this up. Like, we'll have the AI do the work, but it's only allowed to say easy yeses. Can't say no, just say yes. Everything it does is reviewed, and all the no's, anything that's hard, humans review. We can watch the AI get better or worse. We might give it more responsibility, but again, with a lot of audit. It's really a matter of replacing versus augmenting. One of the early questions was about AI in procurement. So I can think of two things where an AI is a negotiating assistant, assisting a human in negotiating. Walmart does this right now. Like, they use AIs because they have to buy a gazillion things to help with that. But the humans are in charge. And also possibly using AI for auditing. There's a really interesting work done on using AI to figure out which slaughterhouses human ag inspectors should visit. Right? There are a lot out there. We can pick at random, or we can have some algorithm. Again, the AI is not making the decision, the human is. So it really is thinking very carefully about how the AI and human work together.
I have a crush on this man
get the benefits
now.
of the AI without losing control. I mean, Mr. Perry talked about that. It's really important. But still getting the benefits of the speed or the scale that AI provides.
Thank you. You know, I think that is
such a reasonable
key
answer.
difference that you know, many of my neighbors and constituents are talking about. Use technological tools for more information, for data gathering, for the ability to distill things.
You could
but
even
when we're
have
talking
data
about,
analysis
say, the
would be
life
huge.
and death of
What a time
individuals
saver
who
that would
depend
be.
on NIH-funded research, or
I would have loved to have had generated
decisions
reporting that I
have to
could then
do
review
with
for
termination
accuracy.
of individuals because maybe they wrote an email that says a word that people don't like in it. You know, this becomes really dangerous and has real human impact. So putting in safeguards so that DOJ doesn't continue to make mistakes that are unable to be quickly corrected and that have real long-term impacts, I think is very important.
I think I want to
for
clip
us
that
as an
part that
oversight
he
committee
said.
to
Wait,
keep on top of.
what's the
Thank you, Madam
timestamp?
Chair.
About 2:40?
Thank you, and I'll recognize Mr.
I'm going to try and
Burleson
clip
for
that
5 minutes.
timestamp because he was really good.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for holding this very critical hearing on the federal government in the age of artificial intelligence. As we explore the AI's ability to transform this economy and the potential that it has to enhance federal program efficiency, combat fraud, and deliver better services to the American people, we must address a fundamental challenge to this, and that is
I
our
hope I didn't
federal
break something.
procurement system. Our current system is riddled with barriers, lengthy certification processes, complex reseller networks, and multi-year contract vehicles that prevent agencies from accessing innovations or AI solutions, particularly from smaller companies. This procurement challenge not only hinders efficiency, but
Yes,
also
I'll do
threatens
that.
America's
Great
global leadership in
idea.
AI.
Hey, Siri.
In the last Congress, the 118th Congress,
clip
my
all the
bill,
hot
the
guy
Federal
stuff.
Procurement Act, was reported favorably out of this committee and then successfully
Siri
passed
and I
the
have the
House
same taste in men.
with bipartisan
He knows what I
support
mean.
last year. I will be introducing the FIT Procurement Act again shortly. But let me point out that my bill directly tackles
I think of
our
that as
outdated
just
federal
like
procurement system.
assholes in the
This act
military, which I'm sure
streamlines
there's a
federal
lot of
acquisition
assholes in
to
the
empower
military.
agencies to further
I don't think
acquire
it's
cutting-edge
pervasive.
commercial
I know
technologies
people
like
in active
AI.
military, and
It
I
does
feel like
this
that's
by simply
still the outlier,
raising the
not the
simplified
norm.
acquisition threshold.
People
from
take their oaths very
250,000 to
seriously,
500,000,
and I think that
increasing
goes far
the
beyond just the
micro-purchase
few
threshold
fucking
from
assholes.
10K to 25K.
You know that.
And allowing advanced payments,
But, you know,
for subscription-based
always
software,
something.
which is what we see so
I'm not sure if they
readily
were active
today,
military
that
or not.
The federal government is not able to take advantage of.
But yeah, I'm not
With
shocked.
unanimous bipartisan support in the
Because
last
I feel like
Congress,
there's a solid
this
third
act is a proven common sense
that are
reform
just
to modernize
hardcore extremists
government, save
and are so
taxpayer
happy right now,
dollars,
but
and
don't know.
reposition the United States as a
Not
continued
quite
leader
there
in
yet.
the
The military
AI-driven
hasn't done
future. And I
anything
look
that shows
forward
us that they're
to
not going to,
hearing from our witnesses
you know,
about that.
follow
So
through and all that
let me
kind of good stuff.
begin, Mrs.
So, I don't know.
Miller. In your testimony, you discuss why
Everything
agencies
is
should
a
buy commercial
mess.
technology rather than
Investigators,
build custom
said
code.
that they had been running this.
As someone who was an in-house custom coder, I couldn't agree with you
24,000.
more. Could you follow up and
Sovereign
elaborate?
solutions.
Yeah, sure. Well, the point I was making in my testimony about that was that it creates technical debt when you're creating your code yourself,
Sovereign.
and because
All the
AI is
sovereign
moving so
things I've
quickly,
ever seen are so
frequently it'll be
goddamn
obsolete
dumb.
soon after it's built,
Full of
and so it makes
themselves.
sense to contract with vendors.
Sovereign
who have
citizens
more
are
updated
like
tools.
whiny butts.
I would just add that the
That's what I
bill
call
that
them.
you're
Whiny butt-
that you're
whiny butt
referring
baby
to,
cakes.
given my own small company's challenges, getting
butt
access
crybabies.
to small pilot projects and proofs of concept, given those very low thresholds, this would be very beneficial to small, innovative technology
Kim,
companies.
that is something that should be
Thank you.
regulated.
I don't have to now ask my follow-up question. Is it true that AI can be used to detect fraud in the grant process
Oh
effectively?
my
Yeah,
God,
there's so many
Becky.
great use cases for AI in the fraud space when it comes to grants. We can scan through information using open source intelligence. AI models, large language models, can sort that information incredibly quickly within seconds. And
I want to see all these grants. I want to see these grants that end up having fraud. I'm not saying they don't exist. Don't get me wrong. But I wrote grants and and worked in grant seeking for over 20 years. I've written a lot of grants. Please tell me where all these grants are that are full of fraud, waste, and abuse. Because usually those grants don't get approved in the fucking first place. And if there's easy grants to get, I don't know where they are because, again, I was a grant writer for multiple organizations for over 20 years. So I think I know what I'm talking about.
And spot
So
anomalies
I don't know what
humans
Miss
would not be able to
Miller's
spot.
fucking
Even
problem
if we were,
is.
a lot of times what is happening today are
whose
grant
dick she's
processors
sucking
are
right
pulling
now.
up Google and opening up different
But
screens
she's
and looking for
ineffective
things
in
on
my
different,
mind.
on
So
different
this
sites.
AI
Sometimes
model
they have
needs
access
to
to
go
open source
back.
intelligence tools, but they're still manually checking for that. AI makes that incredibly quick.
Yeah, we do have Nazi
Thank you.
sympathizers.
Mr. Shaw,
I would
you've
not be
highlighted the
shocked,
federal
Kim, by
government's
that
procurement
in the
problem
very least. I just
in
don't
their
know if I've
process.
seen any widespread evidence.
Based on your experience,
Let it
direct
go,
experience, do you
let
believe
it
that changes to the procurement
go.
process allowing agencies to pilot products
Let
like
AI
yours
run
before
the
going
show.
enterprise-wide
Let
would
it
allow
go,
smaller companies
let it go.
like you to better compete for contracts?
The AI
Yes, we believe that
needs to
strongly. I think there's a variety
know
of ways to do that.
your
One, creating more POC type programs.
birth
You know, a good
and
example
your
is the, I think it's called the Investment Horizon pilot program that the Office of the
Let
CIO of the Navy has
data
implemented. But the challenge is
fly.
every agency seems to have their own set of ways that they
don't need my
procure,
privacy
new
anyway.
technology. So to the extent that we
Oh,
can
that was too low
help
for me.
to normalize that will help us also navigate. You know, for
that was
example,
pretty good, though.
through the FedRAMP
Let it
process
go,
that
let
I've
it
described,
go.
of the 8.5 million, 600,000 I spent
AI
on
run the
consultants
show.
to help me figure
Let
out
it
the
go,
process.
Just to
let
get
it
certified.
Yeah, so
go.
it's like, you know, I couldn't have spent that on maybe more innovation or other
Let
areas. So I think
AI
that if you have
run
innovator
your
programs or ways for us
show.
to start with other agencies that are less security focused, will be a big help.
Is it safe to say the federal
Let
government is
the
a pain in the
data
ass client?
flow. There are active
It is
duty young
it is a
soldiers
complex web, and if you ever want to do a
Welcome.
secret shopper with me one day, and you can sort of watch how this plays out, I'd be very happy to show you what it looks
Thank
like.
you.
I yield back.
All right, now I
Oh,
will now
yes.
recognize Mr.
Oh,
Garcia
Kim,
for
I
5
know what you're
minutes.
talking about. Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Thank you to our
Again,
witnesses
I have
for
no
being here
doubt.
today.
I have no
I
doubt.
wanted to start by
There's a strong
noting that we know
contingent
that
of
certainly AI can
dickwads.
be an important tool for our federal government, for our federal workforce. That we always want to make sure that we're centering those that are
Always
working
hopeful.
in our government and uplift the work that our federal workers do every single day. But we know that AI can navigate and help government become more efficient and intuitive in many cases. I think we should be honest about that. It can also help
I know,
constituents
really.
get
The
services
Secretary-
faster. I've seen this happen
The
at
Secretary
local
of Defense
level.
has
I've
white
seen it happen, of
supremacist
course,
tattoos.
and then happening at the state level and here in Congress as well. We also know that many agencies
That guy's going to get
just
locked
need to
in the
move more
sauna
quickly,
one day.
more efficient. And AI can be a tool when you respect the federal workforce.
If you
and
know, you
work with
know.
the federal workforce.
Gotta
on
come
how
to
we make
Documentary
these implementations
Tuesdays.
happen. AI can also be used, of course, on issues around red tape.
Inside
I saw
jokes
this
on the
happen,
Discord.
Seeing happening in cities across
Right.
the United States. And we can analyze data better and faster.
Batter.
We can also work
Batter
to
and
empower
batter.
federal workforce in ways that they can use AI
Ask
to help them
Amaha
do their
about
jobs. I
AI.
think that's an important piece of this. It's also clear, though, that AI can be incredibly dangerous, incredibly disruptive, and certainly without guardrails can cause real harm to the American public and to the work that we're all trying to do.
Yeah, it is gross.
Now,
Kim,
deployment,
I agree. I
of course,
haven't
is gonna
watched
take
many of
investments
those,
in work,
but I
but
have
do
watched
have some
them.
serious concerns about how AI is used, and it's particularly in this
God bless him.
administration. And I want to
God
talk
bless
about
him.
one of them, which I think is actually really important. So this, of course, is Robert Kennedy Jr.
there you go.
Someone who I consider to be
Teresa.
an extreme anti-vaxxer.
Ding,
I
ding, ding.
believe for him to be a conspiracy theorist, and certainly has no business being the Secretary of Health and Human Services. Now, take one step back.
All
We
of
just
that.
went through a pandemic where 1.3 million Americans lost their lives, where businesses were shut down across the country, where healthcare was brought to the forefront of the public consciousness. And we know how important getting real medical vaccine testing information is to the American public. And right now we're dealing with measles outbreaks in Texas and other places. Information needs to be peer-reviewed, fact-checked, and done in a way that is responsible. But here, of course, we know that there was recently a Make America Healthy report that was
Love
put
Robert
out
Garcia.
by RFK Jr. and HHS. And I'm going to include in the article just this
careful.
quote.
Oh my
There were
goodness.
dozens
I'm
of
so
errors,
sorry.
including broken links, wrong issue numbers, and missing or incorrect authors. Some studies were misstated to back up the report's conclusions. or more damningly, didn't exist at all. At least 7 of the cited sources were entirely fictitious. What we do know from many folks that have read this report is it appears that AI played a role in developing a report about the public health of Americans. This is something that we should be incredibly concerned with. And let's be clear, RFK Jr. has a long history already of dangerous, unscientific beliefs. He said 5G and Wi-Fi cause brain damage. He said that you don't believe that HIV causes AIDS. He said that water can make you transgender. These are very concerning positions. And the fact that he puts out this report, and HHS, which has been long respected as an important agency, puts out a report that is full of AI errors and AI-generated content, should concern every member of Congress on both sides of the aisle. This is incredibly devastating.
Be careful with your air
on top of
quality,
that,
people.
Look at all the cuts that he's making to NIH and other health agencies across the United States. And so this is, for me, very concerning, and it should be for all of us. Professor Schneider, is it fair to say that these kind of errors in important government documents and health reports that could be due to AI are concerning to us and we should be concerned about?
I mean, they are concerning, but put the blame where it belongs. I mean, maybe the AI is not suitable for the task, or maybe the human who used the AI didn't check the work. And that would have been true if the human tasked an intern. I mean, so it's really a matter of what's the process by whatever gives you your first draft, do you look at it and make sure it's correct? We've seen the same problem with attorneys submitting briefs into courts that have fake precedents. I mean, yes, the AI made the mistake, but it's the human who puts their name to it, who says this is correct. They're the ones responsible. I mean, I teach this stuff. I tell my students to use AI, but you're responsible for plagiarism. You're responsible for the accuracy.
I agree with you completely. And sir, I also spent 10 years in the classroom teaching as well. And
it's really weird now.
And so same. And I think that the idea that we're now seeing so much AI-generated content produced in our universities is a different topic. But let me just conclude with this. I think your point is exactly right. AI can be a tool, but there has to be the human element. The workforce has to be a part of it. It has to be a responsible user of AI, and so that we don't end up with medical reports that are false. And with that, I yield back. Thank you.
Thank you. I will now recognize Mr. Grothman for 5 minutes.
No! Chester the molester?
Thank you. I'll
Fuck
start
him.
with Ms. Miller. In your
This
testimony,
guy is the
you
most
noted
Chester the
government loses
molester
more
on
than
this
$500,000
committee.
to fraud every year. Given that astonishing
Fraud, waste, and
amount,
abuse.
what can the federal government learn from the private sector? Because we know
Let's see,
the private
where are we going to
sector
put on
is
you?
with that,
Yep,
right?
that's right. He's creepy
Yeah, it's a
as
half a
fuck.
trillion.
Yeah.
And it is an astounding amount. What we can learn from the private sector is, and this I frequently say this when people ask
How
me
to
this
pick your
question.
nose?
A bank invests in fraud prevention technology because they know that they're going to save more money with that investment than they are going to spend on the tool. A private sector company would never spend money on something it wasn't going to have a better
John
return on
McCain.
investment
Hell
than
yeah.
the government, because fraud is deceptive
Back
and we
when
don't
men
see
were
it.
men.
We don't invest in anything to try to stop it. And so it's this sort of happy sort of story that agency leaders can tell them, because if they don't go looking for fraud, they don't find it, and then they don't have to invest in technology to prevent it. And so then you have GAO coming out and saying, hey, we're actually losing $500 billion a year or more, I believe it's more, to fraud, and the agencies are not being held accountable.
I'll give you a kind of related question. Obviously, the answer is, we're going to build more technology and blah, blah, blah.
Blah, blah,
we
blah.
learned from DOGE a little bit about the work ethic of some of the federal employees. As we spend more money somewhere to stop this
We make work ethic
fraud,
different.
do you think it should better be spent on hiring new government
Bergham's
employees?
watching
or
you.
maybe hiring out to somebody else who can try to detect this fraud?
Well, I wouldn't think.
Oh, here
I
we
don't
go. You
think
need
that
it too,
government
sweetheart.
employees
You're
themselves
not immune.
have the tools to be able
I'm
to
putting
find
a
this
wig on
fraud. So
you.
whether you hired more
You have
government
a weird
employees or whether
take
you
on
contracted
everything.
it out, I still
don't like
think
you.
that there's such a lack of focus on it.
I don't like you.
I do think that concerted investment, whether that's
was
in
right
people or
when I said you
technology
should
or
have
both,
combed
it
your
really is
hair
gonna need
today.
both, will be needed if we really want to move the needle on this.
Okay. Do you feel, though, that
crunchy, judgmental
the bulk
bitches.
of the work is going to have to be done by contracting out to somebody or other?
Well,
Olympic
I mean,
loser.
I think generally speaking, the federal workforce doesn't have the skill sets that they need to be able to find fraud.
Okay.
And we should be
What?
skilling them up, or we should be contracting it out, yes.
Okay. What's preventing the federal government from implementing similar AI practices that they have in the private sector?
A willingness to pretend that it's not happening, because most
willingness-
agencies are more focused on
A willingness to pretend it's not happening. When asked what prevents government from utilizing AI the way private industry does, whatever that means, her answer, her first thought is that. That's her first thought. No, she would be under Elmo if it was Stephen Miller's wife. Sorry, it took me a minute to get to that. All right, anyway.
getting money out the
Continue.
door. And that is the goal. Get the money out the door quickly, and then take a victory lap because you spent the money, and not recognizing that there
Wow,
are
you
people
are a
getting that
cunt.
money who
You
are,
are a real
foreign
cunt.
state actors and criminal rings. But again,
Yeah, we're
because
all
it's
under Elmo. That's a
underground,
good
because
point.
it's not seen, we don't talk about it. We talk about it in these hearings, but we rarely talk about it, and the public isn't aware.
Yeah, I guess part of the lesson should be the less the government does, the better, because they'll always screw it up. Right? That's
No,
one of the
actually, that's
lessons
not the
should be.
answer, you stupid fuck.
Now we'll go to
Chester the
Mr.
molester.
Thier. On the first day of office,
Likes to pose with
President Trump
kids at
rescinded
farms and shit.
Biden's
I don't know what your
executive
deal
order
is.
on AI.
Oops.
Could you describe
I can't
some of
also
the
put this on your
damaging
big fucking melon
aspects
head.
of
Hold
President
still.
Biden's executive order?
Well, unfortunately, that executive order sought to do a lot of things that Congress should have been
Oh,
doing, Congressman.
so
and
is
really
he
did
president
not
now?
wait
Oh my
for
God.
Congress to
Wait a
take the
minute.
lead
Wait.
on the questions of AI governance more
Biden
broadly.
is still the president?
Some of the best practices
Are you kidding
that were
me right
there
now?
for agencies to follow, and some of the things that were recommended in terms of AI officers were fine. And Mr. President Trump has continued those practices in his executive order that replaced the Biden executive order. But I think generally
so it
speaking,
really
at a high
didn't
level,
matter.
I think
I
the
get it.
Biden administration's executive order was just very fear-based and treated AI as
Fear-based,
more like
yeah.
a curse to be
Not,
avoided than
cautious.
an opportunity to be embraced.
Not cautious.
Okay. In your testimony, you cited a study
Okay,
that stated.
I love that you're flipping everybody off, Grothman, but I'm not going to listen to you anymore because, frankly, all I hear is "Show me your no square, little boy." That's what I hear when I look at this guy. I just can't. I can't even do it. I can't. He's such a dick. Oh my God. And then do you think this is a way I could pick up girls? Well, maybe. I don't know. I guess you could if you really put some energy into it. You could use AI to develop a new personality. And then you wouldn't have to pretend that you're a normal person because then the AI would then become your personality. Do you see how that works? Do you see? Yeah. And then over there, then this girl would come over here and then they would love you because you're a totally different person. Oh, okay. So I get it. I can use AI to completely replace what a fucking asshole I am. Okay. I'm ready to do it. I'm ready. I'm not fear. Oh, yeah. Don't be afraid. Yeah. Don't be afraid. It's nothing to be afraid of. Yeah, you should just buy my AI. And then when you buy my AI, it's going to make you a 37-year-old handsome, tall guy. Yeah, don't worry. Oh, great. I can't wait. Okay, well, I'm going to say something really stupid. No.
Of course, you have been such a successful
You're
entrepreneur
welcome.
and leader.
Welcome
in
to
Silicon
Congressional
Valley.
Theater.
Appreciate your being
Congressional
here.
Bad
I'll answer
Theater.
my first question to you.
Okay, Ro.
How do you think
you're problematic
AI,
as fuck, by the
can
way.
help particularly government employees do better and be more effective in their work?
Yeah, thank you. The things that we're seeing in the private sector today with large organizations like Honeywell and like, Northrop Grumman or and the likes.
We're going to have to move Peter
they're
up for his
benefiting from
congressman.
AI by making their employees be able to self-serve, get information that they're
scary.
looking for, and take actions across a variety of systems.
Here is,
On any given day, an employee might have to swivel their chair 17 times to use different tools. And that becomes a very wasteful portion of their day, sometimes many hours. And so to the extent
Thank you.
that we
Canadian
can start
wildfire
to
situation
do that
update from
for
June 1st.
federal
Here's
workers,
the link that Oomph just
for
dropped.
all folks who work for this government, I think we're going to see some benefits that will allow them to troubleshoot, to have better IT, benefits that will accrue to them from an HR perspective in terms of getting the information they need, making the changes, the benefit selections that go into that, and also
I wish
be
this
able
was
to
like
work
3D
across
so that I could
different
put Peter
systems
like behind his
without having
shoulder.
to be an expert.
Yes, I could
I
if
think
I
one of the
cropped
things
it,
that
huh?
you all have pointed out, there's hundreds of enterprise systems inside the government, and
sit right
you may
here.
only touch it once a year, twice a year.
Yeah, it looks like
and so
he's
if you
part of
can
the
use
crowd now.
AI as the overlay, kind of that front door, what you'll see is your staff and all the members of the federal government be able to navigate these systems, which can be
I wish
very
you could put him
complex
behind the
very
table.
easily,
That would be so
using the
great.
most intuitive interface in
Tom's
the world,
link.
which,
Oh, thank you,
is
Tom.
language and conversation.
Thank you, Tom, so much.
So when it comes to that, you know,
In
we've
the
seen
Discord. You guys gotta join the
companies,
Discord.
In our sort of world of private sector,
If you're not in the Discord, what do you even
be able to
join?
reclaim, top 5 pharmaceutical was able to reclaim 75,000 hours of employee productivity by deploying this kind of AI across 44 languages. We've had a Fortune 500 aerospace manufacturer reclaim 75% of its support budget to be able to bring in technologies and leverage. So I think that you're going to see both happier employees and better outcomes while also making the government more efficient.
And this is for anyone on the panel. How would you address people's concerns about AI displacing jobs, being something that will lead to layoffs or people not being able to work?
I'm happy to start. I think it's going to happen, and it's not going to be the jobs we think. It's going to be like low-level lawyers, and that's going to be hard. I mean, because you think about a lot of these professions are apprentice professions, and where do the senior partners come from if the low-level lawyers or low-level doctors are being replaced by AI? Something society has to think about, whether there'll be new jobs. In all previous revolutions, there have been new jobs to replace old jobs. This might be different. That's why you see a lot of talk about AGI. About universal basic income, UBI. Like, is this going to be different, where we need to figure out how to give people the ability to survive? And we don't know. We don't know a lot of these things. So those are very real fears, and I think we as society should think about them before they happen. We're not good at that, but we should.
Go ahead.
Congressman, just briefly, I'd just point out that there's been a lot of government reports on this issue and a lot of efforts about government retraining and so on and so forth. It's very hard to have a crystal ball to predict the jobs and skills that are needed in the future. But I'll just point out that just 10 years ago, everyone was predicting a whole bunch of jobs that would be dislocated. The most famous one, and number one, was going to be radiologists. And just a couple weeks ago, the New York Times ran a piece that basically say there's more radiologists than ever, and they're utilizing AI to improve their jobs and free up time to do better things. And that's the story of technological change in sector after sector, is that we sometimes don't understand how complex human-machine interactions work and actually can change jobs for the better and improve the employment output over time.
I agree with being a technology optimist. I will say, though, that the unemployment rate for people between the ages of 21 and 29 these days with a college degree is 15%. And so the challenge, I think, is, as Mr. Schnarr pointed out, is how, especially at the entry level, for people, particularly with college degrees, how are we going to create these jobs, and how are they going to be able to use the tools of AI to be effective? But I appreciate all of your thinking on this, and appreciate your being here for your testimony. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll now recognize Mr. Donalds for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think it's actually a good jumping off point from my colleagues' comments about potential concerns of displacement. I think that, you know, as we've looked at the evolutions of our economy over the last 150 years, we've always hit these inflection points when there was a disruptive new technology or process for how large swaths of our economy operated, and there's always a concern about displacement. I think that the difference now is that seeing the evolutions of AI, which quite frankly are just starting, and there's going to be things we're going to be talking about in a decade we wouldn't even be thinking about today in this hearing. I think it's more about making sure that that kids going through the K-12 system primarily, but then also through higher education, are learning how to leverage AI and these
Yeah,
tools
sure.
to actually become far
Nobody
more productive,
disagrees with that.
far more innovative, and then as
Nobody
a
disagrees
byproduct,
with that.
having their labor be able to have a different set of value in the economy.
But it's
to
what
come.
you
And I think
decide in
that,
this moment,
it's an
Byron,
interesting thing. Human
that
beings
makes
and
the
human
difference on
psychology, we
how
always try to
kids
find a way
access
to
that.
have purpose, regardless of whatever the dynamics are that are operating on the field of play of our economy. One of the largest data center operators in my home state of Florida, Equinix, was the first data center to partner with an SMR provider, Oklo.
Small
These
modular reactors,
can
Tom.
generate at least 500 megawatts of power to our energy grid and to power data centers.
I need a
Mr.
nuclear bomb
Bakhjaratari, I
image.
think I got that right. That's not right. Close. My apologies. Can you share some ideas on how Congress and the Trump administration can accelerate the safe deployment of clean, advanced nuclear energy and AI data centers to support our growing energy and computing demands?
Thank you so much for your question. I think in the last couple of months, we have seen a clear linkage between, advancing AI and AI models and reliance on new modes of energy. I think my organization really is focused on the development of fusion energy, for example, because I think one of the pathways that now is showing real great success in our country is the emergence of private sector companies that are showing incredible successful models of how to get to fusion energy. We also have the national labs that have made major breakthroughs. The Lawrence Livermore National Ignition Facility in 2022.
Yeah, my dad
have
got
made the
arrested
first
at that
fusion
a lot.
breakthrough. So I think in particular,
My
to
dad
your question,
protested at the Lawrence
fusion is
Livermore
one of the
Laboratory a
pathways
lot
that I
and
think
got
can
arrested a couple
enable
times.
the energy
Yep,
demand that
sure
we will
did.
face going forward
Sure did.
when it comes to AI models. But that's not going to be enough alone. So I think we should pursue multiple pathways because we want to be energy independent
Yeah.
and we want to have
We
the best
are.
models available to the world.
We're energy dominant. Stupid ass.
Thier?
Pay attention.
I'm not having a good
Thier.
day.
Fuck ever.
Mr. Thier, with the establishment of the Special Advisor for AI and Crypto, what are some of the recommendations or priorities related to artificial intelligence that you would like to see them pursue?
Well, one of them is what you just asked about, Congressman, which is making sure that America has energy independence.
I hate this
and
guy
a
already,
greater
and I don't even
diversity
know
of
him.
energy sources to power the algorithmic revolution. And this is something the Trump administration has taken steps to address with executive orders and other things like that. That's crucial. Obviously, a crucial part will also be the development of a national framework for artificial intelligence policy, just as we had for the internet before. We need to address this conflicting patchwork of policies that's developing. That's something the administration and this Congress is obviously concerned with. And then there's a variety of other things having to do with
Small
national
modular
security matters and other
reactors.
investments in various types of algorithmic and robotic systems that are really, really crucial, among many, many other things that Congress and the administration are trying to do.
Last point, I'll just throw this out to the panel. I was sitting with my colleague, Mr. Perry. We were just kind of theorizing about what type of advantages AI advancements, as well as, I guess you could say, quantum computing, what that could actually do to modernize and streamline governmental operations, not just federal, but state and local. Just in your own expert opinions, what do you think the possibilities are in terms of how it would essentially help to redesign, streamline, and bring greater amounts of efficiency
That suit ain't gonna
government?
get you
Like,
far.
where do you think is a
That
good place
works
to start?
really well.
I guess I would say.
Andy's
Yeah, I would
wearing
say
a gray
that
suit, and you all know how I
if you
feel
think about
about
this
gray
new
suits.
technology of agentic AI, it allows for a new kind of automation. We've been building automation for several
Actually, I like
decades,
Peter on
but
there.
a lot of
Let's
it was
put you down
very
here. I
brittle.
liked you down here.
And if something slightly changed under the hood, all of a sudden, that automation would no longer work. With agentic AI, you can
I'm
actually
so
overcome
appy.
a lot of that
like
by
apps,
having these
get it?
very smart, intelligent reasoners and systems that can then go and do the levels
so
of
funny.
automation that we haven't been able to do before. And I
What's the
think what
googly
that's going to
eyes?
do is really elevate
guys
all
are
of
boring
us
me.
to be able to work on less mundane things and more sort of advanced thinking.
Oh yeah,
and
mundane.
creative
like
ideas.
benefit payments.
I'm out of
and
time,
shit.
everybody. Thanks so much. I yield back.
Thank you. I'll now recognize
here.
Ms. Crockett for 5 minutes.
Thank you so much,
man.
Madam
Okay,
Chair.
wait. Don't go to her yet.
It's interesting because I
putting
don't know
eyes
what
on
all
my
is taking
beautiful
place thus far in this
congresswoman.
hearing, but I do recall when I left, we were talking about Elon. And so I want to make sure that we don't forget him. I know that some people want us to forget Elon and act like he never existed, but we're not going to do that. We are talking about AI today, and I can tell you what real people in my district care about. I had a few town halls, and I talked to some seniors, and they were concerned about their data and their information and how it was being used. And they wanted me to answer questions that I just didn't have the answers to about what has Elon done with their tax information, their Social Security information, their health information, banking
Good
information,
question.
information about their credit histories. And instead of demanding answers, Republicans just blocked our motion to subpoena him to testify before this committee. And I'd ask at this point for unanimous consent to enter into the record a picture of who all was in the room when we took the vote. Madam Chair?
No objection.
As well as, since our clerk was ready and she knew who was in the room, the actual record of who was in the room at that time.
No objection.
Thank you so much. 5 months into the 119th
He's always
Congress,
on it. He's
and
always
no
ready.
one from the administration or DOJ has appeared before this committee to explain why they're invading the privacy of Americans. And the irony of it all is during a 2023 hearing, I remember Chairman Comer stating that, quote, "We've witnessed big tech autocrats wield their unchecked power to promote their preferred political opinions. And now he and committee Republicans are here helping the world's richest man to do just that. They're letting him spy on companies competing for government grants, but worse, they're letting him spy on you, the American people." Look, we can all agree that incorporating emerging technologies like artificial intelligence into government operations can be effective. However, these technologies shouldn't be used to weaponize the government against the public.
Right.
So I'm going to ask Mr. Schneider really quickly. Is it true that when it comes to any technologies, AI or otherwise, that they can be a double-edged sword?
I think of technology as power, and the more the technology enhances your power. And whether your power is for good or for bad depends on you, depends on how you're perceived. So yes, I mean, technology has affordances, and we know that modern technologies have kind of built for surveillance, make surveillance easy. I mean, this is the most complex, effective surveillance device we've ever invented, and we all willingly put it in our pockets every morning. So yes, technologies can be used for both good and evil, but think of the people behind it as the wielders.
Yes, I absolutely agree, and I appreciate your answer. That's my concern. My concern is that these technologies will be used to weaponize the government against the public, because everything that we have seen out of this particular administration has been nothing short but weaponization. So let's talk about some of the things that this administration is doing. They've announced that they're going to use AI to scan the social media accounts of students who disagree with their policies. They've threatened nonprofits and universities that are they're threatening their tax-exempt status. They've threatened journalists for reporting stories that are critical of the president. They are literally in court arguing to end birthright citizenship, and a lot of y'all think only immigrants are going to be affected by this, but this administration has already deported American citizens. In fact, in an interview with Time magazine, Trump said, quote, "I would love to do that. We're looking into it." Madam Chair, I'd ask unanimous consent to enter into the record an article published by ABC News titled, quote, "Trump wants to send U.S. citizens to foreign prisons. Legal experts
No
say."
objection.
Thank you. It won't be long before more Americans are targets of this administration. This administration has refused to follow the law, and the Republicans are failing to do actual oversight. We don't know what they're going to do with your health records and Social Security information. In fact, we don't know what they're doing. I don't think anybody does, except we know that they're breaking the law. And it is frustrating to me because I am somebody that actually believes in science. I believe that we should be investing in our young people. I believe that we should not be taking research dollars away. I believe that we should be trying to come up with new technologies and that we should be leading the world. But unfortunately, I can't trust these guys to do good things because, as it's already been said by Mr. Schneider, it is about who it is that is on the side that is asking for this to be done. And frankly, this feels like some bad movie that we are all in and that the villains are doing bad. So with that, I will yield.
Okay, thank you. I'll now recognize Mr. Burchett for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair Lady. As the 435th most powerful member of Congress,
certified
I have the
badass.
honor of asking questions that have been asked ad nauseum. But when I ask them, answer as if this was the first time you
Hey,
said
Burchett,
it.
shut the
Proper
fuck up.
response is, Congressman Burchett, that is possibly the most incredibly intelligent question that's been asked of me. So at least my clips will show that. And the 12 people that are watching this thing are at home.
Well, there's 27.
They're probably not in my
28
district
if you count
anyway.
me.
They're probably in Marjorie's district. Anyway, Mr. Thur, did I get that name right?
Right.
All right. All right. The majority of East
My
Tennesseans
clips.
and frankly Tennesseans and Americans are worried about their privacy being violated by government artificial intelligence programs. What do you think Congress can do to protect our privacy? And my biggest fear in all this is Congress. I mean, some of these cats up here still have 8-track tape players in their 1972 AMC Gremlins, and they're going to try to regulate AI. They can't hardly spell AI, and now we're going to regulate it. So,
Linda McMahon can't
Well,
spell
Congressman,
AI.
thank you for that excellent question. And as someone who used to
fuck is
grow up
that?
in a Gremlin with an 8-track player, I feel great affinity for this question. I think that obviously
all these people.
we need to make sure that privacy is protected in the digital age, and this Congress has struggled with how to get that done. Obviously, we've had a multi-year, multi-decade debate about baseline privacy legislation, and a great deal of bipartisan consensus exists that that should be a priority before you get to a lot of the other questions about how to regulate all the various specific concerns about AI. A lot of them go back to fundamental data privacy, data security issues. And so I think, let's not put the cart before the horse. Let's think about getting that done first. I know that's something Congress is turning to next.
Oh, yeah, you make it
also,
sound so
in regards to
responsible and
China,
organized.
how do we maintain our dominance in the AI sector? Any of y'all can answer that. I'll ask
Money,
Mr. Thur
money,
first, if that's okay.
money. It's
Well, a
so
lot of it comes down to making
funny.
sure that America diffuses first. We have wonderful products. We
Diffuses?
are
What does
essentially
that mean?
winning one part of the AI war, but losing another. We're winning the part of developing really sophisticated, high-powered frontier models and other systems and applications. But the reality is that China may be winning the diffusion side of things. And this is why it's very, very essential that we not miss out on
yeah,
making
we
sure
should-
we have
we should run
partnerships and deals,
faster.
multilateral, mini-lateral approaches. The administration's been trying to do this, obviously, recently. But
Really?
this
Have they
Congress
been
should
trying to
obviously
do
make
that?
sure that we do everything we
Are you
can to
fucking
make sure
kidding?
American technology and products lead the world. Because it's not just about competitive
God.
advantage, it's about our values. Our values are embedded in our products, and of course, the Chinese Communist Party values are embedded in their products of, control, surveillance, and lack of human rights.
Yes, sir. We got to do 3 things. Number one is we have to continue to out-innovate and outmaneuver China. Our platform should be the dominant global platforms. Number 2 is we have to work with our allies and partners to spread our platforms to, the global south and rest of the world. And 3, we got to find ways to slow down China and make it impossible for them to deploy their capabilities.
That's so
and to
dumb.
use their
You're not
capabilities
living in
against us.
Can you
reality,
give me that
Mr.
first one
Baraktari.
again?
You're just not.
I can tell by your accent, you're probably not from East Tennessee.
I'm not, sir.
Since I'm the only person in this room that's not speaking with an accent right now. So if you could say that first one again,
The
brother.
first one, sir, was that we have to make sure that we out-innovate
Oh my
and
God.
outmaneuver China.
Right.
Oh, I hate this.
I'll just
country.
add, I agree with all the
This
other
is the
panelists
first time
here
I've ever
and
actually
witnesses. I
felt
think that this is an
like
infinite
moving
race.
to another country. I'll be
And
honest with
the
you. This is the first time
technology
I've
that is
actually
being
felt.
discussed
yeah,
here
you know
today,
what? I
AI
could do
can
that.
essentially be
I mean, I
wielded
can't, but-
and constructed by any sort of group of smart people. And the planet
Any group of
grows
smart people?
everywhere, every day.
What?
And I think that to the extent that we can be the ones that others follow, that we can be the ones whose software, whose hardware, whose foundation models others use, we will have the sort of dominant leadership position of how this whole planet evolves.
Ma'am?
Excuse me?
Well, I would say that China's doing
Have you met this
a
guy?
very good job of figuring out how to defeat some of our security vulnerabilities, and I think that's one
Have you
area
met
that
this
we
guy?
have a significant.
You talking about him?
We have a ways to go is to protect
Are you talking
the
about him?
infrastructure because North
Mr.
Korea
Shaw?
and China and others are getting better and better at infiltrating and exploiting our vulnerabilities.
Sir.
I'm going to be contrary here. I think the U.S.-China arms race is an
This one?
overblown metaphor.
This
This
guy?
is not the 1960s. This is not the Cold War. Science happens globally. The transformer model, invented by Google, it was published. Everyone uses it. DeepSeek, China comes up with this model. It's public. Everyone is innovating based on it. Ideas are flowing cross-border. Dominance is more companies than technology. So don't think about regulating the hardware, the software, the ideas. We can't do that. And this is not the kind of world where that happens. It really is the companies and what they're doing. It's going to be U.S. companies, European companies, Chinese companies, other companies.
All right. Thank you. Chair Lady, I yield back nothing.
Okay, thank you. I'll now recognize Mr. Subramaniam for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate
I love this
us
guy.
having this hearing. I served in the second term of the Obama administration as a technology advisor in the White House. I worked a lot with a lot of great groups who were dedicated to modernizing government, making it more efficient, bringing AI to government. And one of them was the U.S. Digital Service, which has now become the U.S. DOGE Service. Another one was 18F, which has been completely set apart, has completely gotten rid of it. And I'll talk about them in a second, but one of the concerns I had about DOGE was that there's this notion coming in that they would come in and fire all these federal civil servants and that AI would replace them and that we'd save trillions of dollars as a result. And so that's wrong for a bunch of reasons. One, even if you fire every federal civil servant, you're actually not saving that much money in comparison to the deficit and the debt. But two, the federal workers are so essential when it comes to helping utilize these technologies, and especially the technologists that we've hired in recent years. And so we've heard a lot about this already from people testifying and even from members here, that it's not just about having AI, it's about having to deploy AI in a responsible way and in a manner in which we're not letting AI make mistakes. I'll give you an example. In Michigan, about, let's say, 10 years ago now, they deployed AI to try to find fraud, and they ended up finding a lot of fraud where there wasn't any fraud. And a lot of people got investigated, they went bankrupt trying to defend themselves from getting sued, and then they realized that the AI had made a big mistake. And there's so many other examples of AI being deployed in an irresponsible way, because we simply weren't pairing them with a human element that could help sort of edit and deploy it responsibly. And so 18F is a great example of this. They were actually doing a lot of great work to modernize our federal government and bring AI to the federal government, and going agency by agency and helping us procure great tools to do that. And instead, they were all fired, basically. DOGE came in and fired the entire staff at 18F. And now we're trying to figure out how to deploy AI in government, but we're chasing away the very technologists who can come to the federal government and help us do that. And so if you want AI and modernization in government, we need the best and brightest to be coming to government. But instead what we have is a brain drainer of federal government, because we're trying to quote the OMB director, put federal workers in trauma. Who wants to come and work for the federal government if the people running the federal government wants to put you in trauma? Nobody. So we're not going to attract the best and brightest technologists to help deploy AI, and we're certainly not going to have what we need to have pairing up with AI in order to deploy responsibly. And then there's a lot of other things going on that I think are bipartisan, like making sure we update our legacy systems. I was just working with air traffic control, and I think their software is Windows 95. I've talked to many others in government who do technology. They still use Cobalt, right? They still use really antiquated technology and coding. So
It's
how are we supposed to deploy modern
refresh.
AI tools when we have these legacy systems, right?
But
The other thing is, how are we supposed to recruit and retain great people to help transition and modernize our government when we're chasing them all away? And finally, this AI-human collaboration, it's already running into problems in the private sector, but it has to be even better in the federal government, because like in that example with Michigan, where people's lives were ruined because they deployed an AI technology irresponsibly, here, if you mess with an AI tool and it doesn't get people's checks on time for Social Security or Medicare or Medicaid, then people are going to go without health care. People are going to go without
food,
being able to pay their utility bills.
Can't pay their rent.
It's going to have
That's
a
right.
terrible effect on the American
That's
people.
real
And that's
money
what this is really
that
about.
real people
It's
spend
not about
on real
just
things.
deploying AI so you can say you deployed AI. It's about making sure we're deploying technology for the benefit of the American people. And so I hope we can reverse course. I hope we can work in a bipartisan way to make sure that we are taking advantage of the advances in AI, but doing so in a responsible way. I yield back.
Thank you. I'll now recognize myself for 5 minutes. I want to thank our participants and panelists and witnesses today for being here.
I'm so sorry, Nancy. I lost sound. I don't know what to tell you, Nancy, but I lost sound. Dang. I guess we're not going to see after all what Nancy was going to say about this. Yeah, let's talk about who the people are at the Trump administration. I don't know. I can't remember who sent me this. Hold on, let me tell you. I'll tell you who sent me this. Whatever. I don't know if it was Tina or Teresa or someone who's or gal who shared this, but this is ProPublica. We all love ProPublica very much. You're welcome. The intern in charge, meet the 22-year-old Trump's team picked to lead terrorism prevention. 1 year out of college and with no apparent national security expertise, Thomas Fugate is the Department of Homeland Security official tasked with overseeing the government's main hub for combating violent extremism. Sorry to depress you. I just want to make sure we're not missing any. I know Mertz is in the whatever and the this and the that and the other thing. Are we missing anything? Oh, oh. Oh, wait. Did they go to another round of questions? Oh, hold on. Let me just go back for a second.
Very quickly and yes or
Okay, here we
no,
go.
Mr. Schnarr,
Sorry.
could an AI system theoretically be used to decide if someone qualifies for Medicaid?
Certainly.
How about used to make decisions around veterans' benefits?
Yep.
Could AI be used to make hiring decisions?
It can make any yes or no question you want.
You know, just thank you for entertaining that. Trump and his administration can take all this collected data and use it to profile people, to make decisions about them, to deny them benefits. And we know from his Twitter rants that he's incapable of being unbiased. Then they're trying to prevent any state passed guardrails on AI through the provision in the reconciliation bill that you guys unseriously call the big, beautiful bill. That provision would ban any state regulation of AI for 10 years. Our government can't just play loose and fast when it comes to people's personal data and lives. We've already seen the consequences of improperly deployed AI. Michigan had to refund $21 million to residents who were wrongfully accused of unemployment fraud from their AI system. A tenant screening system called Safe Rent was accused of violating their Fair Housing Act, the Fair Housing Act, because their AI algorithm disproportionately scored Black and Hispanic renters lower than white applicants. Most of this technology is still so new and needs time to be vetted and improved. Look at what happens when AI is used just in government reports. The Make America Healthy Again report cited to multiple studies that didn't exist. Can you imagine if ChatGPT was deciding if you qualify for housing or not? That's not to say that all AI is bad, but it is dangerous to work quickly. When you move fast and break things in the government, people get hurt. Carnegie Mellon University, which is in my district, has a Center for AI Standards and Innovation and has been working with the National Institute of Standards and Technology to make a methodical approach to assessing the benefits and risks of AI models, thinking about the ethics of AI. Work like theirs is vital to ensuring that AI programs are used safely, accurately, and without bias to the best of our ability, recognizing that a society without biases is far off. But that is the approach the Trump administration should be taking, not packaging up all of our personal data and handing it over to unvetted tech billionaires. I thank you all for your time, and I yield back.
The gentlelady yields. I now recognize myself for 5 minutes. We just passed the One Big Beautiful Bill through the House of Representatives, and now it's gone on to the Senate, where they will be making changes to the bill.
There goes the sound again. God damn it. That pesky sound just keeps fucking around with it. Okay. Let me just see what's going on. Okay, so Mertz and Dumpy had their moment in the Oval. Build back better is the better BBB. Big bullshit bill. I was dancing with my darling to the Tennessee waltz. Oh, do, 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 do. Well, this is worse, so don't get too excited. Don't get too excited. Don't get too excited. We'll listen to a little and then we'll scream and then we'll turn it off. Yeah, well, Mertz has some. He's got a.
In Germany very much.
Got a freaking backbone.
We're having a very good run. I also had a great election, great win, won everything. Won the popular vote, all 7 swing states, which is a big deal.
Oh my God!
It's pretty
Yeah, you told me
unusual to do that. And we have a great mandate from the people. And part of our mandate is we're going to have a great relationship with your country. So I just want to thank you very much for being here.
Wow,
and,
Germany in particular?
If you'd like to say a few words.
Absolutely. So, thank you, first of all, Mr. President, for your kind invitation to come to Washington, D.C. I was in this building first time ever in 1982. I told you when former President Ronald Reagan was in office. So I'm very happy to be here again and to offer our close cooperation with the United States of America. We are having so much in common, our history. We owe the Americans a lot. We will never forget
Rise
about
in
that.
Nazism?
And so with your German provenance, I think this is a very good basis for close cooperation between America and Germany. So again, thank you.
that was a dig.
Thank
I'm
you
not
for
sure,
the
though.
hospitality, and thank you for having your guest house for a night. This is a great place. Great place. Many thanks for that. I really enjoyed it. Thank you.
It's a wonderful place. It's a landmark also. And
Did somebody
Blair
piss on your
House
face?
It's a nice place to stay. Good. Thank you very much for saying that. Would you have any questions, please?
Mr. President, on your new travel ban, why now? And if the Boulder attack was part of your reasoning, why not include Egypt on that list where the suspect is from?
Well, because Egypt has been a country that we deal with very closely. They have things under control. The countries that we have don't have things under control.
I think so.
And why now? I can say that it can't come soon enough, frankly. We want to keep bad people out of our country. The Biden administration allowed some horrendous people, and we're getting them out one by one, and we're not stopping until we get them out. We have thousands of murderers. I even hate to say this in front of the chancellor. Of course, you have a little problem, too, with some of the people that were allowed into your country. It's not your fault. It's not your fault. It shouldn't have happened. I told her it shouldn't have happened, what she did. But you have your own difficulty with that, and we do, and we're moving them out, and we're moving them out very strongly.
There it is again. He's got this
but it can't come
European.
fast
Somebody's
enough. We want to
planting
get them out.
seeds
We
in
want to
his
get them out now. We don't want to have other bad
bitty
people
brain.
coming into our country. But using the word bad, I'm being nice. Okay, question.
I'm telling you right
You put out
now.
on Truth Social a post regarding your conversation with President Xi. Can you talk about whether or not you feel that trade talks, trade relations are back on track after appearing to be a little bit off track last week?
A little bit off track. It was only the complexity. It's pretty complex stuff. We had a very good conversation with President Xi a little while ago, just before your arrival. In fact, we just hung up, and they said, "You're here." I said, "That's pretty good." Two great leaders of the world in a very short period of time. We had a very good talk, and we've straightened out any complexity. It's very complex stuff, and we straightened it out. The agreement was we're going to have Scott and Howard and Jameson will be going and meeting with their top people and continue it forward. But no, I think we have everything. I think we're in very good shape with China and the trade deal. We have a deal with China, as you know, but we were straightening out some of the points, having to do mostly with rare earth, magnets, and some other things.
So those reduced trade tariff rates, they remain in effect?
Yeah, we have the deal. I mean, we've had a deal. We announced the deal, and we'll be, I guess you could say, I wouldn't even say finalizing it up, Scott. I would say we have a deal, and we're going to just make sure that everybody understands what the deal is. Okay? We had a really good conversation. By the way, he invited me to China, and I invited him here. We both accepted. So I'll be going there with the First Lady at a certain point, and he'll be coming here, hopefully,
there's
with
still a
the
First Lady?
of China.
What?
What do you expect from
Are we swapping
Did
wives?
you talk about the Chinese students? Are you allowing them to come to the U.S.?
You know, Chinese students are coming. No problem.
Wait, what?
No problem.
Okay,
Wait,
It's our
what?
honor to have them, frankly.
What?
We want to have foreign students, but we want them to be checked. You know, in the case of Harvard and Columbia and others, all we want to do is see their list. There's no problem with that. This is anybody outside of our country, international students. Because when we see some of the people that we've been watching, we say, where do these people come from? How is that possible? No, we want to have foreign students come. We're very honored by it, but we want to see their list. Harvard didn't want to give us the list. They're going to be giving us the list now. I think they're starting to behave, actually, if you want to know the truth.
What?
On Russia, are you willing to put more pressure
Only
on
the Czech
Putin to end
Chinese
the
students,
war
that's right.
by imposing new sanctions on Russia and also on China?
Well, remember, I'm the one that ended Nord Stream 2.
Oh,
Going
my
to a place
God.
called Germany, come to think of it. I'm sorry I did that. I don't know. But
Yeah,
I ended
how's that?
Nord Stream 2. Nobody else did.
What?
And then when Biden came
What?
in, he immediately approved it. That's the largest, essentially the largest
What?
pipeline in the world, going to Germany and other countries. And by the way, we have so much oil and gas. You will
should buy
not
from us.
be able to buy it all. I mean, you literally, we
What?
have so much, and I hope we're going to make that a part of our trade deal because we have more than anybody else. We have actually the most by far in the world,
Well,
probably
why is that a
double what
selling
anyone else
point?
has.
Wouldn't
So
it be a
we'll work
selling
on that.
point?
I'm sure that's something we'll discuss today.
It'd be a selling point to have the cheaper option of getting gas from closer by, wouldn't it? Wouldn't it? Wouldn't it?
Mr. President.
What do you expect from Germany and what do you expect from the Chancellor?
Well, first of all, I'm glad to meet because I've been dealing with the Chancellor, and he's a very good man to deal with. He's difficult,
okay.
I would say. Can I
yeah,
say that? It's a
difficult.
positive.
Go ahead.
You wouldn't want me to say
German,
you're easy,
if you
right?
will.
Yeah, he's a very great representative of Germany. I think all we want
he's
is
very good
just gonna have a
representative
good
of
relationship.
Germany, if you know what I mean.
The rest would just sort of follow very easily. We'll have a good trade deal. I mean, I guess that will be mostly determined by the European Union, but you're
Yeah,
a very
exactly.
big part
We'll
of that.
stop
You'll
selling
be
you
involved.
ours then. Yeah,
But
Neil.
we'll end up hopefully with a trade deal or
Germany
we'll
will
do
probably buy
something. You know, we'll do
Canadian.
the tariffs. I mean, I'm okay with the tariffs, or we make a deal with the trade, and I guess that's what we're discussing now.
I guess that's what we're doing.
Back there, please, go ahead.
Mr. President? Okay.
Is Germany doing enough on defense, Mr. President? Is Germany doing enough on defense?
What?
Defense spending.
Is Germany doing enough on defense?
The Chancellor wants to.
Is Germany doing enough on defense?
What's the matter, Grandpa?
Well, I don't know. I mean, I haven't discussed it very much. I know that you're spending more money on defense now, and
Who's
quite a
the
bit more
guy?
money. And
The
that's a
reporter?
positive thing. I'm not sure that General MacArthur would have said it's positive.
Yeah,
you know?
Lee brings up a
Didn't like
point.
it, but I saw.
Lee with the factoids. Germany can't negotiate separate from EU. Oh my God.
Sort of think it's good. You understand what I mean by
Absolutely,
that?
I understand.
He made a statement, never let Germany rearm. And I said,
Oh
I always
my
think about
God.
that when he says, sir, we're spending more money on defense. I say, ooh, is that a good thing or a bad thing? I think
What?
it's a good thing. But, you know, at least to a certain point. There'll be a point when I'll say, please don't arm anymore if you don't mind. We'll be watching him. I'm kidding.
I'm just going to hit you on the knee then.
Biden, Mr. President.
Yeah, Biden, you say Biden.
Your predecessor dismissed your auto pen investigation. He said he made all the decisions during his presidency. I'm curious your reaction to his dismissal.
Well, look, the auto pen, I think, is the big scandal
Is
outside of the rigged election of 2020. I think the biggest scandal of the last many years is the auto pen.
Oh, whoops,
And who's
sorry.
using it? I happen to think
Sorry.
I know, okay, because I'm
There's
here.
something happening to the
And
screen.
I'm
I'm
not
not
a big auto pen
controlling it
person,
right now.
fortunately.
See,
I'm glad.
no hands.
I'm very glad. It's an easy way out.
Yeah.
But it's a very bad thing, very dangerous. You know, I sign important documents. Usually when they put
Yes.
documents in front of you, they're important. Even if you're
Hell
signing
yeah, Lee.
ambassadorships and I consider that important. I think it's inappropriate. You have somebody that's devoting 4 years of their life or more to being an ambassador. I think you really deserve,
Sniffles.
that person deserves
The
to
lie
get a real
sniffle.
signature, not an auto pen signature. And I can tell auto pen easily. I can look at it.
He has an auto pen.
Like two little pinholes.
Yeah, did he sign
from
all the
pulling
J6
paper,
pardons
right? You'll
himself?
see the pinholes.
Yeah.
It's real easy to tell about auto pen. I think it's very disrespectful to people when they get an auto pen. signature. Outside, auto pen to me are used when thousands of letters come in from young people all over the country and you want to get them back. And, you know, people use auto pens for that, to send a little signature at the bottom of a letter. We have thousands of them. We get thousands of letters a week.
Oh, I want to know.
And it's not
thousands of
possible
letters
to,
from
you know,
children?
I'd like to do it myself, but you can't
From
do
children?
it. To me, that's where auto pens start and stop. But I don't think.
Oh,
I don't-
only
I-
do it
I'm
for the
sure that he didn't
masses.
know many of the things. Look, he was never for open borders.
The
He was
peasants.
never for transgender for everybody. He was never for men playing in women's sports. I mean, he changed. I mean, all of these things that changed so radically. I don't think he had any idea that what was. Frankly, I said it during the debate, and I say it now. He didn't have much of an idea what was going on. You shouldn't be. I mean, essentially, whoever used the auto pen was the president. And that is
Bunch of
wrong,
lies
it's illegal,
and
it's so bad, and it's so disrespectful to our country.
Mr. President.
Mr. President, will you leave your troops in Germany? And if I may ask a question to the Chancellor to answer in German for the German audience, how is your first encounter been?
Oh, yeah, that's right. 100.
The answer is yes. We'll talk about that. But if they'd like to have them there, yeah, we have a lot of them, about 45,000. It's a lot of troops. It's a city when you think of it. That's good economic development. They're highly paid troops, and they spend a lot of money in Germany. But the relationship with Germany is very important. Yeah, we'll be doing that. No
Turns
problem.
out they use
May I say
Amazon.
a few words in German to
Yes,
the German
please.
public. So, danke für die Frage. Wir sind hier im Weißen Haus und ich bedanke mich beim Präsidenten für den sehr freundlichen Empfang im Oval Office in diesem ja, weltweit bekannten Raum. Ich freue mich sehr, hier zu sein und wir bereiten eine Vertiefung unserer Zusammenarbeit vor. Ich freue mich sehr darüber.
Mr. President, you've made
Mr. President.
Do you speak English because you speak such good English? Is it as good as your German, would you say? Do you feel, no, do you
it's
feel
not
more
my mother
comfortable?
tongue. No, it's not my mother tongue, but I try to understand almost everything and
Yeah, very good.
to speak as good as I can.
Very good. You know, that's
Mr. President, you've made
it's an achievement, actually.
Mr. President, can we
The
follow up on the
criticism
auto
that I've
pen?
seen thank you, Mr. President. The criticism that I've seen, and I'm sure you've seen, regarding Elon Musk and your big, beautiful bill. What's your reaction to that? Do you think it in any way hurts passage in the Senate, which, of course, what is you're seeking?
Well, look, you know, I've always liked Elon, and it's always very surprised. You saw the words he had for me, the
I'm
words,
very
and he hasn't said
surprised.
anything about me that's bad. I'd rather have him criticize me than the bill, because the bill is incredible. It's the biggest cut in the history of our country. We've never cut. It's about
We've
1.6
never cut
trillion
billionaire
in
taxes
cuts.
so much.
It's the biggest tax cut.
For
Tax, you
billionaires
would say,
and corporations.
people's taxes will go way down. But
Nope,
it's the biggest tax
that's
cut
not
in
true.
history. It's
No model
we
says
are
that.
doing things in that bill that are unbelievable.
That's
when
true.
you look
They
at
are
what we're doing
unbelievable.
for small businesses, for people, for middle-income people. All of the things that we're doing, nobody's ever seen anything like it.
Okay, that's
And,
also
you know,
probably
Elon's upset
objectively
because
true.
we took the EV mandate, and you know, which was a lot of money for electric vehicles, and you know, they're having a hard time, the electric vehicles, and they want us to pay billions of dollars in subsidy. And you know, Elon knew this from the beginning. He knew it for a long time ago. That's been in there. That's been, I would say, JD, that hasn't changed. That's been right from the beginning, Mr. Secretary. That hasn't changed at all, right from the beginning. But I know that it disturbed him. He wanted, and rightfully, you know,
my
he
God.
recommended somebody from that he.
But that's
I
a
guess
new
knew
piece
very
of
well.
information.
I'm
He's
sure he
mad at him
respected
about the
but
EV
to run
whatever
NASA,
subsidies.
and I didn't think it was appropriate. And he happened to be a Democrat, like totally Democrat. And I
No,
said, you
he's
know,
not.
look, we won. We get certain privileges, and one
And
of
he
the
didn't get to
privileges we don't have to
appoint the
appoint
head
a
of
Democrat. NASA is very important. We have great people. General Kane is going to be picking somebody with our. We'll be checking him out, and seeing. But he wanted that person, a certain person, and we said no. And you know, I can understand why he's upset. Remember, he was
Brewing
here for a
the
long
tea.
time. You saw a man who was very happy when he stood behind the Oval desk, and even with the black eye, I said, "Do you want a little makeup? We'll get you a little makeup." But he said, "No, I don't think so," which is interesting and very nice. He wants to be who he is, so you could make that statement too, I guess. Look, Elon and I had a great relationship. I don't know if we will anymore. I was surprised because you were here. Everybody in this room practically was here as we had a wonderful send-off. He said wonderful things about me. You couldn't have nicer. Said the best things. He's worn the hat. Trump was right about everything. And I am right about the great, big, beautiful bill. We call it a great, big, beautiful bill because that's what it is. And again, biggest tax cuts in history, biggest economic development moves anywhere. We've never done anything like it. Business is spurred. And I don't know if you've seen the numbers, but the numbers came out. Even the CBO, which is run by Democrats, said that we're going to be doing, I'd like you to discuss it, the 2.8 trillion that CBO. This is a group of people that are Democrats.
And the 1.4,
They're
the
very hostile
2.8,
to us.
and the negative
they
1.
Just came out
What?
With phenomenal numbers. What it does. You want to mention that, Scott?
Yes, sir. So what we've seen
Oh,
is
God,
we
it's
keep hearing
Beasley.
from the CBO that there's
Oh,
going
Beasley,
to
we haven't seen
be
you
a
in a
large
minute,
deficit
bitch.
from the bill, which we disagree with, but using the CBO scoring,
Here we go.
they came out and scored the tariff revenue. We think it'll be the minimum of $2.8 trillion over the 10-year window, which actually puts
win
the
the
bill in
internet.
surplus if you include the tariff revenue, which they won't do.
It gives you a tremendous surplus, but we're not allowed to use that. For some reason, they say scoring. Nobody knows what scoring means. Maybe a couple of people, but nobody. Somebody sits in the background. They say, well, we're not going to allow that. They're not allowing other things that we have that are tremendously profitable for our country. But if you saw the other day, CNBC, they came out with numbers, and the people on the show, very good people, I've watched them for a long time, they couldn't believe the numbers, how good they are. The numbers were incredible, and that was personal income and also very low inflation. We have very low inflation. We're down to 2% now, and maybe even lower than that. And when I took it over, it was a mess. Remember, we had the worst inflation probably in the history of our country.
Drink.
They say 48 years, but let's say that's.
Oh, come on.
I think it's worse than that.
Hold yourself together.
So we had the worst inflation in the history of our country under
come on.
the Biden administration. Now we're down to a beautiful number, 2%. You'd actually like to keep it there. Better than zero is 2%. It's going down maybe to 1, and 1% is like perfect. That's perfect. You don't want to have
shit.
zero.
Come on now.
for
Oh, wait,
certain
I could put
reasons
it
that
on
are-
this.
that nobody is very interested to listen to. But we have almost perfect inflation.
I love paper doll
Grocery
time
prices are down.
at Lolo's Lounge.
Everything. Remember eggs? Eggs.
Wait.
We weren't going to buy another egg
Oh,
for the
darn
next
it.
20 years. They were
I gotta
so
put the
expensive,
wig in
right?
front of
Remember?
little
You guys all
bitchy-
hit me about eggs.
bitchy boy.
Eggs have come down 400%. Everybody has eggs
From an
now.
all-time
Gathered
high.
eggs for
Shut up.
breakfast Again. But if you look at
You imported
gasoline, very
eggs.
important.
Shut
I
up.
think always the most important because it's the energy is the biggest factor. That's what happened. He screwed up our energy policy, and everything went up because energy went up. But now energy is way down, and they have states
From an
where you get
all-time high in
$1.98
February
a
2025.
gallon
Come on
for
now.
gasoline.
Stop this nonsense.
So the costs have come way down, and one of the things I ran on was that. I ran on the border. We have the best border in the history of our country,
Oh my
99.99%.
God, here we
It was last week, 3 people came in. 2 of them for
3
medical
people.
reasons. We let them in because one
and
of
2
them had a heart
of them
attack.
were just there
I think it
to
was a nice thing to do. And
go to Six
one of them had
Flags.
something else. So we've never had, I had very good numbers for 4 years, but we really topped it. And I want to thank Christie and Tom Homan. They've done a fantastic job.
What
but
about
nobody
me?
mentions that anymore. Remember, a few months ago, the border was a total disaster. People were
about
coming in
me?
by the hundreds of thousands of people a day, a week, a month. I mean, we had a month, 2 million people came in one month.
Oops, damn.
The border was being
Applehead.
overrun, and a lot of bad people, criminals, murderers, drug
Chancellor
dealers.
fell
We had some
asleep.
of the worst people in the world coming
Chancellor's
in from
like
all
checking
over
his.
the world.
He's scrolling
It's
TikTok.
totally closed. And you know what?
He's
People
looking
are
at
coming
Kitten
into our
Talk.
country, but they're coming in legally. So we've done a great job. Elon
Oh,
knew
yeah,
that.
great job, boss.
Elon endorsed me very strongly. He actually went up in campaign for me. I think I would have won. Susie would say I would have won Pennsylvania easily anyway, even
TBT.
if the governor ran, the real governor, not the governor from Minnesota.
But then there's
who's
this guy.
I mean, he's a sick puppy, that guy. That poor guy, I feel sorry for him. But they made a bad choice with him. But if you pick Shapiro or anybody else, I spoke to him recently about his house being set on fire, which was terrible. But if they picked him, I would have won Pennsylvania. I won it by a lot. But I'm very disappointed because Elon knew the inner workings of this bill.
Hey, man, they know what
better
they're
than
getting
almost
into,
anybody
Jane. Come on
sitting
now.
here. Better than you people. He knew everything about it. He had no problem with it. All of a sudden, he had a problem. And he only developed the problem when he found out that we're going to have to cut the EV mandate, because that's billions and billions of dollars. And it really is unfair. We want to have cars of all types. Electric, we want to have electric, but we want to have a gasoline, combustion. We want to have different. We want to have hybrids. We want to have all. We want to be able to sell everything. And when that was cut, and Congress wanted to cut it, he became a little bit different, and I can understand.
I've had a lot of Adderall. I have to keep going.
He knew every
I'll
aspect of
I'll
this
keep
bill.
going.
He knew it better than almost
the cameras
anybody.
are off.
And he never had a problem
He
until
just won't stay.
right after he left. And if you saw the statements he made about me, which I'm sure
That's
you
your
can
guy.
get very easily, it's very fresh on tape. He said the most beautiful things about me, and he hasn't said bad about me personally, but I'm sure that'll be next. But I'm very disappointed in Elon. I've helped Elon a lot.
Hashtag paper
I just
dolls.
want to clarify, did he raise any of these
Hashtag
concerns
paper
with you
dolls.
before he raised them publicly? And this is the guy you put in charge of cutting spending.
Why are you getting your
People
news anywhere
not take him
else?
seriously about spending.
I don't even
now, he thinks it's
understand.
all sour grapes.
No, he worked hard, and he did a good job. And I'll be honest, I think he misses the place. I think he got out there, and all of a sudden he wasn't in this beautiful Oval Office, and he's got nice offices too. But there's something about this one. I was telling the Chancellor, this
Help,
is where
I'm a
it is.
junkie and
People
I
come
can't
in
shut
here,
up.
even from Germany. They come in and they walk into the Oval Office, and it's just a special place. It's, you know, World War I, it started and it ended here, and World War II, and so
Who
many
knows
other
about
things.
World War
Everything
III?
big
Am I
comes
right,
from
folks?
This beautiful space. It's now much more beautiful than it was 6 months ago.
Tip your intern.
A lot of good things are happening in this room, and I'll tell you, it's not. He's not the first. People
this room?
leave my administration,
You mean
and
this
they
room?
love us, and then at some point they miss it so badly, and some of them embrace it, and some of them actually become hostile. I don't know what it is. It's sort of Trump derangement syndrome, I guess they call it, but we have it with others too. They leave, and they wake up in the morning, and the glamour's gone. The
there's the
whole
joy.
world is different, and they become hostile. I don't know what it is. Someday you'll write a book about it, and you'll let us know. Yeah.
Mr. President, speaking of ending wars in this room, you were very critical of Vladimir Putin a couple of days ago. What kind of play is he playing from your perspective? What are his...
Well, look, he got hit. He's been doing hitting, so I understand it. But he got hit hard, and I don't think he's playing games. I think I've always said he wanted the whole thing.
The takeaway.
I thought he
Carla,
wanted the entire everything.
is
having
my
to do
fucking
with
paper doll
Ukraine.
game.
That's
Okay?
something that would have never
That's
happened if
the
I were
takeaway.
president. The election was rigged. I didn't get to be president, but I got to be president.
Who cares
now.
what he's saying?
And I think it's a much more important presidency, other than a couple of things like that. The war would have never happened. The war with Ukraine, with Putin, would have never happened, ever, not even a chance. And it didn't happen for 4 years.
Not even a chance.
And it wasn't thought of. I used to talk to him about Ukraine a lot. It was the apple of his eye, but he would have never done what he did. And I think mistakes were made by him, but I think mistakes were made by other people. The president should have never allowed that war. Biden should have never allowed that war to happen. If you had the right guy in here, that war would have never happened. Israel would have never happened with Hamas. That would have never happened. The attack on Israel would have never happened because Iran was broke. They had no money. They had no money to give to Hamas or Hezbollah or anybody else. And all of that would have never happened. Inflation wouldn't have happened. It was caused mostly by energy. And the Biden administration messed up my great energy policy. We were down into the 190 a gallon, and it would have never happened. It was caused by energy and their bad spending on the Green New Scam and other things that they spent on. But all of those things would have never happened. But maybe most importantly, the war, Chancellor, with Russia would never have happened with Ukraine. It was something that would have, you know, I dealt with Putin a lot. There was no chance, zero. And, you know, a lot of people say, how do you know? For 4 years it didn't happen. There was never a chance of it happening. And he understood the consequences. Now, it's a shame. And when you see all of those people, they came out with a report today that that millions of people Millions of people have died, much more than people thought. And I've been saying that for a long time. The amount of death in that war is far greater than the news has been reporting, or than, frankly, that either side has been reporting. It's a very sad thing. And I can tell you, just speaking for the Chancellor, because we speak about it, he feels the same way. He wants to see it ended. Would you like to say something?
Absolutely. And I'm here, Mr. President, to talk with you later on how we could contribute to that goal. And we all are looking for measures and for instruments to bring this terrible war to an end. And may I remind you that we are having June 6th tomorrow. This is D-Day anniversary, when the Americans once ended a war in Europe. And I think this is in your hand in specific, in ours.
That was not a pleasant day for you?
No, that was not a pleasant.
This was not a great
in
day.
the long run, Mr. President, this was the liberation of my country from Nazi dictatorship.
That's true.
So,
That's true.
And we know what we owe you. But this is the reason why I'm saying that America is again in a very strong position to do something on this war and ending this war. So let's talk about what we can do jointly, and we are ready to do what we can. And you know that we gave support to Ukraine, and that we are looking for more pressure on Russia. The European Union did, and we should talk about that.
We will talk about it. And,
Yeah.
you know, it's good timing. The numbers for our country are through the roof. The economic numbers,
What?
because of the election and
Wait,
because
what?
of tariffs
Oh,
and other
God,
things,
Mertz.
a lot of things.
Oh, my God.
But we've had some of the best numbers we've ever had.
What a fucking
They were
pig.
reported yesterday, the day before, and even today. Country's doing really
What?
well. I think that one of the things you'd be most
that what
interested in
is
is
he
that
saying? Never
6
mind.
months ago, we were having a hard time getting anybody to join our military. I mean,
That's
they just
not
couldn't do
true.
it. The numbers were record low. We couldn't get people to join
That's
the
not
military. It
true.
wasn't me. This was before I got there.
Okay. We
The
looked
past
at that
administration.
before.
But 6 months ago, a year ago, the numbers were record low. You couldn't get them to join. That included the police. And you couldn't get them to join. Now, we just hit the highest number in the history of our country, we think, but
Not
very
the history
close,
of the country,
But the highest
no,
in the history
no.
of our country, recruitment.
Well, and you know, there is
joining
this
the
little thing
Army,
called
Navy, Air Force, Marines, Coast
this
Guard,
little thing
police
called, you know,
forces all over the country.
population increase.
What was the reason?
Spirit. They love our country again. You know? You're going to do the same thing. Spirit. We have great spirit is back in our country, and it's
Oh,
very
wait,
simple.
I know.
You know, it was only Susie 6 months ago, right? That
Susie,
you got reports. You're the one
Susie,
that
have you
released
got a
them,
little
that
sticker
you
on
couldn't
your
get
back that
anybody
says
to join
"Pick
the
me"?
military, and now we're stocked.
Susie?
Every service now is packed, and we have
Wait,
waiting
who was I
lists of
looking
people
for?
trying
Oh,
to
here.
get in.
It's
As
his
good as
teeth.
we've
He's
ever
got that
had in the
teeth thing
history of our
going on.
country. So that's an honor. That's a great honor. Yeah.
Mr. President, on the war.
You've asked. You've had enough. Go ahead.
Mr. President,
He's such a
so
pig.
would you consider to put more sanctions on Russia? Because this discussion is going on now for weeks and months, and you tweeted about it once, but then nothing happens. So
Yeah, when I
what will you do?
when I see the moment when we're not going to make a deal, when this thing won't stop.
God, he's so
at that
hunchy.
moment-
He's like hunched
yeah, It's
over.
in my brain, the deadline.
Fucking
When
Christopher
when I
Walken
see
has
the
better
moment
posture than the president.
Where it's not going to stop, and I'm sure you're going to do the same thing. Will be very, very, very tough, and it could be on both countries. To be honest, you know, it takes two
What?
to tango. But they'll be,
Oh
we're
my
going to be
God.
very tough.
These are
whether
lies.
it's Russia or anybody else, we're going to be very
These are
tough.
lies.
That's a
Where is it?
bloodbath
Where's
that's
my
going on
fucking
over
lies
there.
thing?
And when I see the moment where I say, well, they're going to just keep fighting. You know, I gave the analogy yesterday when I spoke to President Putin. I had a 2-hour and 15-minute call.
2 hour and 15. Oh, okay.
Sometimes, and this
Reported
is
as
me
1 hour.
speaking, maybe in a negative sense, but sometimes you see two young children fighting like crazy. They hate each other and they're fighting in a park.
Yeah.
And you try and pull them apart. They don't want to be pulled. Sometimes you're better off letting them fight for a while and then pulling them apart. And I gave that analogy to Putin yesterday. I said, President, maybe you're going to have to keep fighting and suffering a lot because both sides are suffering. before you pull them apart, before they're able to be pulled apart. But it's a pretty known
What is happening right now?
analogy. You have two kids, they fight.
I don't
Sometimes
understand
you let
what's
them fight
happening
for a
right
little
now.
while. You see it in hockey. You see it in
I don't
sports.
understand what's happening right
The
now.
referees let them go for a couple of seconds. Let them go for a little while.
I don't understand what's happening
before
right
you pull
now.
them apart. And maybe, and I said it, and maybe that's a negative because we're saying go, but
What?
a lot of bad blood. There's some bad blood between the two. I have to deal with it, and the chancellor has to deal with it. It's incredible. The level of there's a great hatred between those two.
What?
Between those two men.
What?
Between the warring parties. Great
Oh my
hatred.
God!
What made you say
What
and
the
believe
fuck is
apparently
happening
that
right
there's no
now?
immediate peace?
What?
That there is no immediate peace. There will be no.
Well, I can't. I'd love to have immediate if I could.
But why?
If I could, but we don't have immediate. You know, it's like I'd love to have that. I'd like it to start right now. We would leave a room if we knew the war could end. We'd say, forget about you guys. Forget about trade, right?
Yeah.
We'd say, let's go settle it. There's some additional fighting that's going to go on. You know, he attacked and they attacked pretty harshly.
What?
They went deep into Russia.
What?
And he actually told me, I mean, I made it very clear. He said, we have no choice but to attack based on that. And it's probably not going to be pretty. I don't like it. I said, don't do it. You shouldn't do it. You should stop it.
Don't do it.
Again, there's a lot of hatred. And, you know, I'm very proud of the fact that with India and Pakistan, I was able to stop that. And those are nuclear powers. And that would have that was getting close to being
You just
out of
grabbed
hand.
them by the
I
bread
spoke
basket.
to some very talented people on both sides, very good people
What
on
are we
both
doing?
sides. And I said, you
What
know,
is
we're
this
dealing
world?
with you on trade, Pakistan and India right now. I said, we're not going to deal with you on trade if you're going to go shooting each other and whipping out nuclear weapons that maybe even affect us. Because, you know, that nuclear dust blows across oceans very quickly.
Oh my God.
It affects us.
Uh-oh, somebody
And I
just
said, if
watched
you're gonna do that, we're not going to do any
that
trade
movie
deals.
from
And
the
you know what? I
70s.
got that war stopped. Now, I hope we don't go back and we find out that they started, but I don't think they will. They were both good. They were well represented. I want to congratulate both countries because, as you know,
this
the
one's
leader
getting a
of
lot
India
more
was a
workout
great
than I
guy.
thought
He
it
was
would
here
for its first
A
day.
few weeks ago, we had some great talks. We're doing a trade deal. And Pakistan, likewise, they have very, very strong leadership. Some people won't like when I say that, but, you know, it is what it is. And they stopped that war. Now, am I going to get credit? I'll never get credit for anything. They don't give me credit for anything. But nobody else could have done it. I stopped it. I was very proud of that. I wish we could do the same thing with Ukraine and Russia. And at some point, it'll happen. I believe that. And if it doesn't happen, and if I see somebody's out of line, if Russia's out of line, you'll be amazed how tough. Remember this. They like to say that I'm friends with Russia. I'm not friends with anybody. I'm friends with you. I'm not friends with that. I want the right thing to happen for our country, for everybody, for humanity. But I'm the one that stopped the pipeline. It's called Nord Stream 2. Until I came along, nobody ever heard, not one person in this room ever heard of Nord Stream 2. You probably did because it went to Germany. He's the only one
Knowing that
heard
this
of it.
was a mistake.
But I
Yeah,
stopped
right.
it. I stopped it. Yeah, and you've said that openly.
Yeah.
It was a mistake because, and I used to go with Angela. I'd say, well, wait a minute. We're spending all this money to defend you against Russia, and then you're giving Russia billions of dollars a month. What kind of a deal is that? You know, which was, but you said it better than anybody else. I appreciate it. But I'm the one that stopped it. And that was the biggest economic development job, if you want to call it that, in the history. Think of it. In the history of Russia. That was a massive, it's the biggest pipeline in the world. Got to go all over Europe, not only to Germany. You know, they were Germany, but then they were branching off all over to Europe. Nobody ever heard of it. Not one person of you heard of it. And I stopped it. It was dead. And then they say, I'm friends with Putin. I got along with him. He respected me, I respected him. It would have never happened. But I stopped Nord Stream 2. When Biden came in, almost the first week, he approved it. He let it be built. And then they say that I wasn't tough on Russia. Putin said to me, you know, you're not tough on Russia. You stopped the biggest, most important job we've ever done. You stopped it. And Biden came in and he let it be built. And I'll tell you what, I'll
I
never
got a
forget the
stiffy
day
the
I had it
size
totally
you
stopped.
never
They weren't
knew I
building,
could
they
get.
gave up on it. They weren't able to. And then Biden came in and he let him build. I couldn't believe it. Okay, one or two questions more, please.
I yelled from my car near the playground and said, "Hey, you kids, you stop it! Don't
Go
do
ahead for the
that."
chancellor.
Okay, find you.
I like his answers
Fine,
much
you
better.
fight it out. I'm finishing my hot dog.
Yeah, I'm with Ukraine. We just signed a big deal on rare earth with Ukraine.
Oh shit!
And we wanted. I want to. You know what? I'm for stopping killing. Really, that's what I'm for.
But wait a minute, you just said
again a war
let
that
them
would have
fight.
never started, should have never started. I
It
want to
did-
see
yeah,
the
it was an
killing stop.
invasion.
We spent $350 billion.
No, we
much
didn't.
More than
That's a
Europe, but
lie.
Europe spent a lot also, and they spent way over $100 billion.
They spent more than the
So you're
U.S.
talking about
did. So
close
there.
to $500
Dear
billion
God of
went into
cheeseburgers.
that whole thing, and it's not even the money. And I know with you too, it's a lot of money, but it's the death
I always do
that's
the
being
wrong one.
caused.
Sorry.
We went to
Which
the
I love
Middle
that
East.
one.
I went last
In
week to the
nomine
Middle East. We took
Patris
in
et Filii et
$5.1
Spiritus
trillion.
Sancti.
That's many times. That's
Dear
30,
baby
40 times,
Jesus.
50 times.
Dear
more
baby
than what
Jesus
we're
of
talking about.
cheeseburgers,
It's
Big Macs,
5 point-
quarter
think of
pandas
that,
with cheese, extra
$5.1
fries with
trillion
extra salt,
of investment with
and a
one
Diet
trip
Coke
that
for
lasted
good
4
measure.
days. So
Dear
it's
Lord
not the
baby
money.
Jesus, the one that's cute and white,
It's a little bit
you
money,
know,
but not the money.
the right
big
one.
Thing. The big thing is the death.
What I'm
The
asking you
death
for now is
of-
your grand
and
intervention
really
in this
the
moment.
decimation.
Let
you
us
lost
have
the
your
whole
intervention,
culture.
dear white
You
baby
know,
Jesus.
Ukraine had the most beautiful turrets.
Come and get
They
your
call them
son.
turrets, the little towers.
I don't mean that
beautiful
in a
towers,
creepy way.
the
I'm
most
just saying, come and
beautiful
get
in
your
the world.
son. It is
They're all
time
now
for him
laying
to
on their
ascend
side,
or
blown to
descend, however
smithereens.
it
It'll
might
never happen
happen.
again. They've taken away the culture of a
So, dear
of a
baby
country.
Jesus of the
They've
cheeseburgers,
taken away the heritage of a
if
country.
you could just
It's a terrible
arrange a
thing.
small
But most
aneurysm
importantly,
or
again, is
maybe
the
a
death.
myocardial
5,000
infarction,
plus
it would be
people a
great.
week, soldiers are being killed.
And we
He
would
doesn't want
forever
that,
praise
and I
your
don't
little
want
baby
that.
white name,
One more.
Jesus.
Thank you.
Amen.
Mr. President, do you support the Graham bill on putting high tariffs on
I have
China?
not looked at it, but they'll be guided by me. That's the way it's supposed to be. They're going to be guided by me. No, I haven't looked at it. It's a bill on sanctions, etc. I'm a very quick study. At the right time, I'll do what I want to do. But it could very well be okay. I'll have to see. But
what?
They're waiting for me to decide on what to do, and I'll
Wait, what?
I'll know maybe very soon.
Maybe very soon.
It's a harsh bill.
I don't know.
Very harsh.
Oh, the tariffs, the sanctions or something.
I would like to have a
Sanctions
question
on
to the
Russia?
Chancellor as well, because do you agree with the analogy the president made on the war between Russia and Ukraine as being a fight between two kids? Is that how you view that as well? And what do you actually want the US president to do in this?
Well, I think we both agree on this war and how terrible this war is going on, and we are
Come on, don't chicken out, Mertz.
both looking for ways to stop it very soon. And I told the president before we came in that he is the key person in the world who can really
I know they think this
do
works,
that
but it just
now
falls.
by putting pressure on Russia. And we will have this debate later on again, how we can proceed jointly between the Europeans and the Americans.
We're gonna
and I
fight
think
it
we are all
out.
we are having the duty to do something on that now to stop it after 3.5 years, which is really terrible. Look at the kids, the kids which were kidnapped from Ukraine to Russia. This is all terrible. And so we are talking about instruments, measures, what we can do. And my personal view is clear on that. We are on the side of Ukraine, and we are trying to get them stronger and stronger just to make Putin stop this war. And this is our approach.
We get satellite pictures of the war field, and you don't even like to look at them, right?
It's terrible.
So
it's really
bodies, arms, heads, legs all over the place. You've never seen anything like it. It's so ridiculous.
And this is only by Russian weapons against Ukraine. This had never happened with Ukraine weapons against Russia. Never. Ukraine is only targeting military targets, not civilians, not private, not energy infrastructure. So this is the difference, and that's the reason why we are trying to do more on Russia, how to stop this war.
Well, in this case, I'm talking about the battlefield, the soldiers on soldiers. But you could also say that, too, with the cities. The cities are being hit also. So it's a terrible,
Which
terrible thing.
battlefields then,
One,
cunt?
somebody said autopen. Did I hear the word autopen?
I'm just curious.
Because I think it's the biggest scandal.
Wait,
Maybe
we
in
got to
the
turn to
last 100
autopen.
years in this country.
I know someone
so
said
when
it.
I hear that word, I think it has to be discussed.
Which one of you did?
Because the fake news will try and hide it, and we can't do that.
Well,
But
that's
go
what I'm
ahead.
asking. Have you uncovered any evidence that anything specific was signed without President Biden's knowledge or by other people in the administration acting illegally?
Well, I don't think Biden would know whether or not he signed it.
I'm asking if you've uncovered any of that information.
No, but I've uncovered, the human
No.
mind. I was in a debate with the human mind.
I uncovered the
and I
human
didn't think he
mind.
knew what the hell he was doing. So, it's just what.
I uncovered the human mind. He just said that. No, they haven't uncovered any evidence. That's important. But he uncovered the human mind.
One of those things, one of those problems. We can't ever allow that to happen to our
Howdy.
country.
Good
The
job,
danger our
everybody.
country was in. And
Good
I know
job.
some
You
of the
know what?
people
You
that
own
work
the
with
libs
him,
on this one.
radical left, horrible
Yeah, that's
people.
Germany.
And I could give you the name of some of
Mouths.
the people that use the autopen because I'm here and I ask questions about people that were here also. There are a lot of people
Really?
that were here when that happened and they're here right now and they'll answer your question very accurately. But I know some of the people that use that autopen and those are not the people that had the same ideology as Joe Biden.
What?
These were radical left lunatics that used that and they didn't get elected. He didn't get elected either, actually. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you very much. I got my auto pen in here. Ooh, I pee with my auto pen. Look at his face. I love that face. Wait, I got to get a picture of that face. Hold on. That's a sad man. Sad man. He's a real nowhere man sitting in his nowhere land. Then I guess they're not going to do any more of those other press things, are they? Those don't seem to go so well. Let me get him off your screen. Hold on. I'm taking it away. Don't be scared, little children. Don't run away. Don't cower in fear, little children. I shall take the bad man off your screen. There. Well, I'm not. I don't think I can keep you for the articles that I want to read, but I definitely can read some tomorrow. Between the wonderful and amazing Lee, who is taking time out of her day to come on a Zoom with me for part of the Wake and Bake, however long she wants to be there, and we're just going to talk trade. I just want to hear what she has been experiencing, what she thinks, what we should be looking out for. Anything she wants to talk about, I'm down for. So I'm really looking forward to that. And all the way from Montreal, Mr. Sideman, make me a dream. Make me the cutest auto pen that I've seen. So yeah, so Lee's going to be on with me tomorrow for a special edition of Wake and Bake just for Lee because I really wanted this conversation. Yes, no problem. Bye, Carrie. Thanks for spending so much time today. Boy, I really appreciate everyone coming in today and spending time. It was a hard morning. Another hard morning. There you go. Yes, absolutely. Just text me whenever, and then you let me know, and we're good. We're good. I'm really excited. Yes, we're going to add that. I wrote a new song. I haven't written the music yet, but I'm actually going to try and write the music myself. And it's a really weird song. It's getting weirder, too. I keep adding lyrics to it, and it's getting really like a stream of consciousness. Anyway, that's what I do. I'm just a stream of consciousness girl. That's what I am. So thank you so much for everyone for coming. And hit the like on your way out. Why not? Why not? It's free. And hopefully I'll see you tomorrow morning. Tonight is Rad Pod. That's 4 p.m. Pacific, I believe, 7 p.m. Eastern, etc. I'm very much looking forward to tomorrow. And so catch Rad Pod tonight on YouTube. And make sure you click onto the Discord and come and join us. We're going to do a movie tomorrow night. I don't know what it is yet, but we'll confer as a group and figure out the film. All right. Thank you so much. All right, have a great Thursday, you guys. Really, thank you so much for coming.